Chapter 11:23. Space Power? What was space power? Yi Qinghan stood by the window, looking at the sky of the heavenly plane. He didn't move an inch, and there was a thin layer of dust on his head and body. Xiaohei was sleeping soundly on the table in the room. Pandora cultivated in seclusion for a while, then woke up and walked out of the room. She sat next to Yi Qinghan, drinking tea and reading books. Occasionally, she would look at Yi Qinghan, who was standing by the window and looking at the sky like a statue. She would smile sweetly. Days like this were really boring. They were ordinary and even a little bit depressing. However, to Pandora, who had a pure mind, such days were peaceful and warm. The books Yi Qinghan had asked the maids to find for her. There were all kinds of books. Some were about cultivation, some were short stories, and many were miscellaneous books. During these 2,000 years, Yi Qinghan didn't want to go out. Of course, he didn't want Pandora to go out alone. Xiaohei was so bored that she slept. In the heavenly plane, Yi Qinghan couldn't let them go out. He didn't dare to let them go out. Yi Qinghan had become a statue for almost 100 years. He had been studying space power. At first, he recalled Jida's countless silent dragons. Lord devours tens of thousands of giant swords, and Shinta Xiong's domineering slash. Then, he started to organize the space law, the 5 basic mysteries, the basic mystery of space, the absolute space domain, and the advanced mystery of space that he had comprehended in recent years. Eventually, he remembered the eternal space and how he had the method to control space power. He remembered when God Lord Butcher had released his will, the space power that had covered the entire place. Eventually, he was bewildered. He didn't know what space power was anymore. Thus, he gave up his seclusion and stood up. He started to look at the vast sky through the window. He had been watching for almost 100 years. He understood that if he wanted to control something, he had to be familiar with it. He had to understand it, get close to it, and make it accept him. This world is the biggest space. Each plane has so many small spaces, and there are so many small parallel spaces. Without space, there is no world. The power of space existed everywhere, so what was the highest realm of controlling the power of space? How to use the power of space to form the most powerful attack. A strength-based attack style? Too direct, too fierce, not good. Like Kid's murderous type? Not good either. When one reached the 9th level, sneak attacks were never the way to go. Lord Devour's type? Transforming the power of space into thousands of flying swords. That wasn't good either. If they were too scattered, their attack power would definitely not be great. Shinta Xiong turned into a sharp arrow or a sharp sword. Although it's incomparably domineering, it's too singular. Yes, he had decided to choose the 3rd method, which was to combine Lord Devour's and Shinta Xiong's control methods, turning the space power into 9 long spears. This way, they had more power, but they weren't just one spear. Moreover, they were easier to control, and they could be used with the formation. It's decided. That's it. After spending close to 100 years, Yi Qinghan finally figured out what kind of method he would choose. Exhaling a long breath, his eyes regained their clarity. Noticing the dust on his hair, he smiled and shook his god power, making his body clean. He turned around and moved his almost rusty body. Big brother Han Yi, have you finished cultivating? Pandora stood up in joy. Almost 100 years was a long time. Before, he had Alice and the others to accompany him and talk. But now he could only cultivate, read, and drink tea by himself. Yi Qinghan had finally finished cultivating. Pandora was like a bird that had just been released from a cage, extremely happy. Pandora, you've suffered all these years. Yi Qinghan looked at the little girl who was still as beautiful as before, his heart softening. He pulled her hand, stroked her golden hair, and gently embraced her. Pandora's body trembled, and she squirmed uneasily. Although she wholeheartedly supported Yi Qinghan, and had followed Yi Qinghan for many years, Yi Qinghan had never done such an intimate action. For a moment, she was somewhat unaccustomed, like a little deer scurrying in disorder. Yi Qinghan patted her smooth, jade-like shoulder with one hand, and caressed her golden hair with the other. His movements were as gentle as water, making Pandora's heart gradually settle down. Pandora raised her head and looked at Yi Qinghan's burning gaze. She became a little flustered and casually opened her mouth to say, Han Yi, big brother, after cultivating for 100 years, has your strength made great progress again? No. Hee. I've been thinking about a problem for nearly 100 years, and today, I've finally figured it out. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly, looking at Pandora. Unconsciously, this woman had already occupied a certain position in his heart. To be able to silently accompany him for so many years in such a lonely and boring way, even to the point of being dull and boring, this woman is worthy of his attention. Ah, Han Yi, big brother, for nearly 100 years you've been thinking about a problem? Pandora's small cherry mouth opened wide, her face incredulous. She had refined the divine crystal, plus she had read so many miscellaneous books for so many years. She also had a little understanding of Yi Qinghan's realm and the top powerhouses. At Yi Qinghan's level, it was normal for him to casually go into seclusion for tens of millions of years. But to use nearly 100 years to think about a problem, her simple little brain still couldn't figure it out. For me, this problem is extremely crucial. I don't regret spending nearly 100 years. Yi Qinghan nodded. For him, 100 years or something like that was just a blink of an eye, but he had determined a path and figured out a lot of key points. This was more important than anything else. Oh, Pandora didn't understand, and she didn't want to ask too much. She just obediently responded. Yi Qinghan looked at her cute appearance and chuckled. Then he suddenly grabbed her waist and hugged her, walking towards the seat next to him. Ah, big brother Han Yi. Yi Qinghan's sudden attack made Pandora jump in fright. Her beautiful face that could be compared to fireworks instantly flushed red. She thought that Yi Qinghan was going to punish her. She was scared, expectant, and shy, who knew that Yi Qinghan would walk to the tea table in the corner, sit down, and put her petite body on his lap. Then he picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. He gently caressed her beautiful hair and said with a smile, Pandora, do you regret following me? Isn't this kind of life very boring and hard? Amen. A little bit, Pandora said honestly. Then she smiled faintly and said, but Pandora doesn't regret it. A trace of guilt flashed through Yi Qinghan's eyes. His hand gently caressed Pandora's face, and before Pandora could react, he tenderly kissed her. This time, Pandora's body only stiffened, but she didn't squirm. She allowed Yi Qinghan to demand, and slowly, she clumsily began to respond. After a series of 10 minutes of wet kisses, Pandora's whole body softened. Yi Qinghan didn't further violate her. Instead, he pulled her hand and stood up, saying with a smile, Let's go, Pandora. I'll take you out for a stroll. I'll accompany you to play for half a year. This, big brother Yi, will something happen? Pandora said a little uneasily, but the joy in her eyes was still very obvious. Yi Qinghan chuckled and said, It's fine. With me here, nothing will happen. I said that I'll protect you for a lifetime. Chapter 11:24. Yi Qinghan used the specter transformation and turned into Lakri's appearance. At the same time, he helped Pandora dress up. Then, he called the 12 maids in and used his powerful strength to force them to hand over their soul fires and become his soul slaves. In the past, Yi Qinghan did not plan to go out, nor did he want to lay his hands on the 12 maids. But now, because of Pandora, he naturally had to be more careful. Plus, after staying in heaven for so long, nothing had happened, so he decisively made his move. Under Yi Qinghan's instructions, Pandora used the God Crystal to make her body a little bloated. Her facial features also changed slightly. A great beauty was forcibly turned into an ordinary woman. Her entire body was covered in a black robe, and she was not eye-catching at all. Yi Qinghan was very low profile. Even if he had conflicts with others, he did not put on the airs of an archangel. He was very humble. He wandered around the city for half a month without any conflicts. However, after accompanying Pandora for half a month, he was still discovered. Annie's maid discovered Yi Qinghan. He wandered around the city with Pandora every day. It would be strange if he did not discover her. In the end, Yi Qinghan could only helplessly go and comfort the lonely heart of that slut every few days. After accompanying Pandora for half a year, Yi Qinghan finally began to prepare to cultivate again. This is the specter of the Dark Knight transformation. You only need to cultivate the first half, and you will be able to change your appearance at will. At that time, you can go out with those mates to play. This time, I might be in seclusion for even longer. Sorry, Pandora. I can't accompany you often. Yi Qinghan threw the first half of the specter of the Dark Knight transformation to Pandora. The first half was easy to comprehend, but the second half required one to cultivate the soul and change the aura of the soul. Pandora definitely could not cultivate it, and there was no need for her to cultivate it. Pandora nodded obediently. Yi Qinghan turned the 12 maids into soul slaves. With them taking care of Pandora, she was relieved and went into seclusion again. This time, she entered the War Imperial Palace. Ha! In the largest hall of the War Imperial Palace, Yi Qinghan circulated his spatial force and slowly condensed a silver spear. In the spacious hall, a 2-meter-long spear appeared in the air, emitting a terrifying aura. This wasn't Jida's silent control method, but Lord Devour and Shintu Xiong's materialized long spears. However, as soon as the spear was formed, it immediately broke into pieces, and the terrifying aura also disappeared without a trace. Yi Qinghan's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He let out a long sigh and sighed in a somewhat dispirited manner. Sigh. It's been 10 years, and this is the first time I've condensed the power of space into a physical form. I didn't expect it to break immediately. Hee kid, don't be discouraged. This is the first time this Empress condensed the power of space into a physical body, and it took me 50 years. You're already not bad. An encouraging voice arose in Yi Qinghan's head. Yi Qinghan was shaken. He shook his head, rested for a while, and then stood up. His powerful soul consciousness was released. At the same time, both of his hands danced, releasing the eternal space, making the space power around gather in his hands. Then both of his hands moved. With the help of the soul consciousness, he controlled a small portion of the space power, compressing it according to a special method. After 1 hour, a silver spear appeared in the air one more time. However, after a while, it broke into pieces again. Senior War Emperor, why did it break just like that? Did I use the wrong method to control it? As soon as the spear broke, Yi Qinghan's body softened. He had used up a lot of his soul energy, so he laid on the ground, gasping for air. You should figure it out yourself. I can only tell you that if you can condense it, it's not wrong. How to make it faster, how to preserve it longer, how to condense more spears, and how to control these spears, you have to figure it out yourself. There's no need to rush. You don't need to comprehend the mysteries of space. For the next 2,000 years, you can cultivate this. If you can condense 9 spears in 2,000 years, not to mention controlling them as if they are your own arms, if you can maintain them for 1 hour, you will pass. The Battle Emperor's voice transmission made Yi Qinghan extremely depressed. Although he knew that this was for his own good, he still felt a headache coming on. He weakly replied, "How is it so difficult to control the power of space? You still can't fully grasp it after 2,000 years?" The Battle Emperor laughed. "Haha, this Emperor's talent is peerless. In my era, I was number 1. Do you know how long it took me to fully grasp it? 1,000,000 years. You didn't hear wrong. From the time I first tried to control the power of space to the time I mastered it, it took me 1,000,000 years. If you can fully grasp it in 100,000 years, you will be a peerless genius. Only your talent can compare to this Emperor." "What? Senior, are you sure? Why did it take 1,000,000 years for you and 100,000 years for me? That's not fair." Yi Qinghan was baffled. The Battle Emperor coldly said, "Of course I'm not wrong. Did you forget that insane soul strength of yours? Back then, this Emperor only had the soul strength of a 5th-grade war god. If you can't fully grasp it in 100,000 years, then you are trash. I will look down on you from the bottom of my heart." Although Yi Qinghan knew that the Battle Emperor was provoking him, his competitive spirit was aroused. He coldly snorted and said, "Ever since I became famous, no one has called me trash. Senior Battle Emperor, just you wait. Yi Qinghan flipped over and stood up. He swore in his heart and began to train hard. Ha! God Slayer's spear. Go! Again and again. The spears condensed and shattered. Yi Qinghan was completely engrossed in it. He forgot about the years, forgot about everything in the outside world, forgot about the mystic realm of reincarnation that was far away, forgot about the divine realm, and immersed himself in the training of martial arts. 200 years later, Yi Qinghan could already control the first spear to fly around the hall easily. He could even keep it for a few hours without shattering. He began to try to condense the second spear. 500 years later, he began to condense the third spear. 800 years later, the 4 spears could already move around in the hall like swimming dragons. 1,000 years later, other than the 100 years, Yi Qinghan would accompany Pandora for a year and occasionally go to Annie's place to appease that slut Annie. The rest of the time, he would enter the War Emperor's palace and diligently cultivate the control of the power of space. Pandora spent 100 years successfully cultivating the spirit of the Evernight transformation. She would often transform into a man and bring Lacri's maidservants out to play. However, she spent most of her time in Lacri's mansion reading, drinking tea, raising small animals, and tending to the flowers and plants. Her life was very ordinary. Her only hope was that every 100 years, Yi Qinghan would come out and meet her. Xiao He was so bored that his balls hurt. However, as a spirit body, he couldn't do anything. He could only enter the slaughter god blade every day and sleep. Occasionally, he would come out to watch Yi Qinghan cultivate. In the city of Athens, as they were preparing for the upcoming planar war, all the archangels and experts in the city were cultivating in seclusion. The city was very peaceful. Ha! In the War Emperor's palace, Yi Qinghan shouted. His body trembled, and all the power of space in the War Emperor's palace gathered around him. After that, his hands danced, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, 9 spears appeared in the sky. These 9 spears were much smaller than the first spear, but the pressure they emitted was much stronger. Go! Yi Qinghan waved his hand, and his eyes shone brightly. His body emitted a powerful aura, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. The 9 spears danced in the hall with great momentum. From time to time, they formed a straight line. From time to time, the 9 spears split up and danced around the hall. Their speed was as fast as lightning, and it felt like the entire hall was filled with white light. Xiao He, who was watching from the side, felt dizzy. Wow, boss is so powerful. From the looks of it, he is much more powerful than that dog *T** monarch. Xiao He shouted, and his face was filled with pride. Beside Xiao He, there was a phantom image. Today, Yi Qinghan specially asked the War Emperor to condense his body to watch his performance. In the end, the War Emperor was shocked. The War Emperor's old-fashioned and imposing face was filled with shock. He shook his head and sighed. Damn, this brat is not human. He is too sick. In 2,500 years, his control of the power of space is as good as mine for 200,000 years. At this rate, he will achieve great success in less than 10,000 years. 2 hours later, Yi Qinghan's body trembled, and the 9 spears in the air suddenly shattered. He was drenched in sweat and sat down on the ground to rest for half an hour. After that, he stood up and said with a cold look in his eyes, I have finally achieved some small success in the control of the power of space. The planar war is about to start. This time, if anyone dares to stop me from going home, I will kill them. Chapter 11:25. Senior Zhan Huang, did I meet your requirements? Although Yi Qinghan knew that his cultivation speed could be said to be very fast, but he still hoped to obtain the recognition of the Battle Emperor. He had put in a lot of effort and sweat for more than 2,000 years, so he really hoped to obtain the recognition of others. Not bad. It has greatly exceeded my expectations. It seems that your abnormal soul strength has also made your cultivation speed and comprehension speed abnormal. Boy, you are definitely the strangest genius in the history of the divinity. Zhan Huang was not stingy with his words and gave a very high evaluation. Of course, the Battle Emperor had some reservations about this evaluation. He was a talented genius and rarely admired others, let alone shocked them. But today, Yi Qinghan had truly shocked him. He. After getting the recognition of the former #1 big shot in the divinity, Yi Qinghan was in a good mood and let out a long breath. This was the most diligent time he had ever been in cultivation. For more than 2,000 years, besides going out to accompany Pandora once every 100 years, he had been studying the method of controlling the power of space. More than 2,000 years. Yi Qinghan sighed secretly. In fact, he was also a person who could not calm down. If he was in seclusion to comprehend the divine law, his soul would be completely immersed in it and he would forget about time. But this was different. It was equivalent to constantly pondering, practicing, and occasionally going out to slowly pass the long time. But he did not feel the slightest bit irritated. Instead, he felt that more than 2,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Even he himself sighed that his mind cultivation had greatly improved. If your strength before was considered as a fake level 9, now you are a real lower level 9 expert. If you can completely master the power of space, I estimate that your strength will reach the peak of lower level 9, close to upper level 9. Work hard, boy. Don't die in the dimensional battlefield. Don't let me down. Zhan Huang turned into a flowing light and disappeared into Yi Qinghan's body, entering the black stone in the divine crystal. Although Yi Qinghan's soul had undergone a mutation, the purple lightning had allowed his remnant soul to recover some energy. However, if he were to stay outside for a long time, this trace of energy would disappear too quickly. Xiao He, are you bored? There are still a few decades before the dimensional war begins. We will definitely be able to return. Yi Qinghan walked towards Xiao He. He wanted to touch Xiao He's head, but he stopped in midair. A bitter smile appeared in his eyes. Xiao He chuckled and shook his head. It's a little boring, but I'm very open-minded. You've worked hard, boss. Although I'm bored, I'm not suffering as much as you. Yes, his god-slaying spear could be considered to have reached small success. In just a few decades, he wouldn't be able to make any huge improvements. Let's get out. The planar war is about to begin, and I'm afraid that something abnormal will happen outside. Xiao He nodded his head and entered the slaughter god blade. Yi Qinghan teleported out. Han Yidage, are you done cultivating? In Lacri's courtyard, Pandora is teasing a small beast out of boredom. Suddenly, the space around her fluctuated. She turned her head and saw a green figure suddenly appearing in the room. She quickly stood up in joy and pounced towards Yi Qinghan. Pandora, are you bored? Don't worry. I've already reached small success in my cultivation this time. I won't be going into seclusion anymore. There are still 30 years left. I will accompany you outside. Yi Qinghan gently embraced this graceful and delicate body, floating up and down on her silk-like back. His face was buried in her beautiful golden hair. His mind was no longer thinking about cultivation. His heart was at peace. Really? Pandora raised her pretty face and looked at Yi Qinghan with her limpid eyes. Her little face became even more joyful and radiant. She looked at Yi Qinghan and was startled. When has Han Yidage ever lied to you? Yi Qinghan reached out and pinched her nose. Although this woman has accompanied him for more than 2,000 years, she's still as white as a sheet of paper and as pure as a young girl. However, she was still like a blank piece of paper, as pure as a young girl. When he was with her, he felt that his mentality had become much younger. Han Yidage, you're the best. Pandora suddenly stood on her tiptoes and lightly kissed Yi Qinghan's face. She then blushed and buried her head in Yi Qinghan's chest. Although she and Yi Qinghan have confirmed their relationship, Yi Qinghan has never done anything to her. At most, he would hug and kiss her. Today, she took the initiative to kiss him, which is already a very bold move. Yi Qinghan laughed heartily. He has already made a small accomplishment in the Godslayer's spear's manipulation method named by him. He doesn't plan to cultivate it in the near future, so his mood is completely relaxed. At this moment, he sees Pandora's appearance of wanting to refuse but also welcoming, and he can't help but be greatly moved. He reaches out a hand and gently pinches Pandora's sharp chin, making her lift her face and carefully look at this beautiful face. Han Yidage. Under Yi Qinghan's fiery gaze, Pandora becomes even more shy. Her snow-white neck reddens, and her two hands that were originally hugging Yi Qinghan's waist are now stretched forward, pressing against his chest. Her eyes are half closed and half open, and her curved eyelashes tremble, making her even more alluring. Yi Qinghan doesn't say anything, only kissing her heavily. Then he hugs her waist and strides into the inner room. The inner room! Pandora's body trembles. She feels that this time, Yi Qinghan doesn't continue to carry her to a seat, but carries her towards the inner bedroom. Her whole person becomes even more ill at ease. She seems to have guessed what will happen next. She has been looking forward to this day for more than 2,000 years, and has also prepared for more than 2,000 years. But when this day comes, she still feels incomparably nervous and afraid. Don't be nervous. After tonight, you're no longer a girl, but my woman. Yi Qinghan continues to softly and moist Pandora, easing the tension in her heart. Then he gently puts her on the bed, but he doesn't overbearingly tear her clothes. He only lightly caresses her, lightly kisses her, letting Pandora feel his love, and also making her body slowly heat up. Only then does he quietly untie her robe. When a perfect and tender body is exposed to the air, Yi Qinghan's heart, which has been sealed for more than 2,000 years, becomes excited for the first time. Even though he has vaguely seen Pandora's body twice before, at that moment, he still feels his mouth go dry. Pandora shut her eyes tightly and let Yi Qinghan kiss her body all over. When she felt a wave of heat fill up the place that had been empty for more than 2,000 years, she used all her strength to hug Yi Qinghan's body tightly. 2 clear tears fell from the corners of her eyes, and they were tears of happiness. There's an ancient saying that women are like fine wine. The more you brew them, the purer they become. This saying seems to make sense. After more than 2,000 years of accumulation, Pandora can actually compare to the enchantress masterpiece. This feels good. Yi Qinghan originally thought that after more than 2,000 years, Pandora would still be a young girl, and that she would be very dry and difficult to enter. He did not expect that she would be smooth like a pearl and smooth like jade. There was also a strange, indescribable sense of pleasure. He did not know whether it was because of the accumulation of time, or because of Pandora's extraordinary innate talent, but how could this feel good? Chapter 11:26. In the barren lands of the divine world and the demon world, the Soul Emperor Pavilion was still hovering above. Yao Ji was studying the technique of restriction in the 9-tiered hall, while Lord Devour and Jida were cultivating in seclusion. All of a sudden, Yao Ji's eyelashes shivered. She saw a fiery figure appear in the hall from the corner of her eyes. She couldn't help but turn around. Since Lord Devour had asked her to control the Soul Emperor Pavilion for 100,000 years, he hadn't appeared again. Why did he appear here today? It's been more than 3,000 years. Yaoji, go back. We don't need to wait anymore. Lord Devour's face was calm. His voice didn't change, but there was a faint disappointment and regret. What? Jia Wu, it's just 3,000 years. 100,000 years is still far away. Perhaps. Yao Ji pursed her lips. Halfway through, her voice became lower and lower until she quieted down. Lord Devour glanced at Yao Ji and said, "It's been more than 3,000 years. I've thought it through. Why can't you? Little Han can't come back. It's good enough that he's alive. If he wants to come back, he has only one way. Through the dimensional war. And it's almost impossible to come back through the dimensional war. Thus, he can't come back." Lord Devour's words were like sharp thorns stabbing Yao Ji's heart. Her face changed completely, turning ashen. She knew it. Lord Devour knew it, and so did Jida. If the 3 of them wanted to wait here for 3,000 years, they were just deceiving themselves. Go back. Go back. It's lucky that little Han isn't dead. Xiao He was evolving at that time. I think he's done now. He's swallowed most of the Devil Monarch's energy. I think Xiao He will be all right. Lord Devour's face became resolute. His eyes looked at the endless void through the projection on the wall. He lowered his voice and said, "As long as they can live well, it's okay." As for us, we should do what we should do. Swoosh! At this moment, the hall had a sudden energy fluctuation. Jida's imposing body appeared, smiling gently. He forced a smile and said, "Lord Devour, you're right. After losing Little Han, we have to create another one. Otherwise, we will die of old age in the reincarnation secret domain, never to return to the divine world. It's hard to create Little Han. He is unique." Lord Devour sighed deeply, feeling regretful. Pausing for a while, he continued, "Anyway, we can stealthily visit all the material planes in the divine world to find talented people. Just like what we did to Little Han that year, we'll let them endure hardships to make them grow. We'll give them the best resources. If one doesn't work, we'll find 100, 10,000, 1,000,000. If 10,000 years wasn't enough, then he would wait for 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 10,000,000 years. Shinta Xiong, one day, I will definitely kill you." Gid and Enchantress also nodded their heads heavily. The enmity between them and Shinta Xiong was a blood feud that would not end until one of them was dead. Their biggest hope, Yi Qinghan, was gone. They had no choice but to continue thinking of ways to take revenge. For the Soul Emperor, for Yi Qinghan, or even for themselves. The Soul Emperor Pavilion floated in the wilderness for over 3,000 years. Finally, like a meteor, it changed directions and flew straight towards the reincarnation plane. The immortal world was incomparably calm. The bustling star sea no longer had countless god bandits. The martial artists of the various continents also kept a low profile. The Star Sovereign still didn't come out of seclusion. The eternal palace that trapped the frigid Night Sovereign disappeared above the Supreme Island and didn't appear again. Of course, no one dared to challenge his dignity because they didn't want to become the second Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan. The Supreme Island became the Sacred Island. The nearby Nine Guardians Island also became extremely prosperous. The small and big islands in the Star Sea that were almost extinct were occupied by the big and small families that migrated from the 6 continents. After several thousand years, Li Tao had completely controlled the Misty Continent. Although his strength was still at the Venerable Realm, no one dared to go against his orders. After several thousand years, the only things that changed were the Soul-Devouring Manor and the Flame Dragon City. Among the 108 cities of the Soul-Devouring Manor, only the Soul-Devouring City was still in Emperor Yu's hands. The rest of the small cities all obeyed Emperor Yu's orders under Li Tao's hint. Many of the small cities even openly expressed their rebellion. The Flame Dragon City originally had millions of citizens. Now, there were only slightly more than 100,000 people in the huge city, and half of them were the Yi family army. 1/3 of the 100,000 Yi family army defected. Even some of the elders in the city had left quietly. Emperor Yu and the Thunder Emperor weren't surprised at all when their subordinates defected. They didn't stop them either. They also knew that it was very likely that after several tens of thousands of years, most of the citizens in the Soul-Devouring City and the Flame Dragon City would leave. They didn't blame those who defected because they knew that once the Star Sovereign came out of seclusion, the 2 cities would be turned into ruins, and they would all be buried with him. The divine world was very lucky in this planar war. The sky didn't suddenly send down a divine decree bestowed by the laws of heaven and earth to let the divine world participate in this planar war. Otherwise, the Thunder Emperor and Emperor Yu believed that once the planar war started, the Star Sovereign would definitely come out of seclusion. Even if they didn't die, they would be sent to the planar war as cannon fodder. In the void outside the plane of the divine world, a golden 9-story pagoda flew rapidly. It didn't fly towards the divine world. Instead, it flew into a place surrounded by spatial vortexes. Finally, it flew in between 2 spatial vortexes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the Soul Emperor Pavilion entered the reincarnation mystic realm through a weak spot in the void, countless figures flew out of Reincarnation Island at lightning speed. At the same time, countless experts from the 3 great continents flew towards Reincarnation Island. All the experts in the human plane were alarmed. They're back. They're back. Father and the others are back. Mother, father, and uncle are back. I, the demon devourer demon, finally have a father. Dozens of people stood in the sky. Most of them were women. All of them were excited and their eyes were burning. Many of them had tears in their eyes. After more than 3,000 years, they were finally back. Buzz. The sky trembled. Mo Xiao, who was still in seclusion, came out. She was still dressed in a green robe. Her beautiful eyes were so bright that it made people forget about her appearance. Her divine sense locked onto the Soul Emperor Pavilion. A moment later, a look of disappointment and bitterness flashed in her eyes. She turned her head to look at Yu Qingcheng and the others with burning eyes. She couldn't bear to turn her head away. Yu Qingcheng was the most meticulous. When she felt Mo Xiaoxiao's gaze, her heart sank. Then, she saw 3 familiar figures flash out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Her entire body swayed and she almost fell from the sky. Mother, that doesn't look like father. Beside Fireworks was a beautiful woman who looked very much like Fireworks. She frowned and looked at the only man among the 3 who came down from the Soul Emperor Pavilion. She didn't feel that he looked like the man that Fireworks had described to her since she was young, so she asked curiously. However, when she turned her head to look at Fireworks, who was still as beautiful as ever, she found that Fireworks's face was covered in tears. Her eyes were filled with grief and she was sobbing. Chapter 11:27. My lord, the archangel is summoning all the archangels in the city to gather outside the Temple of Light. In the light plane, Yi Qinghan was sitting with Pandora in the inner courtyard. Yi Qinghan was leisurely reading a book, while Pandora was fiddling with a few strange flowers that she had been raising for a long time. A maid walked in quickly and respectfully to Yi Qinghan. There was a hint of fear in her eyes. Oh, is the planar war finally about to begin? Yi Qinghan put down his book and stood up happily. His face was full of excitement as he looked outside with a knife-like gaze. He said solemnly, I've been waiting for this day for 3,000 years. Phew, Pandora, wait for me at home. Don't worry, Raraba. As long as I pass through the planar war and return to my plane, I will naturally release your soul fire and restore your freedom. Yi Qinghan looked at the kneeling maid and was in a good mood. He gave her an affirmative answer. Then his body slowly transformed, and his soul aura also began to change. His originally delicate face became incomparably handsome, and his green hair turned golden. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinghan had become Lakri. Walking out of the mansion, Yi Qinghan quickly flew out of the Temple of Light, keeping a low profile along the way. Even when he met the archangels he knew along the way, he only nodded at them. The archangels in the city of Athens had obviously received the notice and were all rushing to the Temple of Light. The Temple of Light was the residence of the god of light, Dies. Outside the temple, countless archangels had already gathered. Yi Qinghan landed and then stood in a corner, keeping a low profile. He did not talk to anyone and pretended to close his eyes to rest, but in fact, his divine sense was quietly probing his surroundings. This was the last hurdle, and this time the god of light was very likely to appear. He did not want his identity to be exposed at the last moment. That would be, damn it. An hour later, there were no more archangels flying over. Clearly, all of them had arrived. Only then did the archangel fly over leisurely. Yi Qinghan checked and found that there were more than 100 archangels. He thought to himself that heaven was really full of talents. This was only one main city. Heaven had 12 main cities. Also, it was said that a lot of archangels died during the planar war god battle. Lachlan, you've been awesome recently. You actually didn't accompany me? Do you want this lord to talk to Dick and let you go to the vanguard as cannon fodder? A flirtatious voice drifted over. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes a little and looked at the woman who had quietly appeared beside him. He smiled bitterly and transmitted his voice to her. You slut! Are you itching again? Do you think I won't beat you to death? Annie twisted her plump buttocks. She didn't forget to throw flirtatious glances at the archangels in the distance with a pair of foxy eyes. She pinched Yi Qinghan's waist with one hand and said, Hee hee, you're so boring. You're so low-key in front of outsiders. But you're so domineering in front of me. Alright, Lachlan, how's your strength training going? Yi Qinghan's expression didn't change. He lowered his head and looked like he was submitting to Annie's despotic power. He transmitted his voice back. If you don't protect me, I'll definitely die. Do as you see fit. If you continue to pinch me, do you believe I won't *CK you to death tonight? You want this Lord to protect you. Let's see if you work hard tonight. If you can *CK me to death, then you're good. Annie laughed, and the two archangels at the side felt their hearts waver. They couldn't help but look at Yi Qinghan with jealousy. In their hearts, they were cursing Yi Qinghan for being such a good-for-nothing who relied on his face and this woman to live off a woman. Yi Qinghan was about to say something, but he was alarmed and quickly retracted his divine sense. At the same time, he replaced all the god power in his body with the power of light. He didn't dare to move or think recklessly. He just stood there obediently. Buzz! An enormous divine power suddenly descended outside the lookout hall. All the archangels quickly became solemn and didn't dare to breathe loudly. Even Annie's expression turned serious. The planar war will begin in half a month. Each of you will lead a team of 10,000 people and gather here. In this planar war, only victory is allowed, no defeat is allowed. A deep voice sounded in everyone's mind, and then the pressure disappeared quietly as if it had never descended. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to move, nor did he dare to use his divine sense to probe. He just stood there respectfully. Even when the pressure disappeared, he still didn't dare to move. Only when Annie poked his waist did he come back to his senses. Let's go. What are you still standing there for? Annie looked at Yi Qinghan with some reproach, as if blaming him for acting so well. Yi Qinghan looked around and saw countless archangels flying outside. Only then did he know that the god of light had finished speaking. He heaved a sigh of relief. This round was finally over. It seemed that this ghost transformation could even fool the probing of a level 9 powerhouse. Under the jealous gazes of countless people, Yi Qinghan and Annie flew out together. However, halfway through, Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice. The Lord wants us to bring 10,000 people. What should we do? Idiot, just go to a few lower worlds and find some people to replace them. These are just cannon fodder. The real main force is us. Wrong, it's the Lord and the others. Annie snorted coldly. She was a little curious. Lackley used to be a very smart person. Why was he so muddle-headed now? However, Yi Qinghan's eyes turned and his expression turned cold. He shouted, "Looking for a beating? How dare you call me an idiot? You stupid woman. Don't you understand what I mean? Ask your subordinates to help me find 10,000 people. I don't have time to go to the lower worlds." Once Yi Qinghan's manly aggressiveness was released, Annie immediately softened. She said with some grievance, "Sure, you only know how to bully others. If you don't come tonight, I will help you find 10,000 of the lowest level cannon fodder." We'll talk about it later. It depends on your performance." Yi Qinghan waved his hand and flew away. Annie was so angry that she wanted to smash Yi Qinghan down. She looked at Yi Qinghan with love and hatred, then turned and flew back to her mansion. Half a month later, Yi Qinghan brought Pandora, who was disguised as a man, out of the mansion and flew toward Annie's. Outside Annie's mansion, there were already 20,000 people ready to go. They were all 6th and 7th grade war god level war gods. Yi Qinghan nodded with satisfaction and let Pandora enter one of the groups. He then smiled at Annie and transmitted his voice. "Not bad. Much better than what I found." Annie transmitted her voice proudly. "Hee. As long as you continue to work hard, I will ensure that you don't die in the dimensional battlefield. Remember, on the battlefield outside, don't wander around. If you die, I will be sad. Get lost. Motherf *Cur. Are you cursing me to die?" Yi Qinghan's face immediately darkened. He then waved at the people Annie had prepared for him and led them to the Shrine of Light. The 20,000 experts from the material plane were extremely excited. They followed Annie and Yi Qinghan and flew toward the Shrine of Light. They were ready to worship their great lord and the upcoming holy war. However, they did not expect that they would all be cannon fodder. Perhaps, after the first round of confrontation, they would turn into ashes and stay in the dimensional battlefield forever. Chapter 11:28. This is the planar battlefield? Such a strong killing intent, such a desolate aura. Yi Qinghan looked at the sky and the vast land in front of him and sighed in his heart. Although he had a general understanding of the planar battlefield from Lackley's memories, he still felt a different feeling when he was teleported here. The planar battlefield was also known as the Hell Plane. There were no mountains of corpses or the smell of blood in the air. There was only an omnipresent pressure that made one feel a sense of heaviness and desolation from the depths of one's soul. It was as if this was the end of the world, the final resting place of humans. Why is the space here so stable? My divine sense is so powerful, but it can only reach 10,000 miles? Suddenly, Yi Qinghan's eyes narrowed as he discovered something extremely shocking. His soul was definitely the strongest in the immortal world. Even Monarch Yanran and Mo Xiaoxiao weren't as strong as him. After cultivating the God-Slayer spear for over 2,000 years, Xiao Chen's origin energy had doubled. His soul C had also continued to expand. However, the increase in his soul C was very slow, as if it had reached a bottleneck. But according to the Battle Emperor's estimation, his current soul level had definitely reached the peak of grade 9. But now, his divine sense could only reach 10,000 miles? Annie, what's the furthest your divine sense can reach? Yi Qinghan turned and asked Annie. Annie, this slut, was very obsessed with his Yi family spear recently. She actually brought him along when they came to the planar battlefield. About 10 miles? Why are you asking this? Annie looked at this man curiously. After being teleported here, she seemed to have a feeling that this man had changed. He wasn't as low profile as usual, nor did he continue to act like a coward. Instead, he was like a treasured sword that had been unsheathed, showing off his abilities. Yi Qinghan nodded slightly. It seemed like it wasn't his problem. Annie's soul strength was not bad, but he didn't expect it to only be able to reach 10 miles. His soul strength was 100 times that of hers, which was already very heaven-defying. The space here was indeed special. It was definitely more stable than the endless void by 100 times. The space in this place is so stable. I wonder if it will affect the use of the power of space. Yi Qinghan thought to himself. The sharpness that had just been released from his body began to retract. He became as low-key and honest as before. He stood beside Annie with a charming smile on his face. He was a typical gigolo who relied on his face to make a living. Shoo! In the empty space on the left, a huge transportation formation started to teleport people continuously. Every time it teleported tens of thousands of people, it was a great angel leading 10,000 cultivators. After these people came out, they immediately lined up neatly in the open space. Yi Qinghan quietly observed and found that the heaven plane was truly powerful. It hadn't been long since the teleportation started, but it had already teleported over 200 archangels. If all of them were teleported, there would be at least 400 to 500 archangels. 4 to 500 venerables. How many venerables did the god world have? Yi Qinghan carefully looked around. This was a very big valley, surrounded by black mountains on 3 sides, and there was only one way out. According to Lackery, there was an inexplicable restriction in the sky. Even if a 9th-grade supreme martial artist dared to fly hundreds of miles up in the sky, they would be killed. Yi Qinghan had a rough understanding of the dimensional war from Lackery. There were no rules in the dimensional war. The only way to win was to kill a lot of people. The more you killed, the more you could win. Yi Qinghan thought of the Fire Dragon Continent's Prefecture War and found that there were many similar places. It was the same as killing people to get badges and points. It was the same final battle, except that the Fire Dragon Continent's Prefecture War paled in comparison to the Dimensional War. Moreover, there were more martial artists here, and they were stronger. The time was also longer, a whole 100 years. According to the Archangel, there were a total of 100 big planes participating in the Dimensional War this time. The 50 planes that obtained the most points would be the victors, and they would be qualified to attack the losing plane. At the same time, the 9th-grade experts of the planes that killed the most people and obtained the most points would also be rewarded by the law of heaven and earth. Yi Qinghan was not interested in the dimensional war. He was only interested in going home, so he did not ask Annie about the treasures that the law of heaven and earth would reward the 9th grade experts. 2 hours later, the white light finally stopped. Yi Qinghan also withdrew his thoughts. He quietly leaned toward Annie and shrank back. At the same time, he restrained his aura and hid his aura with Annie's. In the wide valley, there were already 400 to 500 archangels gathered, and 4 to 5 million Emperor God experts. Of course, among these 4 to 5 million Emperor God experts, there were strong and weak ones. The team led by Yi Qinghan and Annie was considered to be a strong team. However, Yi Qinghan also found out that some of them had brought a group of martial artists at the peak of 7th grade war gods. Swish! The transportation formation paused for a moment. Then it lit up again. This time, everyone present knelt on one knee and shouted respectfully in unison, "Greetings, God of Light." 6 figures appeared in the transportation formation. Yi Qinghan did not dare to use his divine sense to examine them, so he could not determine their specific strength. These 6 people did not even look at the millions of people kneeling on the ground. Only one of them shouted, "This dimensional war can only be won. Defeat is not allowed." Everyone listened to the command of the archangel leading the team. "Let's go." Before the voice died away, the 6 figures flew toward the only exit in front of them. They did not fly very high, only a height of 100 meters. Their speed was extremely fast. When Yi Qinghan raised his head, he could only see the backs of the 6 dazzling figures. Following that, the 6 archangels commanded the archangels under them to lead their respective armies and fly out of the valley in an orderly manner. Huh? Not leaving some armies to guard the transportation formation? What if someone teleports to the heaven plane through the transportation formation? Yi Qinghan and Annie's team were arranged at the back. Yi Qinghan saw that most of the armies had flown out. It seemed like the archangels had no intention of leaving anyone behind to guard the transportation formation. Idiot! This transportation formation cannot be activated without the cooperation of at least 3 gods of light. Lachri, sometimes you are very smart, but sometimes you are so stupid that it's cute. Annie looked at Yi Qinghan, amused and annoyed at the same time. She covered her mouth and teased him. Then how did the creatures from the other dimension attack heaven? Yi Qinghan asked even more doubtfully. You don't even know this? From the center of the dimensional war, Mount Pan. Annie shot him a disdainful look, as if mocking Yi Qinghan's ignorance. Mount Pan? What a weird name. Yi Qinghan shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. Lachri did not know about this. Annie was laughing at Lachri. If Annie was stupid, it was Lachri who was stupid. It had nothing to do with him. You said that 3 gods of light are required to work together to activate it. Annie, is it the same for other dimensions? Yi Qinghan suddenly recalled Annie's words and was shocked. His expression changed slightly. 3 gods of light. Didn't that mean that the transportation formation in the divine realm also required 3 rank 9? Of course it's the same. This is the rule of the dimensional war. What's wrong? Why are you acting so strangely today, Lachlan? Annie looked at Yi Qinghan, who was acting strangely, suspiciously. Yi Qinghan saw Annie's suspicious gaze and quickly covered it up. What if all the gods of light die in battle? Won't we not be able to go back? Sure, do you want to die? How dare you curse the gods of light? Annie quickly covered Yi Qinghan's mouth. Although both of them spoke softly and Annie had activated her god territory, the gods of light were omnipotent. However, the god of light possessed remarkable abilities and had yet to fly far. If she were to be heard, she would be implicated. She did not dare to speak anymore and quickly transmitted her voice. You idiot! If you can't win, you can surrender. Surrendering is equivalent to admitting defeat. For example, if there are only 3 gods of light left in the dimensional war, they will immediately admit defeat. Do you understand? Oh! Yi Qinghan nodded like a chick pecking at grains. He did not dare to speak anymore, but his heart was burning with anxiety. 3 gods of light. Didn't that mean that even if he found the transportation formation in the divine realm, he could not activate it? Then what was the point of him coming to the dimensional war? Chapter 11:29. No. Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. He thought of a person, the Battle Emperor. The Battle Emperor had participated in many dimensional wars. He definitely knew that it was impossible to open the teleportation formation without 3 9th-grade warriors. But he didn't stop him when he said he wanted to come to the dimensional battlefield. Could it be that he had a way? Kid, what are you worrying about? With me here, it will be easy to open the teleportation formation for you. Have you forgotten who I am? The Battle Emperor's message came quickly. His words were full of arrogance and mockery. Yi Qinghan was stunned for a moment, but then he felt relieved. The Battle Emperor was the #1 person in the divine realm in terms of restrictions. If he said he could open the teleportation formation, then there must be no problem. The teleportation formation of the divine realm is in the southeast, in the lava canyon. There is lava all around, so it will be easy to find. But you must remember to be careful of the restrictions in this dimensional battlefield. If you feel that it is dangerous, don't step into it. Some restrictions can teleport people, some can trap people, and some can kill people directly. There are many restrictions here that I don't understand. Don't send me any more messages. Wait until you reach a safe place. The Battle Emperor reminded him again and didn't send any more messages. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to ask too much. After all, Annie was by his side, and the 6 light gods were not far away. Not long after, it was finally Yi Qinghan's group's turn. Yi Qinghan glanced at Pandora, who was disguised as an ordinary man, and transmitted a message to her, telling her to follow him closely. Pandora was obviously a little nervous. Although she had refined the high-grade divine crystal, she didn't like to study martial arts. Her real strength was probably no match for a god king. The only good thing about her was her flying speed, which could barely reach the speed of a 5th-grade war god. More than 100,000 people flew out of the canyon. Yi Qinghan paid special attention to the inside of the canyon. In the end, only a legion of 10,000 people and a great angel were left behind. The rest of the people left. After flying for half an hour, the field of view in front of them widened. What appeared in front of them was an endless mountain range. These mountain ranges were incomparably tall, and the sight of them was enough to cause one's heart to palpitate. The tallest mountain peak reached the sky above the restrictive spell, and because of the restrictive spell, one couldn't even see the peak. The terrain in front of them was extremely complicated, and one couldn't even see the end of it. The teleportation portal to the plane of heaven was located at the foot of one of the mountains. Currently, the 6 radiant and holy gods hovered there, radiating shocking auras that made them look like 6 dazzling suns. Behind them were powerful experts from the plane of heaven. When the last legion came out of the canyon, the 6 light deities flew straight toward the mountain range. They were as fast as lightning, and their auras were extremely domineering. Under the command of the 6 archangels, millions of people were divided into 6 large legions and followed the 6 light gods into the mountain range in an orderly manner. There were very few ancient trees in the mountain range, and there were even fewer flowers and grasses. There were only black rocks everywhere, and many of the rocks had traces of battles. After Yi Qinghan and the others reached the top of the mountain range, they found that the radiant and holy gods weren't flying. Archangel Dick ordered everyone to descend, and passed down a message that no one was allowed to fly more than 1,000 meters in the air, or else they would die. After landing, Yi Qinghan quietly used his divine sense to scan the area 1,000 meters above the mountain range. There were many places where he sensed danger, and it seemed there were many restrictive spells hidden in the air. My divine sense can't scan far? I can't fly? The terrain is so complicated. It seems this planar war is going to be interesting. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly. Millions of people walking through the complicated terrain of the mountain range had no idea whether or not they would run into enemies from other planes. It was very likely that danger was hidden everywhere. This kind of battle was much more interesting than tens of millions of people flying in a straight line. Of course, it was also much more dangerous. Yi Qinghan followed the main legion through the mountain range at high speed. He didn't ask anything, nor did he dare to spread out his divine sense. He only secretly observed the surrounding terrain. The legion he led was in the middle of the main legion. Even if there were enemies attacking, there were 6 radiant gods above them. After walking for 10 days and crossing dozens of large mountain ranges, they actually didn't run into any enemies. Not even a demonic beast or magical beast. After 10 days, the 6 radiant gods in front stopped. They were at the foot of a huge mountain. The mountain was so huge that Yi Qinghan couldn't see the sides with his naked eye. There were countless caves at the foot of the mountain, and they were extremely huge. This is the Planar War's Demon Mountain. In the next 90 years, you will enter in batches and fight with the experts of the other existential planes. Only by continuously killing the experts of the other existential planes will you be able to survive. Only then will you be able to earn meritorious deeds, generous rewards, and a vast amount of treasures. Finally, you will be qualified to become an archangel or even a disciple of a chief god. Remember, after entering, each legion can only return after obtaining at least 10,000 merit points. Those who return without merit points will be killed without mercy. After earning enough merit points, you can leave. Remember, the passageway leading to our demon mountain has white walls on the left and black walls on the right. Don't go the wrong way, or you will never come back. After entering, you must be extremely careful not to step on the teleportation restriction. Otherwise, if you are teleported into the legion of creatures from other planes, only death awaits you. Each legion is divided into 10 smaller legions, and they will support each other from the front and back. Don't move together, and don't stray too far from each other. When fighting, you must listen to the Archangel's commands, or else your entire family will be wiped out. And remember, the 6 archangels began to disseminate knowledge about Demon Mountain to the warriors in their respective legions. Yi Qinghan listened attentively to Dick's explanation. He had learned some information from Lacri, and now with Dick's explanation he was completely clear. There were 108 Demon Mountains, and they were all connected, forming a circle around the city. Within the Demon Mountains was an incomparably huge open space, and that was the battlefield of the final battle. In the center of the battlefield was Mount Pan, the center of the planar war. Receive the reward and attack the entrance to the other planes. The planar war lasted for 100 years. In the first 90 years, all the participants were not qualified to enter the battlefield of the final battle. They could only fight in the other 100 Demon Mountains to earn points. Of course, they could also fight outside the Demon Mountains. However, the people of the major planes preferred to fight inside the Demon Mountains. Outside the Demon Mountains, firstly, the terrain was complex, and it was difficult to encounter enemies. Secondly, there were too many restrictions in the sky. When fighting, it was easy to trigger the restrictions and be killed. To Yi Qinghan, the battles inside the Demon Mountains were actually far more ferocious than the final battle. This was because one could surrender in the final battle, but one couldn't surrender inside the Demon Mountains. If one didn't earn enough points in the Demon Mountains, they couldn't return. If they encountered creatures from other planes, they could either kill the other party or die themselves. 6 hours later, all the warriors had firmly memorized the Archangel's explanations, and each Archangel began to command 1/3 of the legion to enter the pitch-black, huge cave in front of them. Of the 6 light gods, 3 took the lead and walked into the cave. The other 3 light gods suddenly disappeared from the scene. Clearly, they had entered their spatial divine items to rest. Laclay, if we are picked to enter, you will follow me. Don't worry about your legion. If those low-level warriors die, so be it. After we enter, listen to me. Otherwise, it will be very easy for people to die inside. Annie transmitted her voice to Yi Qinghan, and Yi Qinghan hurriedly nodded. In his heart, he had a good impression of this slut. Although he was not sure if this slut had taken a fancy to his people, or because his Yi clan spear was fierce enough, but no matter what, she still took care of him. If there was a chance, he would still help her. Yi Qinghan and the others seemed to be very lucky. The first team to enter the Demon Mountains did not draw a 2-man legion. Out of the 4 to 5 million people, 1 million people followed the 3 light gods and countless archangels into the pitch-black cave and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1130. Looking at the million warriors entering the Demon Mountain, Yi Qinghan felt a little anxious, but he did not dare to move. Dick had said that the second round of armies entering the Demon Mountain would be 10 years later. At this moment, It was as if he could see a path leading home in front of him. He could only watch, but he could not move. Thousands of years have passed. 10 years won't make a difference. After a while, Yi Qinghan's emotions calmed down. He forced himself not to look at the cave in the Demon Mountain. Instead, he sat cross-legged like everyone else, preparing to cultivate while waiting for the next round. Lak Yuri, enter my spatial divine item. 10 years is not a short time. Annie, who was not far away, suddenly sent a voice transmission. Yi Qinghan saw her wave her hand, and then a small teleportation door appeared on the empty ground. Some of the archangels in the distance also released teleportation doors and entered their own spatial divine items. There were 3 gods of light here and so many archangels. Even if there were experts from other dimensions, they would be killed immediately if they accidentally barged in. As for the main army, they came from outside the Demon Mountain, so they were more imposing and easier to detect. Therefore, the archangels arranged for some spies to walk around, so that everyone could rest in peace and cultivate hard. Pandora, let's go. Yi Qinghan nodded at Pandora, who was behind him, and led her towards Annie's teleportation door. He is. Annie had seen Pandora before, but he was not very powerful and did not look very good. Since Yi Qinghan did not explain, she did not ask. Annie asked curiously when Yi Qinghan actually brought him into his spatial divine item. He's my cousin. I brought him out to see the world. Pandora greets Lady Annie. Yi Qinghan explained casually, and Pandora bowed obediently. Seeing that Yi Qinghan did not want to say more, Annie did not ask. She winked at Yi Qinghan and walked in. That pretty boy only knows how to lick Lady Annie's toes. Lak Yuri relies on his face. What about Dora? Jealous? Who told your parents to not give you a good look? Get lost. Who knows how many people that slut Annie has slept with? I don't care. After Yi Qinghan and Annie disappeared, countless angels and cultivators nearby revealed envious gazes. Occasionally, people would discuss them, but most of them were curses. Yi Qinghan and Pandora felt a flash of white light, and they arrived at a small palace. The interior of the palace was magnificent. However, it was very small, even smaller than the carefree pavilion. Inside the palace, there was a hall and 4 rooms. Yi Qinghan let Pandora enter one of the rooms to rest, while he sat in the hall and dealt with the slut Annie. You are a man that I love and hate at the same time. You are poison. My Lady Annie has probably been poisoned by you. I have not been alone with you for a few days, and I actually feel uncomfortable all over. Lak Yuri, Demon Mountain is so dangerous. If you die, how will Annie live? After Pandora left, Annie immediately twisted her full buttocks and sat on Yi Qinghan's thighs. She kept twisting and moving, rubbing against Yi Qinghan's shaft. 2 snow-white hands wrapped around Yi Qinghan's neck, and half of her chest leaned on him. Her eyes were like silk, and her breath smelled like orchids. She looked extremely slutty. Slut, don't think I don't know how many handsome men you have hooked up with all these years. With your lousy acting skills, you want to fool me? I was known as the young woman killer back then. The number of young women I have played with is no less than the number of men you have played with. Yi Qinghan slapped Annie's full buttocks and snorted coldly, his face filled with displeasure. Annie's face alternated between red and white, feeling extremely embarrassed. A trace of anger flashed in her eyes, but she softened after a moment. She looked at Yi Qinghan with hidden bitterness and said, You are always cultivating and not accompanying me. I am too lonely. If we can return safely this time, you can stay in my residence. Annie guarantees that I will treat you wholeheartedly. Let's talk about it when we return. Yi Qinghan looked at Annie's seductive face and sighed in his heart. He was afraid that they would never meet again. If he died, would the slut cry for him, or would she immediately turn around and look for a new target? Don't worry. Under normal circumstances, in Demon Mountain, main god-level experts will take the initiative to fight with experts of the same level. They will disdain to kill experts of our level. As for experts of our level, even if I am no match for them, I will still have no problem staying alive. Annie said confidently. Back then, the god of light, Dies, had a one-night stand with her and had given her a sacred weapon. With this weapon, although her strength was not at Dick's level, she would have no problem staying alive. These things, let's talk about it in the future. Yi Qinghan hugged Annie's waist with both hands and helped her stand up. Then he tore her robe violently. At the same time, he lifted his own robe and aimed at the cave entrance. Then, he hugged Annie tightly and sat down. He was very clear that if he did not feed this slut, he would not be able to cultivate in peace. This was why Annie had asked him to enter this spatial god tool. So, he could only play along with her helplessly. 6 hours later, Yi Qinghan threw Annie, who had turned into a puddle of water, onto a soft chair and walked confidently towards Pandora's room. After opening the barrier in the room, Pandora stood up with a complicated expression. She was a little happy, a little shy, and most of all, a little jealous. Her body wriggled and she turned back into a fresh and cute little beauty. Her face was flushed red. She had clearly heard the battle between Yi Qinghan and Annie just now. Could not be helped. She did not know how to open the barrier. Most importantly, Annie's wanton moans almost shattered this small palace. Pandora, don't blame me. I had no choice. I will explain these things to you in detail in the future. Yi Qinghan said to Pandora with a little guilt. However, after saying that, he felt a little awkward. He had said it smoothly, and it had become the future again. Okay. Pandora did not say much. She only held on to Yi Qinghan's hand and quietly leaned against him. Yi Qinghan pulled Pandora to sit on the bed and let Pandora lie on him. He began to secretly transmit his voice to the Battle Emperor. Senior Battle Emperor, do you know about the Devil Mountain? I am now outside the Devil Mountain in a spatial artifact. The God of Light should not be able to detect me. I know. If you want to go to the Divine Realm's teleportation portal, you have to go through the Devil Mountain to find it. The Battle Emperor transmitted his voice confidently. But there are 108 Devil Mountains. How do I know which passage leads to the Divine Realm's teleportation portal? Yi Qinghan was very puzzled. Although he did not know what the situation in the Devil Mountain was like, just looking at the size of the mountain, one could imagine the number of passages in it. However, just by looking at the size of the Devil Mountain, one could imagine how many passageways there must be within. With so many passageways and countless teleportation restrictions, how was one going to find the teleportation array that led to the Divine World? The Battle Emperor pondered for a moment and transmitted his voice. I don't know either. I only know that one side of the passage leading to the Divine Realm is light purple and the other side is light blue. What color is the passage on your side? Yi Qinghan hurriedly transmitted his voice. White and black. I've never seen white and black. In fact, I've only entered the Devil Mountain once. It was mostly to participate in the final battle. I can't help you with this. There are countless passages in the Devil Mountain, and many of them lead to teleportation barriers. You can only try your luck. If you can find the light purple and light blue passage, I can help you find the way back to the Divine Realm's teleportation portal. Remember, it's light purple and light blue, not purple and blue. The color is not deep. The Battle Emperor transmitted his voice solemnly. Yi Qinghan's expression turned solemn. The Battle Emperor had said that it would be extremely difficult to return to the Divine Realm. Before entering the Devil Mountain, Yi Qinghan already felt that it would be extremely difficult to ascend to the heavens. Not to mention the countless 9th grade experts and fatal barriers, it would be extremely difficult to even find the passage to the Divine Realm. Even if he found the teleportation portal and the Battle Emperor helped him enter the Nifa's abyss, he didn't know if Shinta Xiong would immediately discover him. Yi Qinghan sighed deeply and opened his eyes. The light in his eyes became more and more resolute. He murmured, "No matter how difficult it is, I will go back. If I don't go back, I would rather die." Chapter 1131. It was peaceful outside the Demon Mountain. There were no experts from other planes suddenly attacking the army from the Heaven Plane. Only 2 cultivators from the other planes who got lucky accidentally took the wrong path and walked out of the cave. They startled a few archangels and were instantly torn to shreds. Both Yi Qinghan and Annie were alarmed, but it was not their turn to attack. The first one was a creature from another plane that looked like a demon beast. It looked very ugly, with a dozen legs and 8 eyes. Before Yi Qinghan could get a clear look, he was smashed into pieces by 2 archangels wielding light divine power that resembled a scorching sun. The second one was actually a metal man. His whole body was metal. It was attacked by 3 archangels and torn apart. Then, it turned into countless small metal men and ran away crazily. It was very strange. In the end, it was surrounded by everyone and turned into a puddle of molten iron. Yi Qinghan was very curious about the creatures from other planes. Of course, he wanted to observe their attack methods so that he could fight them in the Demon Mountain in the future. The Emperor of War said that there were thousands of planes in this world. Each plane had countless small planes attached to it. There were all kinds of strange creatures. Yi Qinghan sat in the small palace in Annie's spatial artifact. Suddenly, a very strange thought came to his mind. He thought of his previous life. Earth. Was Earth a plane? Was Earth a small material plane attached to a large plane? And were there cultivators on Earth? Yi Qinghan thought of the characters in the myths of his previous life. He thought of Pangu splitting heaven and earth, Nuwa mending the sky, the Jade Emperor, and Buddha. He thought of the pyramids in Egypt, Bermuda, the hanging gardens of Babylon, the many miracles, and many things that science could not explain. He couldn't help but feel more suspicious. Since his soul had transmigrated, it meant that the myths and legends were true. Now, he had the ability to flip the sky and the sea. He could easily do many things that science could not explain. Those miracles in his previous life, those things that science could not explain, could be easily explained. The more Yi Qinghan thought about it, the more likely it was. Maybe there were experts and cultivators on Earth in the past. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain so many miracles left behind. That's right. Hadn't there been 2 ice ages in Earth's history? Could it be that the world was destroyed by a powerful expert because of the divine punishment? The previous civilization had been completely destroyed. It should be known that the current civilization on Earth had only been around for a few thousand years. Yi Qinghan carefully deduced and felt that the possibility was very high. It was just that he didn't have the chance to verify it. He thought to himself that if his strength reached the level where he could travel freely in the void, he would definitely search for black holes everywhere in the future. He might even be able to find Earth. Sigh. It's useless to think about this now. It was better to solve the current crisis first. Let's not talk about whether or not I can return to the divine world after reaching that realm. Now that I've been chased out of the divine world, I'd better think of a way to kill my way back. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly and shook his head. There were a lot of things to do at the moment, but he was still thinking about something so far away. He quickly stopped thinking about it. There was only 1 year left before the second round of selection for Demon Mountain would begin. During these years, Yi Qinghan also discovered that many cultivators had come out. However, up until now, only 600,000 people had come out. This time, many people must have died in the Demon Mountain. He looked at Pandora, who was sitting beside him and being forced to comprehend the second volume of the Netherworld transformation. Yi Qinghan sighed deeply and his eyes dimmed. There was a reason why he had always been unwilling to have Pandora. Because if he crawled Pandora into the dimensional battlefield with him, he would die. Now, his worries had become reality. There were countless experts in the Demon Mountain. Even he couldn't guarantee his survival. The possibility of Pandora dying with him was very high, although the War Imperial Palace was a very powerful spatial divine tool. Once he fought with a powerful enemy and caused a strong spatial tremor, Pandora would immediately be shaken out. If the enemy was very strong or there were many of them, he might not be able to take care of Pandora and ultimately die. Thinking of the 1,000,000 people that entered and only a few 100,000 came out, Yi Qinghan's heart sank. The strength of Pandora's soul was too low. It was almost impossible for her to comprehend the second volume of the Netherworld transformation. Hence, if he wanted her to change her appearance and soul aura, it would be extremely difficult. After thinking for a moment, Yi Qinghan still couldn't find a good solution. He had specially asked the Battle Emperor about this. Sadly, the Battle Emperor had no solution. No matter how strong the restrictions of the War Imperial Palace were, it was only a spatial divine tool. If it was the Eternal Palace, there might still be a solution. Shaking his head, Yi Qinghan didn't think too much about it. Now that he had entered the dimensional battlefield, he understood the general situation of the Demon Mountain. Pandora had already followed him in. There was no other solution. They could only deal with whatever came their way. When the time came, they would deal with it as it came. Closing his eyes again, Yi Qinghan started to look into his soul space. This soul space was still expanding. The amount of origin energy was terrifying. Right now, it wouldn't be a problem to wrap his body in tens of layers. His soul sea continued to expand, but the strength of his soul didn't increase. It was stuck at the peak of the 9th grade. With regards to this, Yi Qinghan was already very satisfied. Leaving aside the question of whether there were creatures with such a powerful soul in other planes, there was only one in the divine realm. Origin energy. That's right. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. With so much origin energy, could he wrap Pandora's body in it as well? If he could, Pandora's life would be greatly guaranteed. He could carry Pandora on his back and use the origin energy to cover the two of them. It was definitely feasible. Yi Qinghan rubbed his hands. His entire body was filled with excitement. Why didn't he think of this before? He had so much origin energy. Not to mention Pandora's petite body. Even if he was carrying a cow on his back, his origin energy would be enough to cover it. Although the origin force could only be placed on the surface of one's body, it was extremely difficult to place it on one's back and form an encirclement to envelop Pandora, as well as stabilize it. But since the origin energy could be placed outside his body, there must be a way to control it. As soon as he thought of it, Yi Qinghan first sent a voice transmission to the Battle Emperor, asking if he had any secret techniques to control the origin energy. In the end, the Battle Emperor's voice transmission disappointed Yi Qinghan. Countless venerables in the divine realm did not have a way to control the origin energy. Even a peak venerable would not have too much origin energy. Everyone only used the origin energy to protect their body or attach it to their weapons to attack the enemy. In the divine realm, there was no one like Yi Qinghan who had an endless amount of origin energy. Yi Qinghan then walked out of the room to ask Annie. The experts in the heaven plane did not have much origin energy, and no one had researched the method to control it. Yi Qinghan had no choice but to explore it himself. He controlled the origin energy to flow continuously from his soul space to his palm. At first, he let the origin energy condense into a battle knife in his palm, then let the knife continue to grow. But when the origin energy grew to half a meter long, it suddenly became unstable. Even with the strength of Yi Qinghan's soul, it was still very difficult to control it. Yi Qinghan was not discouraged. There was still a year. He did not believe that he could not even find a simple method to control the origin energy. He controlled the origin energy to condense again and again, letting the origin energy condense into all kinds of weapons and shapes. Using the strength of his soul, he forcefully controlled the origin energy to condense all kinds of weapons. Again and again, he simulated and experimented. Pandora, I will not let you come to any harm. I said that I would protect you for life. Looking at Pandora, who was quietly sitting cross-legged on the bed like a fresh lily, Yi Qinghan couldn't care less about the deep exhaustion that came from the depths of his soul. He clenched his teeth and continued to experiment. Chapter 1132. Phew! Han Yi Dage, Pandora is too stupid. She still hasn't comprehended the second half of the ghost transformation. Pandora has been in seclusion for a long time. Estimating that it's about time, she opens her eyes helplessly. Looking at Yi Qinghan, who is standing in the room and doing all kinds of strange movements, she sighs slightly and says with some shame, Yi Qinghan is currently still immersed in studying the method to control the power of origin. Even when Annie came to find him several times, he chased her away. Now that he hears Pandora's voice, he comes to his senses. He promptly turns his head and smiles. Pandora, don't blame yourself. The strength of your soul is too low. This isn't your problem. Come here. Come to my side. Pandora walks over in confusion. Then under Yi Qinghan's instructions, she climbs onto Yi Qinghan's back. Like an octopus, She tightly hugs Yi Qinghan. Pandora, don't be afraid. Don't move. Yi Qinghan laughs mischievously, and two powerful power of origin suddenly emerge from the sides of his body. The two power of origin are like a pair of wings, quickly emerging and forming an arc, wrapping around Pandora's body. Finally, they join together, leaving only Pandora's two slender jade legs and head outside. Pandora, do you feel uncomfortable? Although Yi Qinghan's divine sense can detect that the power of origin isn't oppressing Pandora, he still asks with concern. Pandora twists her body. Although she feels like she's bumping into an iron plate when she comes into contact with the white air, she doesn't feel anything strange. Puzzled, she asks, "It's all right. Han Yi Dage, what is this?" This is an armor that can save your life. Unfortunately, it was too late when I thought of it. In 1 year's time, this is the best I could do. But it should be enough to save your life. Yi Qinghan grinned. A year of continuous experimentation had left him mentally exhausted. Although this origin armor could only protect half of Pandora's body, it was still able to protect her. However, as long as the divine crystal did not shatter and Yi Qinghan kept Pandora's head from shattering, her life would be saved. After removing the origin armor, Yi Qinghan lay down on the bed with Pandora in his arms. He closed his eyes and rested. Over the past year, he had not rested for a single minute. Now that he had confirmed that the origin armor could greatly increase Pandora's chances of survival, he relaxed completely. Pandora looked at Yi Qinghan's delicate face and faintly furrowed brows. Her heart ached for him. She leaned half of her soft body against Yi Qinghan's and gently caressed his face, quietly accompanying him. Yi Qinghan did not rest for long. A few hours later, Annie began to summon the army outside to prepare to enter Demon Mountain. Yi Qinghan and Pandora immediately changed their appearances and followed Annie out of the spatial divine item. The moment they appeared outside, Yi Qinghan saw the chief god of Athens, Dais, and another chief god also come out of the spatial divine item. There were still hundreds of thousands of martial artists who had not come out from Demon Mountain. The three gods of light and countless archangels had come out. This time, Yi Qinghan did not fail. Both he and Annie were selected. This time, the archangels actually led their teams in. The god of light, Dais, and another god of light entered the cave first. After that, Dais called out to the dozens of archangels on his side and led their respective armies into the cave. Yi Qinghan and Annie walked in the wide cave. The cave was thousands of meters wide, and the deeper they went, the wider it got. The surrounding walls were made of the same stone as the outside, except that one side of the wall was emitting a white glow. Yi Qinghan secretly circulated his divine energy and stomped on the ground. However, he discovered that the black stone had only sunk into a small pit. He was secretly amazed at the toughness of the stone. Their two armies were divided into 20 smaller armies by Annie, and each small army had 2,000 people. The front and back echoed for tens of miles. The passageway became wider and wider, and finally Yi Qinghan came to a wide hall. This hall had a circumference of tens of acres, and the other three sides had 7 to 8 large passageways. The hundreds of thousands of martial artists who had entered this time were all gathered here. In the middle of the hall, Dais and another god of light were flying in the air. The power of light on their bodies slowly flowed like the sun. All of you remember this hall. Only by returning here can you all leave. Later, each of your armies will randomly choose a passageway to enter. As long as an army obtains 10,000 points, you can return and obtain a generous reward. I wish you all good luck, my children. Dais, who had an aquiline nose and a head of golden curly hair, opened his mouth. After saying that, Dais and the other god of light each led a small group of people and randomly chose a passageway and flew in. Shio! The moment Dais and the other god of light left, countless archangels quickly led their respective armies and entered the two passageways. If they walked the same path as the god of light, at least if they met with danger, the god of light would see them and help them. However, there were also a few armies that chose the other passageways. They knew that the passageways here extended in all directions and crisscrossed. The god of light's speed was too fast, and many armies would quickly lose track of him. Under Yi Qinghan's strong request, Annie chose the other path. Yi Qinghan was not a fool. If there was a chance to shake off the god of light, he would naturally leave immediately. As long as he understood the general situation in Demon Mountain, he would immediately leave Heaven's army. Annie's origin energy protected her body, and her divine sense constantly spread out, scouting the situation. It was just that this passageway was winding, and the black rocks were able to isolate the detection of divine sense. In the planar battlefield, his divine sense could only extend up to 10 miles. If there was an unexpected situation, he would not be able to scout ahead. He could only arrange for some martial artists to scout ahead and immediately sound the alarm if there was any situation. Annie's divine sense was not strong, but Yi Qinghan was. Annie did not even know that Yi Qinghan had secretly sent out his divine sense. After walking for 2 hours and passing through a few intersections, Annie randomly chose a path and continued forward. Yi Qinghan was having a headache, because as he walked, the walls on both sides no longer had any indication. The walls that were originally white and black became 2 black sides. After walking for a long time, they did not encounter any colored walls. Annie got people to place special tokens along the path so that when they returned, they could quickly find the right path. After walking for 3 days, Yi Qinghan was completely confused. He did not know which demon mountain he had walked into, and only knew to cover his head and follow the army. In these 3 days, they did not encounter a single planar battlefield army, but instead encountered Heaven's plane army twice. The more they walked, the more peculiar the terrain became. Some went up, some went down, and sometimes spiraled in circles. The light would be bright and sometimes dim. Sometimes the passageway would become extremely wide, and sometimes extremely narrow. Sometimes a hall would appear, and there were even more intersections. 10 days later, their army did not encounter a single planar battlefield creature. Instead, they walked into a few dead-end passageways, and hundreds of people were killed by the restrictive spells inside, and hundreds more were teleported away. Oh, they're here. We finally found planar battlefield creatures. On the 13th day, Yi Qinghan suddenly raised his eyebrows, and his body quietly emitted invisible killing intent. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Pandora, asking her to follow him closely. Chapter 1133. What's wrong? Lacry. Annie noticed Yi Qinghan's strange behavior and looked at Yi Qinghan with a strange expression. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and raised his eyebrows. He said in a deep voice, "I sense a trace of danger. There might be creatures from the alternate dimensions nearby." Huh? Annie looked at Lacry doubtfully. She had not sensed anything even though she was much stronger than him. How could Lacry have sensed it? However, it was better to be safe than sorry. Annie immediately scanned the surroundings. A moment later, her expression turned serious and she shouted, "Prepare for battle. There are creatures from the alternate dimensions ahead." At Annie's shout, the warriors in front immediately stopped in their tracks and started to defend themselves according to the spell formation they had practiced beforehand. Annie's origin energy revolved around her body and her divine power of light flourished. A giant battle axe appeared in her hand and she charged forward at lightning speed. At the same time, she transmitted her voice to Yi Qinghan. "Lacry, you command the army. Leave the creatures from the alternate dimensions to me." Ha! Although this slut has a lewd lifestyle, she is still a good person. Yi Qinghan was happy to have Annie take the lead, but he continued to use his divine sense to scan the creatures from the other planes. It was a group of creatures that looked like praying mantises. They were a meter tall and had 4 legs. On top of them were 2 giant arms that looked like iron pincers. They had 4 green eyes and walked like the wind. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Yi Qinghan secretly scanned them but did not pay much attention to them. He could roughly sense that these mantis men were not very strong. The strongest one, Yi Qinghan, was probably only a 7th grade war god. Soon, a dense mass of mantis men appeared in the dim tunnel ahead. They were so densely packed that one could not see the end of them. They emitted an aura that made people uncomfortable. The ordinary warriors of the army had obviously never seen such strange and terrifying creatures from the alternate dimensions. They were slightly timid. Ha! Annie charged forward alone. Her body bounced off the ground and flew into the air. The giant battle axe in her hand spat out a wave that was several meters tall. Her figure was graceful and her golden hair danced in the wind. She was like a goddess of war descending. Boom! Annie's axe smashed into the group of mantis men in front of her. The fierce and overbearing light divine power exploded, easily tearing apart dozens of mantis men in front of her. Green blood splattered everywhere. Annie didn't stop and charged straight into the group of mantises. She swung her giant axe around vigorously, and no one was a match for her. Ah! There's nothing scary about creatures from other planes. Everyone, let's tear them apart. The heaven core behind her saw how mighty Annie was. The mantis people looked terrifying, but they were actually so weak. In the blink of an eye, dozens of mantis people had been killed. Immediately, morale soared. The thousands of martial artists at the front brandished their weapons, radiant divine power bursting forth as they charged towards the mantis men. The mantis men appeared very weak. Although they were very fast and their pincers were as tough as divine artifacts, their attacks were very simple. They only knew how to use two pincers to attack in a straight line. When the two groups clashed, it was obvious that they were no match for the Heaven Army. The casualty ratio was very different. Often, for every Heaven Realm martial artist that died, more than 10 mantis men would die. Green and red blood flowed in the passageway. The surrounding walls were covered in blood. The smell of the mantis men's blood was very strong. It was strange, making people feel nauseous and nauseous. Yi Qinghan quietly observed the battle in front of him. He had no intention of taking action. His brows were tightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he shouted, "Annie, there's something wrong with the blood of these monsters. Have all the martial artists that have been stained by the blood retreat and break their own legs. The rest of you listen to my orders. Hold your breath. Don't smell the blood." Yi Qinghan's shout was like a clap of thunder, resounding in the passageway. Both sides of the battle jumped. Annie was also stunned, but she didn't give the order. The thousands of martial artists that were fighting were at a loss, not knowing what to do. In the end, because the mantis men beside them had already attacked, they could only continue fighting. The martial artists that weren't fighting were very obedient. All of them held their breath. Chi! 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 Suddenly, the tallest mantis man at the back of the mantis men army screamed. His voice was extremely sharp. Then all the mantis men screamed. At the same time, the green bodies of the mantis men suddenly emitted a green light. And then, something terrifying happened. The martial artists that were stained by the green blood immediately had their skin rot. Because of the sudden change, they were caught unprepared. All of them fell to the ground. Their bodies were stained by the green blood again, and their bodies began to rot. Ah! Lady Annie, save me! Lady Lockery, save me! Save me! Great God of Light, save me! Countless screams rang out. Painful wails echoed throughout the passageway. It was a terrible sight to behold. The remaining 10,000 people instantly paled and began to retreat in fear. Bastards! I'll tear you apart! Annie roared in anger and began to brandish her axe even more madly. She slaughtered her way forward, her eyes fixed on the strongest mantis man. Her power of origin and light divine power revolved around her body. Her insufferably arrogant aura made the nearby mantis men retreat in terror. Yi Qinghan wasn't worried about Annie. She had the power of origin surrounding her body. The blood couldn't touch her body, so it shouldn't hurt her. Pandora, protect yourself. Stand here and don't move. Wait for me to return. The divine power in Yi Qinghan's body turned into light divine power. Similarly, the power of origin revolved around him. The dragon source saber appeared in his hand. Like a flickering shadow, he charged forward. This kind of battle couldn't go on for too long. Otherwise, it would attract nearby enemies, which would be even more troublesome. As soon as Han Yidaran made a move, They would immediately know whether there was one or not. Yi Qinghan did his best to suppress his strength so that Annie wouldn't notice anything amiss. But he himself was a battle-hardened man. Moreover, that domineering aura couldn't be concealed no matter what. Facing this kind of low-level trash, he could kill them all with his eyes closed. Because he had recently studied the power of origin for a year, he could use it with ease. Although Yi Qinghan didn't release the artifact spirit inside the dragon source saber, how could the sharpness of a supreme divine artifact be comparable to that of an ordinary weapon? What's more, with the power of origin covering it. If Annie was said to be domineering and unparalleled, no one could stand up to her. Yi Qinghan was in the midst of thousands of flowers. Not a single leaf touched his body. His body was like a swimming dragon, drifting through the mantis army. Wherever his dragon source saber slid past, patches of green blood would splatter everywhere. It was like a giant holding a mace and fighting with a bunch of old, weak, and disabled people. As if he was playing. Lord Lacri is so mighty. Why do I feel that Lacri is even more powerful than Lord Annie? He kills creatures from other planes so easily. Isn't Lacri the weakest among the archangels? How is that possible? The 10,000 warriors at the back were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Annie, who was far away, also sensed something amiss. She glanced over and her eyes instantly lit up. However, she rolled her eyes at Yi Qinghan with some hidden bitterness, as if blaming him for hiding his strength. Pandora looked at her man in a daze. She didn't know how strong Yi Qinghan was, but she only knew that with this man around, there was nothing to be afraid of. Yi Qinghan ignored everyone's gazes. He worked hard to suppress his strength so that his attacks wouldn't be so shocking. With Yi Qinghan's participation and his insane killing speed, Annie's competitive spirit was also ignited. Her large axe swung even faster. However, when she knew that the mantis men had been killed so many times that they started to flee, Annie realized that her full strength was still not as fast as Yi Qinghan's killing speed. Chapter 11:34. The mantis men retreated, and Annie let a few warriors fly to collect the badges on the mantis men. As soon as these badges entered the dimension battlefield, they would suddenly appear in every warrior's body. When the warrior died, the badges would automatically come out. Laclay, how many secrets have you hidden from me? After arranging everything, Annie turned to look at Yi Qinghan's knife-like side profile. For the first time, she found that she could not understand this man. Yi Qinghan's initial premonition, the subsequent warning, and the final confident attack had completely subverted Yi Qinghan's image in Annie's heart. Was this still the Laclay who was bullied by an archangel in heaven and begged for mercy? Was this still the Laclay who had no redeeming qualities other than being good in bed? This killing method, this calmness on the battlefield, was this still the Laclay who never dared to attack other archangels and whose strength was at the bottom? Yi Qinghan did not answer Annie's question. Instead, he looked at the collected badges with interest. These badges actually did not explode under his and Annie's powerful divine powers. The badges were white. It seemed to be the lowest grade. I wonder what color the badges in my and Annie's bodies are? As soon as Yi Qinghan entered the dimension battlefield, he knew that a mark had suddenly appeared on his arm. He did not pay attention at first, but when he probed it with his divine sense, he found that it was black. He quietly probed Annie's badge and found that it was blue. There were 4 types of badges here: white, blue, black, and the highest grade, gold. However, Yi Qinghan did not want to obtain points, so he could not be bothered to pay attention to this aspect. Humph, Laclay. If you don't want to say, I won't force you, but you don't have to ignore me. Annie saw that Yi Qinghan's gaze was not on her at all. After waiting for so long and not replying, she was a little angry. However, when she thought of Yi Qinghan's overbearing methods just now, she did not flare up and only said bitterly, Smack! Yi Qinghan slapped Annie's plump buttocks and chuckled. I have so many secrets on me that they are as deep as the sea. You can slowly uncover them. Oh. Being molested by Yi Qinghan in front of tens of thousands of people, the famous slut in the inner city of Athens could not stand it anymore. Annie's face turned slightly red, but her eyes were glowing. She looked extremely flirtatious, as if she couldn't wait to fight with Yi Qinghan for 360 rounds. Countless cultivators in the distance did not dare to mock or be jealous of Yi Qinghan. Instead, they looked at his handsome face with envy and awe. A barking dog does not bite, and a biting dog does not bark. Lord Laclay was a tiger in a dog's skin. This kind of person was the most terrifying. Leave this place immediately. The smell of blood here will attract creatures from other planes. When Yi Qinghan saw that the badges were collected, he signaled Annie to keep them. He began to command the army to retreat towards another intersection not far away. Do you really trust me that much? Give me all the badges? That's more than 3,000 points. Annie and Yi Qinghan walked together, their bodies brushing against each other from time to time, ignoring the fiery gazes behind them. Her eyes were like peach blossoms, very seductive. Big breasts but no brains. Yi Qinghan glanced at Annie's chest indifferently and cursed in a low voice. Then he snorted coldly and said, "What's yours? Is mine too?" Annie was not angry when she was scolded by Yi Qinghan. Instead, she became extremely excited, like a young girl who was overjoyed. However, Yi Qinghan sighed leisurely. He prepared to walk with Annie for a while more before leaving with Pandora. He was more or less familiar with the situation in Demon Mountain. It was time to find the way home. They continued walking in the passage for more than 10 days. Other than a few scouts who were accidentally teleported away by the teleportation restriction, they did not encounter any creatures from other planes. Although Yi Qinghan's divine sense could detect the location of the restriction, he could not break it. The life and death of the cultivators from Heaven Plane had nothing to do with him. Huh? Another group of creatures from other planes has come? Why are there so few of them? And they are all at the level of 5th grade war gods. This doesn't make sense. Several days later, Yi Qinghan and Annie brought the warriors from Heaven Plane to a large hall. Yi Qinghan suddenly detected a dozen or so beastmen rushing toward them from the passage on the left. Based on their auras, they were actually only at the level of 5th grade war gods. Yi Qinghan was a little puzzled. How could they survive until now with such a small number of people who like to barge around? Huh? That's not right. If these beastmen were not fools, how could they not detect the auras of so many warriors? If they were fools, they would not have been sent to the dimensional battlefield. Yi Qinghan secretly became vigilant. Annie also realized that something was wrong. She commanded the 10,000 warriors to form a fan shape and surround the entrance of the cave, waiting for the dozen or so foolish beastmen to walk into the trap. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The tall figures of a dozen or so beastmen appeared at the corner of the cave with heavy footsteps. They were all over 3 meters tall, covered in long brown fur, and had heads that resembled leopards. Their teeth were very long, and the claws on their hands and feet glinted coldly in the dim passage. Their ferocious auras enveloped the entire underground hall. Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes. The origin energy and light god energy on Annie's body also flourished. The faces of the 10,000 warriors surrounding the cave also became solemn, because they all realized that these beastmen were getting faster and faster, and their auras were getting heavier. There were only 16 beastmen, but they felt the pressure of a magnificent army. The strength of these beastmen is actually continuously increasing. Their current strength has definitely reached the upper 6th grade. Strange. Yi Qinghan never underestimated his enemies, no matter how low their strength was. His divine sense was constantly locked onto these dozen or so beastmen, and he easily discovered that their strength was rapidly increasing. In the end, these dozen or so beastmen's strength increased to level 7 and stopped increasing. However, Yi Qinghan still did not let his guard down. He did not move but still carefully probed. Creatures from the alien plane had all kinds of strange powers, so he had to be careful. Kill! Seeing that Yi Qinghan did not move, Annie waved her hand, and hundreds of warriors rushed out. The battle axe also appeared in their hands, and they were somewhat eager to have a go. Annie, don't move. These beastmen are strange. Let's take a look first. Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice to stop Annie. When those hundreds of people rushed up, his pupils suddenly shrank, because those hundreds of warriors, in just one face-to-face encounter, were all killed. The long brown hair on the bodies of more than 10 beastmen suddenly stood up. Furthermore, every single strand of hair lit up and turned into thousands of silver needles that detached from their bodies. They covered the sky and the earth, and with lightning speed, they shot towards the hundreds of cultivators. The hidden weapons were not important, but the most important thing was that among these hundreds of warriors, there were many experts at the peak of level 7, but none of them could block it. They were all easily killed by the needles made of hair. Bastards! How dare you kill my people? Annie was angry again. Yi Qinghan did not have time to hold her back, and he turned into a round sun, carrying the giant axe, and rushed up. How could this hair be so terrifying? Experts at the peak of level 7 were killed in an instant? This is not scientific, huh? No. Why is the silver airflow on the white hair so familiar? Oh no, it's the power of source. These 10 orcs are venerables. Yi Qinghan suddenly came to his senses, and was greatly shocked. No wonder these orcs only had a dozen people, but they dared to attack the 10,000-man army, and no wonder hundreds of people were killed in an instant. These orcs actually hid their strength, and all of them were at the venerable realm with the power of source. After a while, Yi Qinghan was extremely excited. These orcs could actually use the power of source as a hidden weapon to attack the enemy. And so domineering? What did he have the most now? The power of source. If he could learn it, with so much power of source, even a level 9 expert would die in a sudden sneak attack. Annie, step back. You are not a match for these orcs. Watch me. Yi Qinghan roared, and his body turned into a ferocious tiger. He rushed forward like a flickering light. While he was in the air, his eyes emitted a strange light, and he directly activated the Soul Destroyer. At the same time, his hands waved in the air, and countless soul jade knives poured out. A dragon source saber appeared in his hand out of nowhere, and the soul of the saber, the phantom of the exotic beast, rushed out, and shrouded the dozens of tall figures in front of him. Chapter 1135. When Annie heard Yi Qinghan's roar, she instinctively retreated. After she retreated, she became a little angry. She was stronger than him, so why was she so obedient to him? Was she the commander, or was he the commander? However, in the next second, she saw Yi Qinghan shooting toward her like an arrow. His eyes were like lightning, and his aura was like that of a ferocious beast. His hands danced, and an extremely dangerous aura came from the air. Then, when the shadow of an exotic beast shot out from the dragon's source battle saber, Annie was completely dumbfounded. Her cherry mouth opened wide, and her face was filled with disbelief. Was this still Lacri? Boom! Yi Qinghan's saber cut through the air and slashed forward. The terrifying aura of the exotic beast that made the 10,000 warriors behind tremble directly smashed into the bodies of 15 orcs. What made everyone even more dumbfounded was that the 10 orcs who had killed hundreds of powerful warriors in a second did not dodge. Instead, their eyes were filled with endless terror. Then, a loud explosion rang out from within the tunnel. A violent shockwave blasted out, forcing more than 10,000 martial artists back several dozen steps. A large number of people fell to the ground, causing the entire tunnel to shake violently. How is this possible? Annie did not retreat. Instead, her mouth opened even wider. She did not even notice the pieces of flesh and blood splattering on her body. She looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief and watched as the blood rained down from the tunnel. More than 10 honorable level orcs were actually killed by Yi Qinghan with a single slash. A few more orcs behind them were all sent flying. Their bodies were covered in blood, and it was obvious that they had suffered serious injuries. This even Archangel Dick did not have such powerful strength, right? Annie recalled the surging power that accompanied the exotic beast just now. That kind of power that could topple mountains and overturn seas, and she could not help but be speechless. Looking at the imposing figure standing in front of her, the fear in her eyes turned into a burning passion. A handsome man with top-notch skills in bed. He was so powerful, yet he knew how to keep a low profile and endure patiently. This was a man that could make people infatuated with him. Yi Qinghan didn't wait for the blood rain to completely fall. He turned into a ray of light and shot forward. At the same time, his eyes flickered once more as he continued to use the soul annihilation attack on the strongest beastman. At the same time, he released the soul poison jade blade to envelop the remaining beastmen. Upper rank 9 soul strength. How powerful were the soul skills released? Now that he had obtained the complete answer, these beastmen's strength had reached the venerable realm. In fact, the beastman that Yi Qinghan had used soul annihilation to deal with alone had definitely reached the peak of the venerable realm. However, Yi Qinghan didn't even use his spatial power. Instead, he used his soul skills and dragon origin saber to easily slay him. Yi Qinghan did not know if it was a rank 9 powerhouse, but Yi Qinghan could now conclude that it was a venerable powerhouse. With such a powerful soul, no matter how many venerables came, they would all die. He raised his hand and the blade fell. Yi Qinghan's afterimage condensed in the tunnel ahead. The remaining beastmen's heads were all chopped off by the dragon origin saber. The only beastman expert that Yi Qinghan had taken special care of was currently being lifted by the neck by Yi Qinghan with one hand and lifted into the air. Yi Qinghan's strange actions once again caused many experts from the heaven realm to fall back down on their butts. Annie and Pandora, who were protected by several war gods, had stars appear in their eyes at the same time. Yi Qinghan had transformed into Lakely's appearance. His height was about 1.8 meters and he wasn't particularly muscular. He was actually lifting the neck of a beastman that was 3 to 4 meters tall, half a meter wide, and had bulging muscles. He was even lifting it up high. If the beastman had lifted Yi Qinghan by the neck and hung him in the air, no one would have been surprised. However, now that it was upside down, the visual impact was unimaginable. Of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't pretending. He had a purpose in lifting the beastman. When a person was lifted by the neck and hung in the air, that feeling was the most humiliating and powerless. Of course, his mind was also the most chaotic. Yi Qinghan didn't want to kill this beastman. He wanted to completely control him, and this beastman was the only one whose Sea of Soul was protected by a small amount of origin energy. He had taken special care of this beastman twice and used his most powerful single-target attack, the Soul Destroyer. However, he still couldn't completely invade this beastman's Sea of Soul. However, at this moment, he lifted this beastman and took advantage of the fact that he was extremely indignant and wanted to retaliate to kill Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan used the Soul Destroyer attack again. This time, because the beastman was distracted and his soul was in chaos, the resistance to the soul golden threads was much weaker. It easily invaded his Sea of Soul. Chi! Following that, Yi Qinghan smashed the beastman against the wall of the passageway. Following that, Yi Qinghan thrust the dragon source battle saber into the beastman's abdomen. However, he only managed to pierce it halfway before pulling it out. Dense heaven and earth origin energy started to fill the tunnel. This beastman's divine crystal had been cracked by Yi Qinghan, and a small crack had appeared. He was completely crippled. If he wanted to create a crack in the world of immortals without shattering, he had to carefully control his strength. He also had to make sure that the beastman couldn't resist. Therefore, Yi Qinghan had to wait until the soul golden threads had penetrated the beastman's Sea of Soul and caused his soul to be in complete chaos before he dared to make a move. A powerful suction force acted on the beastman's body. Yi Qinghan used the War Imperial Palace to forcefully suck the beastman into it. Only then did he clap his hands and walk toward the crowd. However, he saw countless faces that looked as if they had seen a ghost. Regardless of whether it was his tyrannical strength, his strange methods, or the incomparably subversive visual shock, or the final transformation of the beastman, everyone was dumbfounded. Lacri, he's not Lacri. How could Lacri be so strong? Moreover, I felt a trace of a different aura just now. Annie looked at the familiar face, and an indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. It was as if the Lacri in front of her was no longer Lacri. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan's previous round of attacks and strange methods didn't seem to be from the heavenly plane at all. Yi Qinghan saw Annie's complicated expression and sighed in his heart. He knew that it was time to say goodbye. He didn't continue to look at Annie, nor did he look at the over 10,000 cultivators in the field. Yi Qinghan quickly walked up to Pandora and smiled. "Pandora, let's go. Follow me home." Pandora smiled obediently and held on to Yi Qinghan's hand. Then, with a light leap, she climbed onto Yi Qinghan's back like an octopus. Yi Qinghan looked at Annie again and smiled faintly. "Annie, may the great God bless you. Goodbye. Perhaps we won't meet again in this lifetime." Before Annie could react, Yi Qinghan's body turned into lightning and disappeared into another tunnel. Ugh! The people in the field were even more dumbfounded. They looked at each other, confused. Why did Master Lacry say such strange things? And then he suddenly left just like that? What was he playing at? However, at this moment, Annie suddenly understood what Yi Qinghan was playing at. This was because when Yi Qinghan rushed towards the cave, both his and Pandora's appearances had changed. They had become a delicate and handsome man and a beautiful woman that made her jealous. Perhaps we won't meet again in this lifetime. Annie didn't chase after him. She only stared blankly at the tunnel that Yi Qinghan disappeared into and murmured that sentence. At this moment, the most licentious slut in the city of Athens felt a deep sense of loss and emptiness. Like a child who suddenly lost her favorite toy, Annie, who was sold to a brothel by her father at the age of 15 and swore never to cry again, suddenly felt an inexplicable urge to cry at this moment. Chapter 1136. Big Brother Han Yi. Where are we going now? Pandora lies on Yi Qinghan's back, smiling sweetly. Yi Qinghan has finally left that slut, which makes her feel inexplicably comfortable. She is simple-minded. If Yi Qinghan doesn't tell her, she never asks about Yi Qinghan's matters. As long as Yi Qinghan takes her with him, she feels that anywhere is her home. Just now, Yi Qinghan suddenly said that he will take her home. She knows that Yi Qinghan wants to tell her something, so she asked, "Hee, Pandora, you also know that I come from another plane. Now I will take you to find the way to my plane. There is my home, my wife, and my children. Don't worry, they are all very good people. They will let you feel the warmth of a home. I will protect you for a lifetime." Yi Qinghan turns his head and smiles. He becomes very happy, like a lost child who finally sees the way home. Pandora nods obediently, the smile on her face even sweeter. Since Yi Qinghan told her about his matters, it means that he has completely accepted her. She doesn't understand a lot about this mysterious man, but she knows one thing. If this man says something, he will definitely do it. Yi Qinghan carries Pandora on his back. His speed has reached the limit, no longer holding anything back. At the same time, his powerful divine awareness spreads out in all directions, scouting in front and behind. Once a creature from another plane appears, he will know immediately. Yi Qinghan is very confident in the range of the divine awareness's detection. Without choosing a direction, when they come to an intersection, they just randomly choose a passage. Yi Qinghan is like a runaway wild horse, running wildly in the passage. He vents out all the grievances and worries he has suffered in the holy continent and heaven all these years. Over the past 3,000 years, he had been living a miserable life, constantly worrying that he would be discovered by the level 9 experts of the heaven. Coupled with the fact that his soul had mutated, he had suffered unspeakably. If it weren't for his high state of mind, if it were someone else, he would have long gone mad. He finally got rid of the people from the heaven plane. He finally didn't have to turn into that Lacry who made him want to vomit. He could finally attack without holding anything back. Yi Qinghan felt refreshed like a fish swimming in the vast sea and sky. He couldn't help but want to roar a few times. Reached a dead end? There are so many restrictions here. After running for a day, Yi Qinghan suddenly discovered that there was no path ahead. Furthermore, there were many restrictions ahead. Just as Yi Qinghan was about to turn around, he suddenly recalled that beastman. He muttered to himself for a moment and used his powerful spiritual sense to envelop the restrictions in front of him, carefully examining them. "Battle Emperor, help me look at the restrictions ahead. I only found 3. After examining for a moment, Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice to Battle Emperor. Battle Emperor's remnant soul turned into a breeze and floated out. After a moment, it went back into Yi Qinghan's body. Then, he transmitted his voice. These 3 are all transmission restrictions. What's wrong? Yi Qinghan was relieved and transmitted his voice. Nothing. I just want to bypass a few restrictions, go inside, and enter the War Emperor Palace. I caught an Beastman. He has a very interesting divine sense. I want to go inside and study it. Be careful, Battle Emperor said. Yi Qinghan immediately released the power of space and began to examine again. After a moment, his body turned into a flash of lightning and shot forward. After taking a few steps, his body leaped up and flew a few meters forward. Then he rapidly descended. His whole body was almost stuck to the ground as he floated forward. After floating for 3 meters, he stood up again and flew to the top of the passage. After flying for more than 10 meters, he heaved a sigh of relief. After passing through the restrictions and flying for nearly 100 meters, he reached the end of the passage. Only then did Yi Qinghan teleport into the War Emperor Palace. Ew! When the strong beast-man in the palace saw Yi Qinghan and Pandora, he immediately waved his huge hands at them and pounced at them. He looked extremely ferocious. Unfortunately, his divine crystal had been destroyed, so his speed was greatly reduced. Not to mention Yi Qinghan, even Pandora could send him flying with a casual kick. Pandora, go to that room and rest first. I have something to ask. Yi Qinghan released his pressure and directly smashed the beastman's figure into the air. He then teleported Pandora away. He didn't want her to see him kill someone, so he slowly walked towards the beastman. Under the pressure of Yi Qinghan's power of space, the beastman couldn't move at all. He glared at Yi Qinghan angrily. The ferocity in his eyes made it seem like he wanted to swallow him alive. Kneel! Yi Qinghan shouted coldly. The power of space suddenly pressed down. The beastman's 2 legs immediately trembled, and he knelt on the ground with a loud bang. Even his back was bent from the pressure. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he activated the Soul Exterminator. The beastman didn't have divine power, so he could no longer use the power of origin. Powerful golden soul threads surged into the beastman's sea of soul like a surging tide. Yi Qinghan closed his eyes and started to use a vicious technique called Soul Search. He didn't have that much time to interrogate the beastman, so he could only use the simplest method. Soul Search was a technique that many people in the divine world knew. However, basically no one used it. This was because Soul Search would cause an impact on one's own soul. Of course, with the current strength of Yi Qinghan's soul, this impact was negligible. The beastman's memories were very messy and hard to understand. After a full hour, Yi Qinghan finally stopped Soul Search. With a wave of his hand, he took out the Slaughter God blade and transmitted a message to Xiao He. Xiao He, your food is here. Xiao He flew out from the Slaughter God blade and turned into a shadow. In just a second, the beast-man that was like a giant elephant turned into dust and was devoured by Xiao He. After Xiao He finished devouring, he pouted and said unhappily, "Haha, boss. I haven't replenished my energy for a few thousand years. This feels so good. Why is there only one? Isn't it easy to replenish energy? Wait for me to comprehend this technique, and I will bring you out to kill. I will let you devour until you are full." We are now in the dimensional battlefield. Yi Qinghan smiled. There was no such thing as emotions or morals in the dimensional battlefield. When encountering a creature from the dimensional battlefield, it was either you die or I die. Since he wanted to kill, why not let Xiao He replenish some energy? He might even be able to evolve a second time. Yi Qinghan teleported Pandora over. Then, he sat cross-legged and tossed out all the miscellaneous memories related to this beastman. Finally, he chose to comprehend the divine ability that mixed the origin energy into the concealed weapons. So that's how it is. Using a special technique to separate the source energy bit by bit, then using a special technique to mix it into the hair, form a hidden weapon, and shoot it out. This beastman looks like he has developed limbs, but his brain is actually so smart. Yi Qinghan only spent half a day to completely learn the technique of this hidden weapon. After muttering to himself for a moment, He suddenly laughed sinisterly. Each of these origin source concealed weapons required very little origin source energy to make. With Yi Qinghan's source energy, it was not a big deal to shoot a few million of them at once. It was just a little troublesome to make. And I will make 1,000,000 first. Even if I use 100,000 at once, I can use them 10 times. I will make more in the future after I have used them. Yi Qinghan casually took out a few pieces of ordinary godly metal. This hidden weapon relied on the source energy to destroy everything and kill the enemy. It did not matter what material it was attached to. Although Yi Qinghan did not know how to forge weapons, it was still very easy to turn some godly metal into thin needles. As he made the silver needles, he controlled his soul power and separated the source energy bit by bit using a special technique. Then he hid it in his body. Once he made a move, the source energy would immediately be attached to the silver needles under the beastman's strange control method and shot out to kill the enemy. Chapter 1137. Xiao He, Pandora. Let me show you a type of divine weapon. 3 months later, Yi Qinghan finally completed it. He looked at the bored Xiao He, who was sprawled on the ground, and Pandora, who was looking at him curiously from the side. He chuckled, and divine power burst forth from his body. With a light flick of his hand, countless white lights flashed and disappeared. The restrictions on the opposite wall suddenly erupted with a burst of colorful light. Following that, all the restrictions in the entire hall lit up, shaking for a while, illuminating the entire hall. Oh! Pandora did not understand, but Xiao He was very clear about the strength of the restrictions in the War Emperor Palace. If Yi Qinghan only used divine power to smash on it, the restrictions would not have much of a reaction. Unless Yi Qinghan used Godslayer's spear and smashed it with spatial power, there would definitely not be such a big reaction. Xiao He was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he turned into a shadow and floated towards the wall. Then he shouted, "Wow, boss! How did you do it?" These iron needles actually pierced through the restrictions and stabbed into the wall. This origin hidden weapon is actually so powerful? Could it be that this has something to do with the strength of my soul? Yi Qinghan had long discovered it, and also had a look of disbelief. Power of origin was basically controlled by soul power. Although this origin hidden weapon was swung out with divine power, his own divine sense was also attached to it, driving and controlling the direction. Yi Qinghan's divine power was very strong, but he did not deliberately cultivate it. Basically, it was comparable to a high-grade venerable's divine power. Those 10 over beastman's divine power had also reached the level of a venerable, but compared to him, their speed was too far behind. In the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. When speed reached a certain level, it was also a kind of powerful attack power. Therefore, the only explanation was that Yi Qinghan could only attribute it to the strength of his soul. War Emperor, what do you think of this matter? Yi Qinghan couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. He sent a message to the Battle Emperor to see what he thought. The remnant soul of the Battle Emperor floated out of the divine crystal and looked at the few pieces of black metal on the wall in astonishment. Boy, how did you do it? Release it again. The Battle Emperor's expression was a little unsettled. As the person who refined the restrictions in the Battle Emperor Palace, the Battle Emperor knew best how strong the restrictions in the Battle Emperor Palace were. Yi Qinghan nodded and casually shot out another 10 origin source concealed weapons. As a result, the restrictions in the hall flashed again. The 10 origin concealed weapons once again pierced through the restriction and shot into the wall. This hidden weapon of yours has origin energy? How could it be so fast? No wonder. I say, how can a few pieces of scrap iron penetrate the restriction that this empress has set up? Is this the divine ability you were talking about? So, domineering. Kid, you're really a freak. With these hidden weapons, even an ordinary level 9 expert will be killed instantly after being sneak attacked by you. The Battle Emperor sighed and looked at Yi Qinghan. The more he looked at him, the more he looked like a freak. It's hard for a level 9 expert to sneak attack. For example, I'm extremely sensitive to the fluctuation of space. If someone sneak attacks me, I'll discover it immediately, and then use the origin energy to protect my soul ocean and divine crystal. Even if I'm sneak attacked, I won't die. Yi Qinghan shook his head and smiled bitterly. A level 9 expert was given all kinds of elemental powers by the law of heaven and earth. He could sense it through the power of space, and others could also sense it through the power of darkness and light. But the Battle Emperor shook his head and said, "You silly boy, you can use the power of space only because you understand the eternity of space. You're not given willpower by the law of heaven and earth, so you don't have divine power. Generally, if other level 9 experts sense it through aura, as long as you don't use the power of space, no one can tell that you're a level 9 expert. But you have such a powerful soul skill. If that level 9 expert doesn't protect his soul or divine crystal when you sneak attack him, think about the consequences." Yes. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. He really didn't have divine power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the material plane. Jida's willpower was given by the law of heaven and earth, while Lord Devour refined the Chaos Divine Crystal. Both of them had great divine power. If he didn't use the power of space, others wouldn't be able to sense it. It seemed like there was a chance to sneak attack. Remember, if it's a level 9 and above, don't fight. With your strength, unless you sneak attack, you won't be able to win. As for level 9 supreme martial artists, they won't enter the Devil Mountain. They will only stand guard during the final battle. The Battle Emperor explained and went into Yi Qinghan's divine crystal. Yi Qinghan practiced the origin energy hidden weapon for a few more days. Then, he carried the Slaughter God saber and left the War Emperor Palace. The passageway outside was a dead end. If someone accidentally stepped in, they would be teleported away. It was a wise choice for Yi Qinghan to teleport to the War Emperor Palace. He would be fine even if he stayed in the War Emperor Palace for 100 years. Of course, Yi Qinghan wouldn't foolishly stay in there. After 100 years, when the dimensional war ended, he would be teleported back to the heaven plane. Start looking for the teleportation array to the divine realm. Yi Qinghan quickly passed through the few teleportation arrays in front of him. His divine power shook and he started to hide. Although hiding could only hide from venerables, level 9 experts could easily discover him. However, Yi Qinghan didn't want to be entangled with ordinary low-level foreign existences. Finding the teleportation array to the divine realm was the way to go. Pandora rested in the War Emperor Palace. Yi Qinghan no longer had any scruples. He carried the Slaughter God saber and sped through the passageways like a cheetah. He started to look for passageways with light blue and light purple walls. Yi Qinghan had been in hiding for more than half a month and had encountered 2 legions of creatures from other planes. He couldn't even remember how far he had run, but he hadn't encountered a single colored passageway, let alone a light blue or light purple passageway. He met 2 foreign existences. One was a demonic beast-like legion. Xiaohei acted tyrannically and swallowed all of them. The other legion was a little strange. They looked very obedient and seemed to be poisonous. Green pus flowed from their bodies. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to let Xiaohei swallow them. He went around them. How big is this Devil Mountain? No, it should have extended for tens of thousands of miles underground. It isn't even in the Devil Mountain. It should be under the entire dimensional battlefield. Yi Qinghan was incomparably puzzled. With his speed, he should have run through more than 10 to 20 Devil Mountains, right? However, the passageways seemed to be endless. He didn't even find a colored passageway? After hiding for a few more days, Yi Qinghan finally found a colored passageway. He was overjoyed and hurriedly rushed towards that passageway. Halfway through, he shook his head in disappointment. This passageway did have a color, but it was a red and blue passageway. This passageway led to the outside of the Devil Mountain. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to go forward. There was definitely a foreign existences camp outside. If he went out, he would be walking right into a trap. Just as he was about to turn around, Yi Qinghan's expression suddenly changed, because at the other end of the passageway, there was a slight ear-piercing sound. Just as he used his divine sense to investigate, a faintly discernible aura had already locked onto him. Right now, he was in hiding. There was only one kind of expert that could lock onto him. Grade 9. It's upper grade 9. Motherf asterisk Kerr. Yi Qinghan was slightly distracted by the wall just now. Now that he used his divine sense to investigate, his expression turned gloomy, because the expert that was rushing toward him had an aura that was definitely at the upper grade 9. Chapter 1138. F***CK. All the passageways are occupied by legions. Am I so unlucky? Did I just happen to encounter a powerhouse from this dimension and enter Devil Mountain? Yi Qinghan did not hesitate at all. He sprinted forward like a rocket, his divine consciousness spreading out to the greatest extent. In the end, in a small hall at the intersection ahead, he discovered that countless martial artists were surging in from the 3 passageways behind him. It was obvious that he had encountered a legion from another dimension that had just started to enter Devil Mountain. The upper rank 9 powerhouse's divine consciousness had been locked onto him, and his speed was slightly faster than his. Yi Qinghan had seen the powerhouse from this dimension before. It was the leopard-headed man who was torn apart by a few archangels when he rushed out of Devil Mountain for the first time. Its head was like a leopard's with triangular eyes. Its body was furry with black and white stripes. Its hands were long, but its feet were short and strong. When it walked, its footsteps were like the wind, the ground rumbling. Yi Qinghan covered his head and ran wildly. As he did not know if there were any rank 9 powerhouses nearby, he dared not release his spatial force. Along the way, he even teleported occasionally in an attempt to shake off the rank 9 powerhouse's lock. However, he did not know what special ability this rank 9 powerhouse had. A wisp of aura was always lingering around him, lingering like a ghost. The only fortunate thing was that after running for 6 hours, Yi Qinghan had not discovered any other leopard-headed powerhouses locking onto him. The leopard-headed legion had left him far behind, long gone. F***CK your mother, Tui? Wrong, this leopard-headed man is so ugly. Isn't his mother even uglier? You piece of trash. Upper rank 9 powerhouse. I have no grudge against you. Why are you always chasing after me? Yi Qinghan sprinted all the way and cursed from time to time. He had only displayed the strength of a venerable. Even if his speed was slightly faster, he would not attract rank 9 powerhouses to chase after him. Was this rank 9 leopard-headed man so bored? Of course, the leopard-headed man wasn't bored to death. Yi Qinghan's bizarre reaction speed, running speed, and his invisibility divine ability were all very interesting to the rank 9 leopard-headed man. The faster Yi Qinghan ran, the faster he chased after him. As time went by, the 2 of them were getting closer and closer. Regardless of whether Yi Qinghan teleported, hid, or entered the War Emperor Palace, he could not get rid of this superior level 9 expert's pursuit. This leopard man clearly had a special tracking ability. In the end, Yi Qinghan gave up on fiddling with it and focused on running with all his might. This place was full of twists and turns, and teleportation was far slower than flying. After more than half a day, the distance between the 2 of them had increased from the original 5 kilometers to 8 kilometers. 2 days later, the distance between the 2 of them had reached 5 miles. 3 days later, it reached 3 li. This leopard-headed expert seemed to be at loggerheads with Yi Qinghan. The 2 of them had run for God knows how many li in the past few days, but they had been chasing each other relentlessly. It seemed that he would not stop until he killed Yi Qinghan. 2 li. Yi Qinghan did not need to look back to feel the fierce aura and cold killing intent from the short leopard-headed man. If it was a lower rank 9 powerhouse, Yi Qinghan would have already started a fight with him. However, facing an upper rank 9, Yi Qinghan was not confident and did not want to fight to the death with him. He did not come here to kill people to earn points. He just wanted to go home through this. However, after a few minutes, the distance between the 2 of them was even closer. Yi Qinghan had nowhere to run. He had to fight with all his might. A fierce aura surged in his heart. A dog would bite if pushed too far. Since the leopard-headed man wanted his life, then he would exchange it with his life. The power of origin surrounded his body and the strong soul strength was running. He was ready to use soul extermination at any time. At the same time, countless hidden weapons of origin were ready. Yi Qinghan was only waiting for the leopard-headed expert to get a little closer. Then he would immediately start a sneak attack. Tisk, tsk, tisk. The leopard-headed man behind him had a sinister look in his eyes. He was like a cat watching a mouse jumping around in front of him. Although this mouse was a little special, it could not get rid of the fact that it was a mouse. Die! The leopard-headed man was already half a li away from him. Yi Qinghan could not escape. He suddenly turned around and roared. However, he did not release soul extermination, nor did he sprinkle the hidden weapons of origin. Instead, he paused and continued to run forward. A trace of doubt flashed in the triangular eyes of the leopard-headed man. He did not know if this mouse's brain was damaged. He was stunned, but he did not slow down. Using this time, he shortened the distance between him and Yi Qinghan to half a li. Yi Qinghan wasn't stupid. His divine sense had just detected that an army had appeared in front of them. An army of tens of thousands of metal men was surging toward him. The metal men army was obviously not strong, and their auras were not strong. The two most powerful ones had the vague power of origin flowing in them. At this moment, for Yi Qinghan, it was like he had seen a ray of hope in a sea of bitterness. With this group of metal men as a shield, it would be much better for him to run away or to fight the enemy than to fight with his life on the line. Yi Qinghan raised his speed to the limit, but he did not dare to be careless. His divine senses were constantly locked on the metal men in front of him and the leopard-headed man behind him. He was sure that the metal men in front of him had not discovered him. Instead, they had detected the leopard-headed man and started to run away. After the chaos, Yi Qinghan was completely relieved. Whoosh! Sticking close to the wall, Yi Qinghan weaved through the army of metal men through the gap in the air. The leopard-headed man had already appeared not far behind him. Facing the countless fleeing metal men, he gave an ugly, mocking smile. Roar! Suddenly, the leopard-headed man stopped and opened his mouth wide, revealing a row of long green teeth. His mouth was so wide that it was almost half the size of a human head. His stomach shrank, and he let out a deafening roar. Yi Qinghan sensed in horror that this roar came from the leopard's mouth, and then it formed sound waves that could be seen with the naked eye. The sound waves shook the passageway, causing the space to tremble. The metal men in the rear were the weakest. Under the loud roar, they all exploded and turned into a pool of liquid metal. They were shocked to death. Wherever the sound waves passed, the metal men were shocked to death. What a powerful energy! What a strange attack! F***CK. Pandora is about to be shaken out. Yi Qinghan felt a powerful force hit him directly behind him. Although his body was wrapped in layers of origin energy, the powerful impact had shattered all his internal organs. His body flew forward like a kite with a broken string. With the soul ring, Yi Qinghan was not worried about his injuries. However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan was extremely frightened. The roar had caused the space to shake. In the air in front of him, a petite figure appeared in the air with a pale face. Fight! He had no other choice. Yi Qinghan released the power of space at once to protect Pandora. Otherwise, if the sound waves hit Pandora, her petite body would be instantly shattered like the metal men. Soul extermination. Kill. Soul poison jade knife. Kill. Origin hidden weapon. Kill. God Slayer's spear. Kill. As he released the power of space, Yi Qinghan suddenly turned around. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and two of his most powerful divine senses turned into billions of golden soul threads that charged toward the leopard man. His body did not retreat, but advanced instead, fiercely charging towards the leopard man. One hand releasing the soul poison jade knife, the other fiercely swinging out countless origin concealed weapons, like lightning, pierced towards the leopard man. Finally, Yi Qinghan used the power of space and released the 8 Godslayer spears. The entire space in the tunnel trembled slightly. A powerful pressure suppressed the remaining metal men on the ground. The Godslayer's spears pierced through the void and whistled toward the leopard man. In 1 second, Yi Qinghan released his 4 most powerful attacks. If he didn't attack, he would fight to the death. He had to kill the leopard man. Chapter 1139. When the leopard man saw Yi Qinghan flying forward like a kite with a loud roar, He shook his head in boredom. He originally thought that this creature from another plane had some special ability, but he didn't expect him to be so weak. Then, Yi Qinghan's figure suddenly stopped in midair. It seemed like he wasn't injured at all, which made the leopard man ponder. When Pandora was shaken out, the leopard man was a little surprised. He had a spatial divine tool, but only those at their level had it in their plane. This little warrior actually had it too? Then, he felt an indescribable force. Yi Qinghan had made a move to save Pandora. Just as he was stunned, two demonic lights flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. The soul extermination spear was activated. The leopard man was a little shocked when he saw a white light and felt countless invisible blades flying towards him. He was incomparably shocked. Finally, Yi Qinghan's God-Slayer spear came roaring. The leopard man was completely infuriated. This wasn't a mouse, but a tiger with sharp claws and teeth. Roar! 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 The leopard man felt humiliated and angry from being deceived. He endured the slight pain in his head and roared 3 times. Layers of sound waves caused the space to tremble. It also caused Yi Qinghan's origin hidden weapons and soul poison jade knife to slow down. Origin energy suddenly emerged from his body. At the same time, his 2 long arms danced like lightning. Like a windmill, they instantly spun a few hundred times in front of him, forming a chi wall. A strange sound suddenly rang out, causing the charging Yi Qinghan's figure to tremble. Kill, kill, kill! Yi Qinghan's eyes were red, and his face was filled with killing intent. Although the strange sound created by the leopard man made his soul extremely uncomfortable, he still controlled the 8 God-Slayer spears and shot them at the leopard man. Swish, swish, swish! The sky full of origin hidden weapons shot at the leopard man's body, emitting the sound of metal colliding. Because of the obstruction of the sound wave and the strange sound behind it, the speed of the hidden weapon had already slowed down a lot. At this moment, the faint origin energy around the leopard-headed man's body could not cause any damage at all. Because of the origin energy protecting his body, the soul poison jade knife could only return without any results. The only thing that caused damage was the soul destroyer. However, Yi Qinghan sensed that because of the leopard-headed man's roars, a light barrier had appeared in his soul sea. Although a few golden soul threads had penetrated his soul, they weren't enough to cause any serious damage, much less throw his soul into chaos. God-Slayer's spear pierce. His only hope was the God-slaying spear. Yi Qinghan stood proudly in midair. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a demonic god. He continued to control the golden soul threads to attack the leopard man's soul while controlling the God-Slayer spear to charge forward. The leopard man's hands danced faster and faster, forming a shield in front of him. At the same time, the strange sharp sound grew louder and louder. The sharp sound made even Yi Qinghan's powerful soul unable to withstand it. Pandora, who was behind him, was protected by Yi Qinghan's spatial power, and 90% of the sonic wave attack was blocked by Yi Qinghan. However, her face was pale and bloodless, and she fainted. Boom! After the God-Slayer spear appeared, it pierced through the air in just a second and pierced the shield formed by the leopard man. The first God-Slayer spear shattered bit by bit. The second God-Slayer spear also exploded. The third God-Slayer spear slowly exploded, and the fourth God-Slayer spear penetrated half an inch and exploded. The fifth God-Slayer spear penetrated successfully and finally touched the leopard man's head, causing it to explode. Die! Yi Qinghan's eyes were burning like the sun, and his mouth was cold as he shouted crazily. He continued to control the sixth God-Slayer spear and pierced through the shield. If the sixth God-Slayer spear hit the leopard man's head with full force, no matter how much origin energy he had, his head would still be shattered. Once his head was shattered, his soul sea collapsed, and the leopard man died. Woo! The leopard man felt the danger of death, and his triangular eyes revealed a crazed and malevolent look. He didn't care about Yi Qinghan's golden soul threads anymore and continued to attack his soul as he forcefully screamed. The sonic wave attack this time was clearly much stronger than the previous ones. The entire tunnel trembled, and it was like the roar of a dying beast. This roar caused Yi Qinghan's expression to change instantly. Originally, He couldn't stand the sharp sound created by the leopard man's waving hands. At this moment, if he was attacked by this sonic wave attack, his soul would definitely be injured. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was Pandora. Originally, Yi Qinghan separated 2 layers of spatial power to protect Pandora, and he stood in front of the leopard man and used his body to block most of the sonic wave attack. However, Pandora still fainted like this. If she was attacked by this sonic wave attack, the outcome could be imagined. Attack or retreat. Yi Qinghan believed that as long as his remaining 3 Godslayers' spears penetrated the leopard man, he would definitely be able to kill him. However, if he didn't retreat, his soul might be injured and most importantly, Pandora might die. He didn't dare to gamble, and he couldn't afford to lose. He had said that he would protect Pandora for life. Therefore, he retreated, and he retreated without hesitation. He didn't even control the Godslayer's spear anymore, and it shattered in the air. His speed soared to the limit, and he hugged Pandora in his arms. At the same time, he used his origin energy to protect his back, and released his spatial power to suppress the sonic wave attack. The strange sonic wave attack started to weaken as the distance increased. Similarly, under the suppression of Yi Qinghan's spatial power, it weakened again. However, when the attack landed on Yi Qinghan's back, it also caused Yi Qinghan's internal organs to shatter again. He couldn't suppress the blood in his mouth any longer, and he vomited it onto Pandora, who was hugging him, and his body was sent flying. Woo! The leopard man roared again, and he was prepared to kill Yi Qinghan completely. Yi Qinghan suddenly turned his head in midair, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He didn't care about the weakness in the depths of his soul, and he activated the soul extermination again. At the same time, he swung his hand, and the remaining half of the origin hidden weapon turned into hundreds of thousands of starlight spots, and they whizzed toward the leopard man. After that, without waiting for the soul ring to repair his body, Yi Qinghan ran forward in a panic, and he escaped crazily. Woo! Although the leopard man's body was injured, he was completely enraged by Yi Qinghan. He let out 2 strange cries, and he emitted sound waves, which struck down the origin hidden weapon shot by Yi Qinghan. He stepped on the void, and a strange dull sound was produced. Yi Qinghan's remaining golden soul threads didn't care about attacking his head, and they chased after Yi Qinghan frantically. Looks like Emperor Zhan was right. If I encounter an upper 9th pin, I have no chance of winning unless I ambush him. Yi Qinghan licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. It was salty, and his heart was filled with bitterness. He had used all sorts of methods, but he still couldn't kill the leopard man. However, if he did not save Pandora in the end, he would definitely be able to kill him. However, if he did that, would he still be Yi Qinghan? Therefore, Yi Qinghan did not regret it. He only wished that he could grow 4 legs at this moment. His speed doubled again. Although in the end he had thrown out his origin concealed weapon and released his soul extinguisher, which had slowed down the leopard headman's footwork. However, the distance between the 2 of them was less than a few miles. At most half a day, he would definitely be caught. He wasn't afraid of catching up to Yi Qinghan. Although he wasn't a match for him, it would be difficult for the leopard man to kill him. However, Pandora was in trouble. If this leopard man had used a normal energy attack, Yi Qinghan would not have feared it at all. With the protection of the origin armor, Pandora would not have died. However, this leopard man used a strange sound wave attack. 4 hours later, Yi Qinghan still hadn't shaken off this leopard man. It was clear that his attack just now had caused this leopard man to go crazy. He would not rest until he killed him. 6 hours later, the distance between the 2 of them was reduced to 2 miles. Yi Qinghan's face was as bitter as a cucumber. He looked at the pale Pandora in his arms, who had fainted, and became even more anxious. Not long after, his face became even whiter than Pandora's. Using his divine sense, he could see that 2 powerhouses had appeared in the tunnel ahead. One of them had the strongest aura. Yi Qinghan casually probed, and he could determine that this person was not any weaker than the leopard man behind him. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Desperate situation? God damn it. A glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. But after a moment, when Yi Qinghan had completely probed the two figures in front of him, he was overjoyed. He wanted to cry out twice. Chapter 1140. The leopard man's triangular eyes twitched. He noticed something strange. The creature in front of him had actually changed its appearance. Even the aura it was emitting had changed to that hateful aura of light. The speed had also slowed down. What was this little thief doing? Then the leopard man's eyes twitched violently. He felt that something was amiss. Two auras had appeared in front of him, and one of them was incredibly powerful. The leopard man's figure paused for a moment, but the little thief in front of him had suddenly turned around. That hateful soul attack had started attacking his soul again. He could not help but roar in anger. The powerful sound waves shook the entire cave. Great Deus, save me! Yi Qinghan did not transform into Lacri's appearance. Instead, he transformed into another archangel. This time it was not one from Athens, but one from the heavenly army. He had transformed into Lacri's appearance and openly left the group. Moreover, his attack on the beastman had probably exposed a trace of his aura, so he did not dare to take the risk. Shoo! The tunnel ahead suddenly lit up. Then two balls of light shot over. One of them was as bright as the sun, so bright that no one dared to look at it directly. It was Deus, the Lord of Athens that Yi Qinghan had seen a few times before. Who else could it be but Archangel Dick? Humph? You dare attack my people? You're courting death. Evil creature from the other plane, accept your judgment. Light of judgment. A domineering voice came from the ball of light. It was filled with holiness and inviolability. Then, a light wave shot out from the ball of light, shooting towards Yi Qinghan's side. The target was the leopard man behind him. F***CK. Yi Qinghan hurriedly dodged to the side. He cursed in his heart. Was this Deus very confident in his control over his attacks, or was he trying to kill him as well? He carefully probed with his divine sense. Realizing that Deus and Dick were not paying attention to him, he felt slightly relieved. He hurriedly flew towards them and stood beside Dick, a look of lingering fear on his face. Roar! Chi! Although the leopard man wanted to retreat, he had no choice but to fight. With a loud roar, visible sound waves collided with Deus' power of light. Powerful energy of different attributes exploded, causing the entire passageway to shake violently. Yi Qinghan felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. He sighed inwardly as he wondered what this black stone was made of. It was such a powerful energy, yet it only sank in. Not even a few stone chips fell out. Shoo! Dick also joined the fray. Yi Qinghan began to slowly retreat. Finally, he suddenly sped up and disappeared without a trace. Dais suddenly frowned. He realized that Pandora, who Yi Qinghan had been carrying, had disappeared. Clearly, she had entered the spatial artifact. Yi Qinghan was not his direct subordinate, so it was not strange that he ran away. It was also not strange that the Archangel had a spatial artifact. However, when Yi Qinghan's War Emperor Palace teleported people, there was no spatial fluctuation at all. This was the planar battlefield, a place with incomparably stable space. Just as he was stunned, the leopard-headed man also turned and ran. He had already been injured in the battle with Yi Qinghan. Now that he had encountered an opponent of the same level, how could he not retreat? The light god was stunned once again. He then actually turned and chased after Yi Qinghan. This leopard-headed man had exchanged a blow with him earlier, and he felt that it would be very difficult to kill him. On the other hand, he was very interested in Yi Qinghan's spatial artifact. F***CK. This dies. Why is he chasing me? These thieving scammers are truly not good people. Yi Qinghan cursed in his heart and no longer hid his strength. His speed soared, and with a teleportation, he continuously entered the War Emperor Palace. He hid himself and blocked the light god's divine sense from locking onto him. After 7 or 8 turns, an hour later, he had completely shaken off the light god. Dick ran after Dais in confusion. Suddenly, he saw Dais standing in midair with a furious expression. He couldn't help but ask in fear, "What's wrong?" "Your Majesty!" A creature from another plane, This is definitely not a disciple of heaven. He has a strange energy on him. Damn it! To think that he had even deceived me. Don't let me meet him, or I'll make him fall into the Azure Sea forever. Dai's furious voice rang out in the passage. Dick's body trembled, his face filled with disbelief. That person just now was a creature from another plane? How could he disguise himself so well? Even a chief god was deceived? Oh no! Could it be that many creatures from another plane had sneaked into the heaven plane? Dick thought to himself. His heart was filled with shock. Even the light god Dais did not notice him flying away. That was close. If not for this ghost transformation, this young master's life would have been forfeit. Yi Qinghan sighed and wiped the cold sweat off his face. However, he felt a damp sensation on his back. Although Yi Qinghan did not hear Dai's angry roar clearly, it was clear that Dais had discovered his identity. He continuously teleported into the War Emperor Palace. In such a hurry, he definitely could not maintain the ghost transformation at all times. It's normal for him to be discovered. Quickly finding a dead end, Yi Qinghan snuck past 2 transportation restrictions and walked to the end. He immediately entered the War Emperor Palace. Although he used the soul ring to heal Pandora's body, he was still worried. Big brother Han Yi. Pandora is so scared. As soon as Yi Qinghan entered, a soft and delicate body pounced on him and hugged him tightly. Pandora had just been shaken out and fainted after hearing that terrifying voice. When she woke up, she did not see Yi Qinghan. She was so scared that her delicate body trembled slightly. Don't be afraid, Pandora. Unless I die, Big brother Han Yi will not let anyone harm you. Yi Qinghan tenderly caressed Pandora's soft hair, comforting her. However, he felt extremely guilty in his heart. Because he was not strong enough, he implicated his woman and made her suffer. He felt very uncomfortable. When he thought of his wives in the secret realm of reincarnation, and how they were chased out of the god realm by Shin Tu Xiong like stray dogs, he felt even more stifled. After comforting Pandora for a while, she probably exhausted herself and fell into a deep sleep in Yi Qinghan's arms. Yi Qinghan brought Pandora to another hall to rest, then left the War Emperor Palace. After confirming that no one would come to this dead end, he entered the War Emperor Palace again. After spending half a year, Yi Qinghan made millions of hidden origin weapons. After that, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he calmed his heart and started to diligently cultivate God Slayer's spear. The leopard man and god of light, Dais, made Yi Qinghan feel a sense of danger. He almost died this time. He did not want to gamble, nor did he want Pandora to be in danger again. Thus, he forcefully suppressed his desire to find the plain passage to the god realm and went into seclusion. Ha! Under the immense pressure, Yi Qinghan's fighting spirit exploded forth. He started to crazily cultivate the God Slayer spear, even though he could only stay in the Demon Mountain for 90 years at most. Although he could only stay in the Demon Mountain for 90 years at most, he still needed to find the plain passage to the God realm. Thus, he only had 40 to 50 years left to cultivate. However, Yi Qinghan still decided to increase his strength a little more. In this Demon Mountain, where danger lurked everywhere and there were countless 9th grade experts, every bit of strength represented an extra chance of survival. Chapter 1141. Ha! In the main hall of the War Emperor Hall, 10 spears danced in the air like 10 dragons. Sometimes they crossed each other, sometimes they merged into one, and sometimes they formed a triangular arrowhead. All of them whizzed forward together. After a while, the restriction in the main hall exploded with a bright light, illuminating the faces of Pandora, who was sitting in the corner, and Xiao He, who was lying on the ground. Pandora sat quietly, while Xiao He was in a deep sleep. Yi Qinghan's crazy cultivation. After 40 years, their initial shock, joy, and worry had turned into numbness. Yi Qinghan, this lunatic, had been cultivating continuously for 40 years. He would only go into a deep sleep to recover if his mentality was severely depleted. Once he woke up, he would start to control the 10 God Slayer spears, flying and cultivating in the main hall. Under Yi Qinghan's crazy cultivation, The 10 God-Slayer spears seemed to have become a part of his body. It was as if he was controlling them with extraordinary dexterity. Swoosh! The 10 spears danced in the air for a few rounds and finally merged into one. It flew around Yi Qinghan, making Yi Qinghan, who was full of murderous intent and had his eyes closed, look like a mighty ancient god. Phew! It's been 40 years. My control of the God-Slayer spears has improved again. I might not be able to improve in a short time. In addition to the millions of hidden origin weapons, my chances of survival should be higher if I encounter a superior rank 9 powerhouse this time. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, and the murderous intent on his face faded. Time was too short. It was already very good to have a slight improvement in a few decades. Of course, this had something to do with his crazy cultivation. In the past few decades, he had fainted many times because of the depletion of his soul power. There's not much time left. It's time to find the passageway to the heavenly realm. If I encounter a superior rank 9 powerhouse this time, I'll use the hidden origin weapons to smash them. I'll run first. I can't fight to the death. Yi Qinghan looked at Pandora and thought of the last time Pandora was in danger. Her face was pale and she looked like she was about to die. His hand subconsciously threw out a few hidden origin weapons. Pa pa pa. Several origin source concealed weapons pierced through the barrier and shot into the wall, causing the barrier to flicker again. Han Yi Dage, are you done cultivating? Pandora sees that Yi Qinghan is looking at her. She smiles sweetly and stands up. Her face is full of admiration and worship as she says, "Wow, Han Yi Dage, your spears have become very powerful again." Pandora's eyes are dazzled just from looking at them. That's right, why can't your long spear shoot into the wall like those concealed weapons? I think this spear is much more powerful than those concealed weapons. Yi Qinghan walks over in a few steps. He tenderly pinches Pandora's little face and kisses her tender lips. He explains, your strength is low, so you don't understand. Of course, the spear is more powerful than the concealed weapons. But those concealed weapons have something called the power of origin. That's why they can shoot into the wall. Under Yi Qinghan's kiss, Pandora's face turns red again. She becomes bashful like a young wife. She says, then you can also attach that power of origin to the spearhead. Like that, wouldn't it be able to pierce through the wall? Silly girl. Yi Qinghan is both annoyed and amused as he says, how can the power of origin be attached to the Godslayer's spear? How is that possible? How impossible! As Yi Qinghan says this, the pupils of his eyes suddenly contract. Then he becomes dazed. The hands that are kneading Pandora also stop. He blinks and suddenly slaps his thigh. The light in his eyes explodes and he laughs loudly. How is it impossible? Possible. Possible. Absolutely possible. Haha, Pandora, you are too smart. What a genius idea. I love you to death. Yi Qinghan fiercely hugs Pandora's body and violently kisses her, waking Xiao He up. Then, he disregards the blushing Pandora and the black lines on Xiao He's face. He immediately sits cross-legged and actually goes into seclusion again. It's over. Boss has gone crazy. Xiao He curls his lips and mutters before falling asleep again. Pandora is somewhat at a loss as to what to do. Yi Qinghan actually kisses her in front of Xiao He. He even said some strange words, making her embarrassed and annoyed. But seeing that Yi Qinghan is so happy, Pandora also becomes happy. The power of origin is attached to the Godslayer's spear? Pandora is really too smart. Why didn't I think of that? Haha. If this is successfully researched, it will definitely be very powerful. Since the power of origin can be attached to hidden weapons, it can also be attached to the Godslayer's spear. The Godslayer's spear is a real one that Yi Qinghan condensed. At this moment, he is somewhat glad that he chose the third path of controlling spatial power. If he chose the path of Kid, he wouldn't be able to cry even if he wanted to. The Godslayer's spear contains a terrifying spatial power. It is like a powerful fist that can smash the weak to death. Even if the enemy is protected by the power of origin, if it is hit, it will still be able to shatter the flesh and blood inside. But what if this fist is equipped with iron spikes? What if the Godslayer's spear is equipped with an indestructible spearhead? A violent force coupled with the indestructible power of origin, who can block it? Even if the enemy is protected by the power of origin, under such a powerful impact, can they not die? Yi Qinghan imagined the Godslayer's spear, the spearhead shining with origin energy, attacking the enemy unceasingly. That kind of unstoppable might immediately caused his blood to boil. Although this will consume a lot of his power of origin, every attack will definitely cause him to lose a huge amount of power of origin. But in this world, who has more power of origin than him? Furthermore, in the new soul space, the power of origin is constantly increasing. What is there to be afraid of? Yi Qinghan quickly calculated and verified in his mind. In the end, he confirmed that it is possible. The last problem is time. The planar war only lasts for 100 years. Devil Mountain can only bring people for 90 years. After 90 years, they will all be teleported to the battlefield of the final battle. Yi Qinghan originally ran around in Devil Mountain for several months. In the end, other than the black and white passageway that he came in, he only found one passageway with color. How many passageways there are, how wide and how complicated? Yi Qinghan does not know. But he knows that the passageway to the divine world is very difficult to find. He must have enough time to find it. Otherwise, if he teleports out of Devil Mountain and returns to the camp in Heaven Plain, it will be damned. There are still more than 40 years. 20 years. At most I can cultivate for another 20 years. Regardless of whether I can successfully cultivate this mystic ability or not, I must find the passageway back to the divine world. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and immediately made a decision. He waved his hand and released a Godslayer's spear. Then, he immediately controlled the power of origin hidden in his body and attached it to the spearhead according to the beastman's method. Success! That trace of power of origin easily attached to the spear. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed, but before his smile could fully bloom, he smiled bitterly. The moment the Godslayer's spear moved, the power of origin separated. Originally, the power of origin was attached to divine metal. That is a dead object, and Yi Qinghan did not need to control it. Once it attached to the spear, he directly threw it out to attack the enemy. But the Godslayer's spear looked like a physical object, but it is condensed from the power of space. Most importantly, the Godslayer's spear cannot be thrown out. It needs to be controlled by Yi Qinghan's divine sense. Moreover, it is not a straight line. The energy inside is still constantly changing. Of course, it is impossible to attach it. Damn it! This young master doesn't believe it. 20 years is not enough to create it. Yi Qinghan became ruthless and started to practice crazily again. Chapter 1142. Brother Han Yi, 20 years is up. 20 years passed in a flash. Yi Qinghan was so engrossed in cultivation that he forgot about time and where he was. If it wasn't for Pandora's reminder, Yi Qinghan might not even know that he was teleported out of the Devil Mountain. Ah, it's here? Yi Qinghan opened his eyes. He was incomparably shocked and a little helpless. He sighed and stood up. The time is too short. I only managed to infuse my origin energy into one spear. Furthermore, it's not in the most stable state. But it's enough. Even if it's just one spear, if I sneak attack it, Deus will die. Humph. Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed like lightning. His hands danced in the air, and a long spear suddenly emerged from the void in front of him. It circled around Yi Qinghan, and the spearhead turned white. It was like a venomous snake opening its eyes. The aura it emitted made one's heart palpitate. Go! Yi Qinghan roared. The God-Slayer spear was like a bolt of lightning as it shot towards the opposite wall. Although it was only a spear, it was like a magnificent army, unstoppable. Bang! The entire hall shook. The restrictions on the walls flashed and sparks flashed. Suddenly, a powerful aura was released from the Battle Emperor Hall, causing Yi Qinghan to feel suffocated. Pandora's face turned pale. If it wasn't for Yi Qinghan protecting her, she would have collapsed to the ground. This time, Yi Qinghan seemed to have gone overboard. The restrictions of the Battle Emperor Hall reacted with unprecedented intensity. F*CK. Brat, You want to destroy the Battle Emperor Hall? An incomparably shocked voice transmission rang out. After that, a figure floated out. The Battle Emperor stared at the restrictions on the wall in shock. His mouth was so wide open that one could swallow 2 eggs. Clearly, the restrictions at this distance had alarmed him. The Battle Emperor looked around with a sunken face. He heaved a sigh of relief and said to Yi Qinghan, "Brat, are you courting death? You've already triggered the highest level restriction I've set up. If you were any stronger, this Battle Imperial Hall would have collapsed. At that time, all of you will be sucked into the spatial turbulence." "Is that serious?" Yi Qinghan sighed and had an innocent look on his face. The Battle Emperor immediately asked Yi Qinghan how he did it. After Yi Qinghan explained everything, the Battle Emperor was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He shook his head and murmured, "Freak! Freak! You can think of all these methods. But that's right. No one has ever had as much origin energy as you do. Not to mention, you can't even finish using it. I didn't even think about it. Brat, listen, when you have time, continue to study this divine ability. This thing is terrifyingly powerful." Of course, Yi Qinghan knew how powerful this thing was. He nodded, and the Battle Emperor went back into the God Crystal with a sigh. Xiao He was startled awake by the commotion in the War Emperor Hall. When he heard the War Emperor's words, his black eyes lit up. He asked joyfully, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Boss, did you come up with something crazy again?" This is all thanks to Pandora. If Pandora didn't remind me, I wouldn't have thought of it. However, I don't have time to study it in detail now. I'm going out first. I don't have much time. Let's find the passageway to the divine world first." Yi Qinghan said a few words to Pandora. Xiao He went back into the Slaughter God Saber while Yi Qinghan raised his saber and rushed out of the War Emperor Hall. "Supreme God Emperor, please help me find the passageway to the divine world." Yi Qinghan disappeared like a leopard in the passageway. His speed was at the limit, and his divine senses were also extended to the limit. After the previous lesson, Yi Qinghan was very careful. He didn't dare to stop using his divine senses at all times. "Xiao He, your energy is here. Devour them." A few days later, they encountered a legion. Yi Qinghan could not be bothered to make a move. With a wave of the Slaughter God Saber, Xiao He flew out and turned into a gust of cold wind. In front of them were more than 10,000 demonic beasts. The strongest among them was only a supremacy. Other than that supremacy, the rest of the demonic beasts were instantly devoured. This supremacy monster only lasted for 1 or 2 seconds before turning into dust and merging with the cold wind. "Do you want this emblem? And I'll keep it." There was a pile of emblems on the ground. Yi Qinghan threw them into his interspatial ring and continued to run. Along the way, Yi Qinghan did not make a move when he saw low-grade legions. He let Xiao He devour them. Those who could come to the planar battlefield were at least god thearchs. Their vitality was very strong. Maybe if Xiao He devoured a lot of them, it would be great if he could evolve once more. Along the way, Yi Qinghan did not encounter another level 9 expert. After half a year, he encountered a lower level 9 expert. Yi Qinghan did not make a move and slipped away quietly. After half a year, he only found a passageway that had a color. It was red and black. Without resting, Yi Qinghan continued to run. His divine senses also did not stop to explore the surroundings. After half a year, he still did not see the light blue and light purple passageways. Another level 9 expert? In a huge and dark passageway, a green figure suddenly stopped. Then, without hesitation, he turned around and fled. Yi Qinghan only sensed an aura that was not weaker than his and immediately fled. He had been searching in the passageway for 3 or 4 years. During these years, he had encountered several level 9 experts. However, with the help of an expert's divine senses, he immediately fled. He was not here to kill. He was not in the mood to fight. Moreover, Pandora was in the War Emperor Palace. If Pandora accidentally died in a fight, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. *T. How many legions are coming here? After retreating tens of thousands of miles, Yi Qinghan tragically found a few legions in front of him. They were the Bat Demon Legion that he hated the most. Yi Qinghan had encountered this Bat Demon Legion before. It was terrifyingly fast and extremely sensitive. They might not be able to detect Yi Qinghan's figure from afar. However, once they got close, they could easily detect Yi Qinghan through the fluctuation of space. This was not important. What was important was that this Bat Demon Legion could make a sharp sound that could attack his soul and affect his speed. Forget it. I have to kill my way over. I don't know what level the level 9 experts are. I can only escape this way. Yi Qinghan did not care anymore. Once the Slaughter God Saber was unsheathed, Xiao He turned into a gust of wind and swept forward. At the same time, Yi Qinghan's origin hidden weapon scattered and turned into cold stars, shooting at the Bat Demons in front of him like a storm. He wanted to kill all the Bat Demons in front of him in one hit. Squeak! The Bat Demons were attacked and all screeched. Yi Qinghan felt a sharp pain in his head and his speed instantly slowed down. When his mind cleared, he immediately looked behind him. His expression turned bitter. The powerhouse behind was indeed an upper rank 9. Judging by his aura, he was even stronger than Dai's. At this moment, it was obvious that he had sensed the commotion here and dashed over at lightning speed. Luckily, I escaped from the beginning. I'm still at a safe distance. I should be able to shake off this upper rank 9 powerhouse. Yi Qinghan was secretly relieved. At this moment, the upper rank 9 powerhouse was almost 10 li away from him. This passageway was full of twists and turns. As long as he moved stealthily for a period of time, coupled with teleportation, combat Emperor Palace, and hiding form, he could easily shake off this powerhouse's lock on him. Xiao He had already devoured tens of thousands of Bat Demons and retreated back into the Slaughter God Saber. Yi Qinghan's speed increased explosively as he dashed forward. However, just as his speed increased, his body paused again. His expression was even more bitter than a bitter gourd. Motherf asterisk Kerr. I actually met Dai's again? His divine sense detected a bright sun in front of him. As the saying goes, enemies do not meet unless they meet. He actually met the god of light, Dai's again. Yi Qinghan knew that Dai's would not be so easily fooled this time. His mind worked quickly. In the end, Yi Qinghan increased his speed crazily. His body turned into lacries, and he gritted his teeth as he dashed toward Dai's. I'll give it my all. If I'm discovered, then I can only give it my all. God Slayer's Spear, it's all up to you. Chapter 1143. Yi Qinghan sensed that the superior rank 9 powerhouse's aura was slightly stronger than Dai's. He was also familiar with Heaven's attacks. If there was a chance to deceive him, it would be best if he did not have to risk his life. Hence, Yi Qinghan chose to ambush Dai's. Of course, he was also prepared to fight to the death. He held all the hidden source weapons in his left hand and kept the Slaughter God Saber. If he encountered a superior rank 9 powerhouse, he would not be confident. Yi Qinghan did not dare to let Xiao He take the risk. In his soul space, his powerful soul force was circulating wildly. If anything went wrong, Yi Qinghan would use his most powerful soul-destroying attack. However, a superior rank 9 powerhouse would protect their soul ocean and divinity crystal very tightly. Not only would they be protected by the origin force, but they would also be protected by the various elemental powers bestowed by heaven and earth. Your Majesty, the great and omnipotent Your Majesty, Yi Qinghan shouted through telepathy as he ran. His face was filled with ecstasy and excitement. His acting was so good that he could win an Oscar. The ball of light in front of him paused for a moment before flying towards him at top speed. T. Yi Qinghan's powerful divine sense had been locked onto Dai's. He could feel a hint of coldness hidden in his eyes. He immediately knew that he had been seen through. He steeled his heart and continued to act as if he did not know that Dai's had seen through him. He ran madly, shouting anxiously and excitedly, as if he had seen his own mother. Dai's was stunned again. He had clearly noticed the superior rank 9 powerhouse chasing after Yi Qinghan. However, he looked at the pathetically running Lacri and steeled his heart. He was prepared to kill Yi Qinghan first before fighting the superior rank 9 powerhouse. Yi Qinghan was a creature from another plane. He had actually snuck into Heaven's plane and even tricked him once. This was a blasphemy against him. It was unforgivable. Creatures from another plane, how dare you hunt down the people of the light? This God will judge all sinners who dare to blaspheme the light. Dais watched as Yi Qinghan used the same old trick, and his eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. He calculated the distance between the two of them. On one hand, he put on an incomparably convincing act, and on the other hand, he prepared to attack. Little did he know that Yi Qinghan had been guarding against him from the very beginning. He had long sensed that Yi Qinghan was about to make a move and had been calculating the distance between the two of them. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 600 meters. Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly became filled with fear. He looked behind the God of Light and shouted, "Your Majesty, be careful." Just as the God of Light was about to make a move, he was bewildered by Yi Qinghan's realistic performance. Of course, he did not stupidly turn his head to look, but was slightly stunned. Soul extermination. Origin hidden weapon. Godslayer's spear. In a battle between experts, a single second could determine the life and death of many people. Dais was stunned for only half a second, but after he regained his senses, he saw two bewitching gazes, and he felt the frenzied golden soul threads in his brain attacking his soul. There was also a flash of light in front of him. Countless hidden weapons that flickered with origin energy whistled over, giving him a fright. He immediately used his origin energy and soul force to protect his soul sea, resisting the invasion of the golden soul threads. At the same time, he used his origin energy to protect his body. Just as Dais was about to release the power of light to kill Yi Qinghan, he did not expect that a spear would suddenly appear in front of him. The powerful pressure from the spear caused Dai's heart to tremble. Main God? This creature from another plane is actually a main God. Evil creature from another plane. This God will tear you apart and suppress your soul in the Azure Sea for eternity. Dais became hysterical and angry. Being allowed to enter heaven by Yi Qinghan was already a blasphemy against him. Not long ago he had been tricked and used as a tool. Now he was tricked again, but Yi Qinghan's attacks were endless, and Dais could only defend himself first before thinking of a way to counterattack. Bang! Bang! Godslayer's spear after Dais shot over like dragons. Each time, there would be two spears, one aimed at Dai's head, and the other at his deity crystal. Dais released the power of light and collided with the Godslayer's spear. A powerful energy burst forth in the cave, and the shockwave created a sharp, ear-piercing sound. Without any suspense, Pandora was shaken out, but Yi Qinghan immediately protected her. He then let her climb onto his back and activated his origin armor to protect her. Godslayer's spear, it's all up to you now. Yi Qinghan looked at the four Godslayer spears. They were blocked by Dais light power, and the shockwaves caused his speed to slow down. Yi Qinghan sensed that the 9th-ranked martial artist behind him was getting closer. He had no choice but to make one last gamble. With a wave of his hand, he released 6 Godslayer spears. 5 of them shot towards Dais from different directions. The last spear circled around his body, and the origin energy quietly attached to it. Then, it chased after the 5 spears in front of it, whistling towards Dais. In the blink of an eye, although it was only 1 or 2 seconds, the two of them had already clashed a few times. The distance between them had also increased to 300 meters. The last few spears had just been released, and in the blink of an eye they were already in front of Dais. Bang! Dais released 5 rays of light of judgment, each of them colliding with Yi Qinghan's 5 Godslayer spears. Then, he hurriedly controlled his soul force to block Yi Qinghan's soul-destroying attack. In the previous round of attacks, in order to block the Godslayer spears, a few golden soul threads had already entered his soul. Also, if he didn't clear them, his soul would become slightly chaotic. If Yi Qinghan continued to attack, it would be difficult for him to block it. This foreign plane's trash actually has so many strange skills. Humph! Wait till this god cleans up the soul attack in my brain. This god will let you know what true power is. Under the power of light, all tricks are useless. Dais was extremely sullen. His strength was obviously much higher than Yi Qinghan's, but he was currently being suppressed by his continuous attacks. He was exhausted and had no choice but to deal with it. Most importantly, the sneak attack of the soul-destroying soul skill had caught him off guard, and some golden soul threads had entered his soul sea. If he didn't clear up these golden soul threads, Dai's soul would definitely become slightly chaotic. Once he became chaotic, he would definitely die in a fight between experts of this level. Swish! The final Godslayer's spear came slowly. Although Dai's was a little puzzled, what was the point of Yi Qinghan releasing the last Godslayer's spear? But now that the golden soul threads in his soul sea were about to be cleared, Dai's didn't think too much about it. He condensed the power of light and shot out a light of judgment before continuing to clear the golden soul threads in his brain. Good ball. God damn it. Xiao Hei, come out and devour this trash. Yi Qinghan had been staring at Dai's. When he saw that Dai's didn't care about the Godslayer's origin energy, his eyes lit up. He was very clear that this Godslayer spear was much stronger than before. How could Dai's block it with just a casual light of judgment? The Godslayer saber appeared in his hand, and a ghostly figure flew out. He was prepared to kill this bastard. How strong was the Godslayer spear that contained the origin energy? If the previous Godslayer spear was a wooden arrow, this Godslayer spear would be an iron arrow. How could Dai's wooden shield withstand it? Chi! The light of judgment collided with the Godslayer's spear. There wasn't an explosion, but a piercing sound could be heard. The light of judgment exploded and dissipated into the air. The Godslayer's spear only lost some energy and slowed down a little. However, it continued to fly towards Dai's head stubbornly. Ah, no. Dai's eyes widened in fear as he saw the Godslayer's spear emitting a gentle light. As it pierced through his light of judgment, his eyes widened in fear. The distance between the two of them wasn't far, and the Godslayer's spear was as fast as lightning. There was no way for Dai's to dodge. He could only quickly channel all the origin energy in his body into his head and protect his soul sea with all his might. Boom! A loud sound rang out as Dai's body was sent flying. Half of his body was smashed into smithereens by the power of space. His brain was almost smashed into smithereens. Luckily, he used all his origin energy to protect his brain, and his soul sea didn't shatter. However, in the next second, Dai's fell into despair, because a gust of wind suddenly blew over and enveloped his body. His body was instantly corroded by the powerful, strange energy. It didn't matter if his body was corroded. The most important thing was the God Crystal. Chapter 1144. The origin energy was all in his mind, leaving the divine crystal unprotected. Although the crystal was hard, under Xiao Hei's perverse corrosive ability, half of it was corroded in an instant. Dai's really wanted to use his origin energy to protect the crystal, but his body had been completely corroded by Xiao Hei. How could he transfer his origin energy to the crystal? In an instant, the crystal was completely corroded by Xiao Hei. When the crystal shattered, the god of light, Dai's, was dead. Waha boss, it's done. A superior 9th grade powerhouse, such a strong origin energy. Great tonic, great tonic. Xiao Hei's savage laughter rang throughout the passageway. Yi Qinghan was ecstatic, but his body didn't stop. He turned into a flickering shadow and grabbed Dai's spatial ring through the air. Then he put away Xiao Hei and fled madly. Ha! As Yi Qinghan ran, he investigated the situation behind him. Although the battle just now was complicated, it only took a short 3 seconds. At first, the distance between him and the superior 9th grade powerhouse was about 10 li, but after 3 seconds, the distance was pulled to about 10 li. But now, Yi Qinghan sensed that the superior 9th grade powerhouse had suddenly stopped chasing him, and instead turned to leave. He didn't have time to think whether this powerhouse's head had been kicked by a donkey, or if he was retreating because he killed Dai's. Yi Qinghan covered his head and ran for tens of thousands of li. Only when he was sure that the superior 9th grade powerhouse was no longer chasing him did he stop. He exhaled deeply and used his divine power to shake off the cold sweat on his forehead and back. That's too dangerous. That's too exciting. If it wasn't for the Godslayer's spear, this young master would have died for sure. Yi Qinghan put Pandora down from his back, hugged her and kissed her fiercely, laughing. Pandora, you saved my life this time. Brother Han Yi, you're the best. Pandora is very stupid. Even if I didn't remind you, you would have thought of it. Pandora's face was flushed red. Although she had lived for a long time, she was still as pure as a piece of white paper. Pandora ponders for a moment, then says, Han Yi Dage, can I not enter that palace? Pandora is scared to be in there alone and fall out again. Yi Qinghan was startled, his face filled with guilt. He thought for a moment, then nodded and said, then you won't go in. Come, I'll carry you. After such a long time, Yi Qinghan completely understood the situation within Devil Mountain. As long as he was not as unlucky as today, encountering two upper rank 9 powerhouses at the same time. With his powerful divine consciousness, he could easily avoid a 9th grade powerhouse. As for the legions, there was no need to bother with them. Of course, it would still be very dangerous if they encountered a 9th grade supreme martial artist. It was just that a 9th grade supreme martial artist should not be bothered to come in and hunt low-level martial artists. Therefore, it didn't matter whether Pandora went in or not. Her several dozen kilograms didn't affect Yi Qinghan's speed and movements. Moreover, carrying a beauty on his back and rubbing against her soft and fragrant body was also a very comfortable massage. Boss, it feels so good. I can't take it anymore. I need to sleep for a while. I've swallowed too much life force this time. It feels so good. Even better than sex. Xiao Hei's voice came over. Yi Qinghan smiled, thinking that when he became stronger in the future, he would enter this dimensional battlefield again and let Xiao Hei swallow a few 9th grade powerhouses. He scanned through Dea's spatial ring and found a lot of treasures inside. It's just that he didn't know what they were used for, and he didn't have time to explore them now. He casually put them away and carried Pandora on his back, continuing to fly, looking for the passage back to the realm of gods. The realm of gods wasn't peaceful recently. The eternal palace that had disappeared for thousands of years reappeared 100 years ago. It floated in the sky above Saint Island, shining with golden light, like a demonic sun, mighty and unparalleled. Star Sovereign Shintashiong didn't show up, but it was said that he summoned a few elders of Supreme Island and the South Mountain Sovereign. Although he didn't know if Star Sovereign's internal injuries were healed, the appearance of the Eternal Palace and the summons of Star Sovereign raised the spirits of everyone on Saint Island and the Star Sovereign. It also made Qing Shan and the other sovereigns even more low-profile. Lei Zhen and the Rain Emperor's faces became more bitter. The faces of Lei Zhen and the Rain Emperor became more and more bitter. The two of them were like poultry in a slaughterhouse, waiting for Shintashiong to give his all before killing them like 2 ants. They knew that even if Star Sovereign didn't make a move, Li Tao and the South Mountain Sovereign would. There were fewer and fewer martial artists in Soul Devouring City and Fire Dragon City. The two main cities that were once famous in the realm of gods only had a few tens of thousands of people left, and that was the combined population of the two cities. The only fortunate thing was that Lei Zhen's cultivation improved a few decades ago, reaching the upper-grade venerable realm. Emperor Yu, on the other hand, finally took the last step and became a venerable. Soul Devouring City was still incomparably beautiful, but half of the huge city was empty. Apart from thousands of official army soldiers, there wasn't even a heavenly god martial artist in the plaza, making people feel a sense of desolation. 3 people sat on the balcony. The handsome Emperor Yu, with a dark face, was sitting at Lord Devour's favorite seat. Opposite him was the purple-haired Thunder Emperor. Last night, Emperor Yu broke through to the venerable realm, and Thunder Emperor came to congratulate him. Unexpectedly, Venerable Li Quan came too. Lord, you shouldn't have come. Emperor Yu smiled bitterly. He and Thunder Emperor were both alone now. Thunder Emperor and Lei family had already separated themselves from each other, and Lei family had also announced that they would expel Thunder Emperor from Lei family. But Venerable Li Quan was different. His family members were all over the Li Quan estate. If they were implicated, their entire family would be exterminated. Hee, you don't have to worry about this. I know what to do. Moreover, Shui'er has become Xiao Hei's wife. I can't get rid of her no matter what. Do you want me to break off my father-daughter relationship? Do you think I, Li Quan, am such a person? Venerable Li Quan waved his hand as if he didn't care. In recent years, he had made a lot of arrangements. Many of his family's disciples had been scattered, and countless seeds had been scattered all over the divine world and secret domains. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to come here today. Swish! At this moment, a figure flashed on the rooftop once again. A beautiful lady appeared on the rooftop. She looked at Lei Jun with a look of anger and resentment. Her eyes were filled with affection. Nonsense! You Duanfei, didn't I tell you? If you come to find me again, I will slap you to death. Lei Jun was enraged when he saw her. Yu Duanfei had followed him for a period of time, but after Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour had escaped, he had chased her out of the Flame Dragon City. He didn't expect that she would pester him again. Yu Duanfei wasn't angry at all. Instead, she smiled charmingly. Hey, Lei Jun. This old lady's rain butterfly island is empty now. Where do you want this old lady to go? If you want to kill me, then kill me. This old lady will follow you for the rest of my life. Lei Jun was so angry that he wanted to curse again. However, Venerable Li Quan smiled faintly and said, Yin Linger has followed Yi Qinghan. Yu Duanfei is like the three of us, grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Moreover, we don't need to be so pessimistic. Who knows, maybe little Han and Milord will be back soon, right? Little Han, Lei Jun, Emperor Yu, and Yu Duanfei's eyes brightened as they pondered. This man had always created miracles. Could he create another one this time? In the distance, the waves of the wandering sea surged, and the crashing sounds were still there. Chapter 1145. Secret Land of Reincarnation. Reincarnation Island. The atmosphere on the island was calm. It was so calm that it was depressing and depressing. Thousands of years had passed. Although the green jade slip in the hall of the biggest pavilion was still intact, it couldn't change the heavy sorrow in people's hearts. Yi Qinghan and Xiao He couldn't come back. Lord Devour didn't hide this news. When he saw so many hopeful eyes, Lord Devour wanted to tell a white lie. However, he didn't have the heart to deceive them. He could deceive them for a while, but could he deceive them forever? Yu Qingcheng and the others didn't feel sad for long. They always wore a faint smile on their faces. They were afraid that their emotions would affect their children, which would affect their lives and cultivation. However, in the dead of the night, they would always meet in that hall. Eventually, they would hug each other and cry. They would sit in the hall and stare at the green jade slip until the next morning. Swoosh! Another air-piercing sound came from the sky. Then, a 9-story pagoda slowly descended. The people in the secret land of reincarnation didn't find this pagoda strange anymore. Every few years, this pagoda would come back and then fly away. Buzz! The pagoda had yet to descend when Jida appeared in midair with 2 stunning women by his side. Jida knew that it would be very difficult for him to make any progress in his cultivation. Thus, he stopped cultivating. He wasn't like Lord Devour, who was always cultivating with all his might. First, 2 beautiful figures flew out of the pagoda. Then, countless 7th-grade war gods flew out. Finally, a group of young men and women flew out, looking around curiously. Oh, little Xiao Xiao is back. These seedlings are not bad. Leave these 3 to me. I will teach 3 more disciples. Jida looked at Mo Xiao Xiao with a smile and nodded to the enchantress. Although he was greedy for the enchantress's beauty, he didn't dare to touch Yi Qinghan's woman. It was true that he was lustful, but he couldn't bully his brother's wife. This was a moral principle, even though Yi Qinghan couldn't come back. These years, he had been teaching disciples, pursuing Mo Xiao Xiao, and searching for beauties in the secret land of reincarnation. Unfortunately, Mo Xiao Xiao focused on cultivating her mind and didn't care about love affairs. It drove Jida crazy. If it weren't for Lord Devour, he would have forced himself on her. The disciples were found by Mo Xiao Xiao, the enchantress, and the soul-devouring city's elders from countless subsidiary planes in the god world. Lord Devour and the enchantress had decided to take revenge. Since Yi Qinghan wasn't here, They had to create another Yi Qinghan. He had found talented people from countless material planes and brought them here. He had given them cultivation techniques, mysterious drawings, dream palaces, and treasures. Moreover, he had sent them to the perilous lands in the reincarnation secret domain to train geniuses, just like how Lord Devour had trained Yi Qinghan. Mo Xiao Xiao searched for countless years, but he still couldn't find the secret of the reincarnation mystic realm. In the end, she had to give up, following the enchantress to travel between the material planes in the void, looking for a chance to break through. We have to stop for a while. Kuei might have found something wrong and sent some venerables to investigate. But we left in advance, so we didn't get exposed, the enchantress said. Then, she left the task of arranging these geniuses to the elders and teleported away. Her graceful figure appeared in the largest hall. When she saw that the cyan jade talisman on the table in front of the hall was not broken, an intoxicating smile appeared on her face. She stared at the jade talisman affectionately for a moment, and then said faintly, "Little Han, how are you doing in that foreign land? Do you miss us? I know you miss us, but don't think about coming back. It's fine as long as you're living well in that foreign land. Leave the rest to us. We will definitely return to the God world. We will." The enchantress tribe was extremely charming. Once they fell in love, it would last for a lifetime. The women that men in the God realm yearned for the most, the bewitching charm clan, fully deserving of the title. Light blue, light purple. Oh my God. Supreme Divine Emperor. Did I see it wrong? Illusion, it must be an illusion. In a passage, Yi Qinghan trembled. He looked at the wall of the passage in front of him in fear and pinched his thigh. More than 10 years had passed. He didn't know how far he had run in the Devil Mountain, how many passages he had entered, how many legions and how many level 9 experts he had encountered. He found countless passages with different colors, but none of them were light blue or light purple. There wasn't much time left, and he almost lost all hope. At this moment, when he came to this passage and saw the light blue and purple in front of him, he couldn't believe it. He turned around in a panic and touched the wall. Finally, he slapped his thigh again and shouted, "Xiao Hei! Don't sleep! Come out quickly!" That's right. Pandora, tell me, are these light blue and light purple?" "That's right. Big Brother Han Yi. These are light blue and light purple." Pandora, who was coiled around Yi Qinghan's back like an octopus, revealed a sweet smile on her face as she nodded her head heavily. "That's right, boss. You finally found it. Found it. We can go back now. Waha. I, Lord Xiao Hei, can finally see my son. Boss, I want to cry. What should I do?" Xiao Hei materialized in the air, and his face was filled with joy. "Senior Battle Emperor. I found it. I found it." Yi Qinghan was so excited that he almost cried. He called out to Battle Emperor with a choked voice. A shadow appeared, and Battle Emperor nodded and said, "Follow the passage out and follow my instructions." Yi Qinghan waited for the Battle Emperor to enter the divine crystal and immediately flew up. After that, he suddenly stopped, turned his head, and said, "Blackie, aren't you going to enter the Slaughter God Blade?" "I'm not entering, boss. Let's go." Xiao Hei turned into a shadow and rushed forward. After devouring Deus's life force, his soul was filled with energy. He wouldn't be afraid even if he was outside for 1,000,000 years. Yi Qinghan hurriedly ran after him with a smile on his face. After running for tens of thousands of miles, the road ahead gradually brightened. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to be careless and extended his divine sense to the limit. After confirming that there were no beings from other planes guarding outside, he shot out like a sharp arrow. Left front. Battle Emperor immediately pointed out a direction for him. His divine sense spread out in all directions, constantly monitoring the situation outside. This was probably the direction of the divine world's forces, and there were no beings from other planes lingering around. "Lava. I see lava. There is a passage to a valley over there." Yi Qinghan was like a bird returning to the sky, flying rapidly in the sky. Xiao Hei was also like raptors coming out of a cave. Everywhere he swept past, the entire mountain range turned black. There were originally a few trees, but after he swept past, there was nothing left. Don't panic. There are definitely people guarding the teleportation formation. Also, I built a special teleportation formation in the past. If anyone tries to attack the teleportation formation, I can immediately send a message back to Battle Emperor Palace. You have to kill them instantly. Battle Emperor immediately transmitted a message. After pausing for a moment, he transmitted another message. Also, there are people guarding the teleportation formation in Nifa's abyss. You have to be extremely careful. If you are discovered by Shinta, you will also die. Haha. Yi Qinghan straightened his spine and held the slaughter god blade in his hand. His heroic spirit soared to the sky as he laughed heartily. Since I can return from another dimension, no one can stop me from returning home, not even Shinta. Chapter 1146. Inside a valley where the mud and stones were all red. Because there was a volcano outside the valley that erupted from time to time, the entire area was covered in reddish-brown. The valley was very large, with a huge transmission array and a small transmission array beside it. However, there were not many people inside. Only a few hundred people were sitting cross-legged in the two transmission arrays, cultivating with their eyes closed. A figure quietly flew into the passage at a very slow speed. When flying, there was only a slight fluctuation in space. If one was not a 9th grade expert, they would not be able to detect it. It was obvious that there were no 9th grade experts in the valley. There were only 2 venerables, dozens of 7th grade war gods, and the rest were 5th grade war gods. Therefore, they did not discover this hidden outsider. Yi Qinghan had to be careful. The War Emperor had told him that the small transmission array beside the transmission array could immediately notify the Guardians in the nefarious abyss and attract Shinta attention by injecting divine power into it. Therefore, Yi Qinghan had to kill all these people in an instant, quietly. After entering the valley, Yi Qinghan confirmed that there were no hidden experts. He immediately took action. A powerful space force directly pressed down. At the same time, countless soul-poisoned jade daggers sprayed toward the 400 to 500 people in front of him. The soul extermination technique was activated, targeting the venerables closest to the small transmission array. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless pairs of eyes opened when Yi Qinghan released the space force. However, when they wanted to move, they found that they could not move at all. They could only look at the green-robed martial artist in fear. Will? Is he from the divine realm? The group of guardians were all confused. How could there be someone from the divine realm in the dimensional battlefield? The divine realm did not participate in this dimensional war. It was even more impossible for him to be a survivor of the last dimensional war. Because after every planar war, the martial artists of the various planes would be teleported here. Who was he? What was he going to do? The 2 venerables wanted to move. Even if they injected a trace of divine power, they would be able to transmit this information to their master, the Star Sovereign. However, they could not move. In the next second, everyone knew what he was going to do, because that person took out a blade, and then a gust of wind blew towards them. After that, a powerful and terrifying wave of strange energy started to corrode their bodies. Even the 2 most powerful venerables were instantly corroded, and not even a speck of them remained. Who? Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. The small teleportation circle did not light up, which meant that the warning message had not been sent. He had to be careful. If these people had special abilities and methods, they could suddenly send a signal over and attract the attention of the other side. Then everything would be over. Buzz! An illusory figure condensed in the air. It was the Battle Emperor. Xiao He had also condensed his soul-devouring beast body, and he looked at Yi Qinghan and the Battle Emperor excitedly. What do we do now? Senior Battle Emperor, why did you only activate this teleportation formation now? Yi Qinghan looked at the huge teleportation formation below. It was extremely simple and complicated, and the complicated patterns on it gave him a headache. Go down, the Battle Emperor said coldly. Then, he floated down and let Yi Qinghan stand in the center of the teleportation formation. Then he said, remember the appearance of that venerable just now, right? Use the ghost transformation to change into his appearance. Remember, once you enter the Nepha's abyss, injure that guardian venerable immediately. Do not kill him and do not use the power of space. Then, change into his appearance and follow the path I taught you. If you go the wrong way, even a god emperor venerable cannot save you. Also, remember the place I told you, go and collect those 2 pseudo-chaotic divine crystals. Don't let Xiong have it. Yi Qinghan nodded heavily and immediately changed into the appearance of the strongest venerable. At the same time, he kept Xiaohe in the Battle Emperor Palace. The next step was the most crucial one. Otherwise, he would be targeted by Xiong again. This time, without Xiaohe's soul-devouring transformation and the Soul Emperor Pavilion, no one would be able to save him once he was discovered. Kid, I wish you luck. I will help you activate the teleportation formation this time. In the future, I will no longer have the energy to communicate with you through voice transmission. Unless you break the 3rd layer of the seal on the black stone, we will never appear again. It's a pity. I can't see you reach the pinnacle and kill my traitorous disciple with my own eyes. The Battle Emperor looked at Yi Qinghan with a smile. His eyes were filled with love. Then, before Yi Qinghan could react, his remnant soul suddenly ignited. Then, an incomparably huge amount of energy emerged from the remnant soul. At the very least, it was the energy of Yi Qinghan's strongest attack. A moment later, the entire teleportation formation lit up. Yi Qinghan's expression sank, but he did not have the time to grieve. He was swept away by the white light and disappeared from the valley. The valley regained its peace. Apart from a few hundred guardians, it was as if no one had been here. Wang! At this moment, a slight and unstable spatial fluctuation was heard. Then, an old man suddenly appeared in the sky from afar. The old man was dressed in a simple hemp robe. His white hair fluttered in the air, and his face was peaceful. He was no different from an ordinary old man in the immortal world. This old man did not feel like he was teleporting. It was more like he was strolling in the void. He was extremely relaxed, and every step he took covered millions of miles. The terrifying seals in the sky that could kill all the experts in the planar battlefield seemed to be ineffective in front of the old man, allowing him to pass through. What was even stranger was that the countless experts in the planar battlefield, including the 9th grade supreme martial artists, did not notice this old man. The hemp-robed old man stood in the air above the valley where Yi Qinghan had disappeared. He watched as Yi Qinghan was teleported away and smiled faintly. He nodded slightly and murmured, "You've made some progress in the past 3,000 years. Little friend, work hard and don't fall. Don't make this old man wait for another few hundred eras." The old man pondered for a moment in the sky and continued to walk away. His back view was a little bleak, like a lonely traveler. Swish! This is the Nepha's abyss, the most desolate place in the divinity world. A white light flashed. Yi Qinghan felt like a long century had passed, but it also felt like only a moment. When his feet finally touched the ground, he immediately opened his eyes and used his divine senses to explore the place. The scene before him was similar to the scene of the battle between the Battle Emperor and the Demon Supremes in the War God Pavilion. The teleportation array was on a stone pillar. It was extremely wide and had no end in sight. Below it was boiling hot magma that was emitting black smoke. The temperature was extremely high. Lightning struck down from the sky from time to time, and gray clouds floated in the surroundings, moving around from time to time. The Battle Emperor had explained that these lightning bolts, the black smoke below, and the gray clouds floating in the sky were all seals set by the Battle Emperor. It was to prevent the creatures from the alien planes from attacking. In the past, the Battle Emperor and countless experts from the divinity world fought against the demonic planes here. Relying on the powerful seals, they fought a bloody battle with the experts from the divinity world and successfully killed the enemies. They even suppressed 3 demon supremes under the magma. Of course, the divinity world also paid a heavy price. 3 9th grade supreme martial artists, including the Battle Emperor, died and 8 9th grade experts died. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few 9th grade experts in the divinity world now. One should know that in the era of the 10 ancient gods, the divinity world dominated countless planes. The demonic planes were the subsidiary planes of the divinity world. Li Fei, why are you back? How did you come back? A figure suddenly condensed in the sky. It was a red-haired old man. Obviously, he stayed in the spatial artifact and was alarmed by the fluctuation of the teleportation array. Something happened. Quickly seal the teleportation array. Otherwise, the experts from the alien planes will rush in. The moment the old man appeared, Yi Qinghan's face immediately became extremely frightened and anxious. He flew towards the red-haired old man hurriedly and shouted. Suddenly, 2 rays of strange light shone in his eyes. Soul Exterminator, activate. Chapter 1147. Ugh! The red-haired elder was originally flying towards Yi Qinghan, but his body stopped in mid-air. It was obvious that he had been attacked by the Soul Destroyer. Yi Qinghan was still not at ease. He shot out countless soul-poisoned jade daggers with both hands. After that, he leapt forward. Origin energy revolved around his hands as he grabbed onto the old man's deity world. He squeezed lightly, but he did not manage to crush it. Ah! The elder cried out in pain, but before he could do so, he was thrown into the War Emperor's palace by Yi Qinghan. The War Emperor had told him that this elder was a very important person. If an alien plane were to enter the Nepha's abyss and kill him, it would immediately trigger the restriction inside. Once the restriction was triggered, Yi Qinghan wouldn't be able to escape even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Phew! Yi Qinghan exhaled slightly. He didn't stop and used his divine sense to scan the surroundings. He memorized everything in the vicinity. Then, he carefully flew towards a stone pillar in front of him on the left. According to the War Emperor, his current position had the most restrictions, and most of them were invisible. There was only one way to get through this space safely. One wrong step and Yi Qinghan would be in trouble. After flying to the stone pillar in front of him on his left, Yi Qinghan paused on it for 3 seconds before continuing to fly towards a short stone pillar that was close to the magma. The restriction set up by the War Emperor was very ingenious. In order to get through, one had to stand on each stone pillar for a certain period of time. Some needed 3 seconds, some 5 seconds, and some even more than 10 seconds. Even if an alien plane's life form discovered the secret and was proficient in restrictions, it wouldn't be able to sneak in. After spending half an hour, Yi Qinghan finally stepped on 109 stone pillars. His speed suddenly increased, and the terrain in front of him became more complicated. There were countless stone pillars of different sizes, and there were also countless caves. Similarly, there were also gray clouds in the caves. Thunder and lightning kept striking down from the sky, and the black shadow coming out from the magma below became thicker. Not only did it reduce visibility, but it also affected the probing of the divine sense. Pseudo-chaotic divine crystal. Yi Qinghan became slightly excited. The Battle Emperor had said that there were 2 pseudo-primal chaos divine crystals in this place, and Shinta Xiong would definitely not be able to find them. A 9th grade supreme martial artist's divine crystal was a chaos divine crystal. It contained the purest energy in the world, and it also had the complete technique to control the power of space. Any warrior could refine it. After refining it, their strength would increase greatly. That year, Lord Devour had advanced from the peak of rank 7 to the upper rank 9. If Jita were to refine it, he would definitely reach peak rank 9, the level of an Ice Queen. According to Battle Emperor, the divine crystal of an expert above 9th level was a pseudo-chaotic divine crystal. Any martial artist could refine it and become a pseudo-9th level martial artist after refining it. His strength was similar to that of Yi Qinghan in the past. He could suppress a venerable, but he was still no match for a real lower rank 9. The divine crystal of a lower rank 9 powerhouse was not worth much, but it was certainly more valuable than the venerable divine crystal. The method to use the power of space in a lower rank 9 divine crystal was not complete, so even if he refined it, he would not be able to control the power of space and become a 9th level martial artist. Years ago, when the demon world attacked the divine world, the Battle Emperor led his people to fight against the demon army in the Nepha's abyss. With the help of powerful restrictions, he successfully annihilated the demon world's army and suppressed their 3 ancestor devils. However, he paid a heavy price. Two ninth-grade supreme martial artists died, and the Battle Emperor was also killed by Shintu Xiong's sneak attack. At that time, 8 ninth-grade supreme martial artists died, and 5 of them were upper rank 9, which meant that they had 5 pseudo-chaotic divine crystals. The Battle Emperor estimated that 3 of them should have been taken by Shintu Xiong, and the other 2 should have been sucked into the restrictions. With Shintu Xiong's level of restrictions, he should not have been able to get them. 2 pseudo-chaotic divine crystals. That means 2 lower rank, 9 powerhouses. Yi Qinghan's eyes shone brightly, like a fox smelling the fragrance of meat. He flew even more cautiously. The Battle Emperor had burned most of the energy in his remnant soul. At this moment, no matter how he called for him, he would not appear. If he was killed or trapped by the restrictions, even the heavens would not be able to help him. After a few turns, he flew to a huge stone pillar. Close to the magma, he found a hidden stone cave. The black smoke was the thickest in this place, and his divine sense could only explore a little more than 10 miles away. Could it have been taken away by Shintu Xiong? Yi Qinghan carefully explored the stone cave in doubt. After exploring the stone cave a few times, he still did not find anything. Finally, his eyes suddenly shrank, because he saw a seemingly ordinary gray stone in the corner of the stone cave. This stone had emitted a trace of energy just now, which was detected by Yi Qinghan. Using a trace of divine power, Yi Qinghan carefully avoided the gray fog in the stone cave and entangled the gray stone. Buzz! A pure and domineering aura was transmitted from the gray stone. The gray stone suddenly released a dazzling light. Light waves flowed on its surface, and it looked like the most beautiful gem in the world. Ha! The first pseudo-primal chaos god crystal is mine. Yi Qinghan grabbed it and felt the pure energy within. He fiddled with it for a while, unable to put it down. He felt a bit of pity in his heart. Originally, Deus's god crystal was also a pseudo-primal chaos god crystal. It was just that it had been swallowed by Xiaohe. But thinking that if Xiaohe did not swallow it, it would not have been so easy to kill him, Yi Qinghan felt relieved. After keeping the pseudo-primal chaos god crystal in the Battle Emperor Palace's treasure vault, Yi Qinghan flew towards another direction. An hour later, he obtained another pseudo-primal chaos god crystal. The Battle Emperor did not lie to him. This restriction was very complicated. If not for what he had said, Yi Qinghan would not have been able to obtain it. The item is mine. Yi Qinghan no longer hesitated. He turned into the red-haired old man. He flew towards the outside. After flying for an hour, the terrain in front of him gradually became narrower. Of course, this was relative to the terrain behind him. This place was still tens of thousands of miles wide. The place where Yi Qinghan teleported in was the widest. Even with his powerful divine sense, he could not detect the end of it. He had no idea how wide it was. The further he flew, the narrower the tunnel became. It was now only 100 miles wide. Yi Qinghan became even more excited, because the Battle Emperor had said that when the tunnel was only 10 miles wide, there would be a teleportation portal there. He would be able to teleport directly to the plaza of the Supreme Island. Supreme Island, the realm of the gods. Yi Qinghan could feel that his nose was no longer smelling the pungent smell of sulfur. Instead, it was the familiar smell of the realm of the gods. His flying speed also became faster. When the tunnel was more than 10 miles wide, Yi Qinghan's speed gradually slowed down. He extended his divine sense limitlessly to check the situation in front of him. There was a teleportation portal in mid-air. Originally, there was a palace nearby, but now this palace had floated above the Supreme Island. There was no one in the tunnel. Yi Qinghan did not know how to activate the teleportation portal, nor could he activate it. Otherwise, once he teleported to the plaza of the Supreme Island, he would be locked onto by countless divine senses. Yi Qinghan did not fly towards the teleportation portal. Instead, he flew towards the fiery red wall on the left. There was a huge grayish-black cloud surrounding the wall. It looked no different from the grayish-black cloud outside, except that the color was darker. Yi Qinghan flew towards the grayish-black cloud without hesitation. This was what the Battle Emperor had told him. There was a small hidden teleportation portal here. Yi Qinghan trusted the Battle Emperor's words. Otherwise, he would have died many times by now. As expected, there was a small tunnel hidden in the wall of the grayish-black cloud. There was a small teleportation portal in the tunnel. Chapter 1148. Yi Qinghan's appearance changed again. He was wearing a black robe and a conical bamboo hat with a huge sword hanging on it. His figure had also become much taller and more muscular. His chin was covered with a full beard, and he had turned into a rough and burly man. He stepped into the teleportation formation and followed the Battle Emperor's instructions to pour in his divine power. The teleportation formation suddenly lit up. With a flash of white light, the scene in front of Yi Qinghan changed. He appeared in a small loft. This loft was obviously very hidden. Yi Qinghan did not discover any divine sense probing him. Yi Qinghan quietly flew out and appeared on the street outside. He then slowly walked towards the plaza with a sullen face. He looked at the familiar buildings, the streets, and the endless flow of martial artists in the plaza. Listening to the excited discussions of the martial artists, and smelling the familiar faint fishy smell in the air of Supreme Island, Yi Qinghan had an inexplicable feeling of crying. Immortal Realm, I'm back. Have you heard? When the chief pavilion master comes out, he will appoint 3 new deputy pavilion masters to take charge of everything in the Immortal Realm. Are you talking about Shinto Wuxia, Shinto Wuji, and Shinto Wuya? I don't remember them before. I think they are orphans adopted by the chief pavilion master. In just a few thousand years, their strength has skyrocketed. It is said that they have reached the 9th grade realm and were given the surname Shinto by the chief pavilion master. These 3 lords are so powerful. Their talents are unparalleled. I reckon they are the most talented people in the past 1,000,000 years. No wonder they are valued by the chief pavilion master. How can they be considered the most talented people? Have you forgotten one person? The one who broke through the 9th grade realm in 100 years. You mean Han Yi? Sure. Do you want to die? How dare you talk about this in the sacred city? Stop it. Yi Qinghan stood at the side of the plaza. The whispers of a few martial artists in a restaurant on the left caught his attention. Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows. He did not expect anyone in the immortal realm to remember him. Shinto Wuxia, Shinto Wuji, Shinto Wuya, 9th grade realm? Yi Qinghan did not need to think to know that Shinto Xiong used the 3 pseudo-chaotic divine crystals to create experts. It seemed that after being trapped for 1,000,000 years, Shinto Xiong did not trust the war god pavilion elders. He chose 3 talented orphans and raised them since they were young. This way, they would be completely loyal to him. Of course, there was the possibility that they were Shinto Xiong's sons. Yi Qinghan's face turned gloomy as he turned into a cold giant and strode towards the center of the plaza. Since the specter transformation could fool the 6 light gods, Yi Qinghan believed that no one on the Supreme Island would be able to discover his true identity unless he attacked or revealed the Slaughter God Blade. Of course, he did not plan to stay on Supreme Island for long. After all, he had killed the Guardian of the Planar Battlefield and captured the Guardian of the Nepha's Abyss. He would be discovered sooner or later. His divine sense quietly scanned the entire Supreme Island. From the looks of it, Shinto Xiong had already completely unified the entire immortal realm. There were countless experts on the Supreme Island. It was unclear how many 7th grade war gods there were, but there were more than 100 venerables. Finally, Yi Qinghan looked at the Eternal Palace, which was floating in the air. Finally, Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes and looked at the Eternal Palace, which was floating in the air. He tried his best to suppress the killing intent in his heart. He sighed. His enemy was right in front of him, but he did not dare to make a move. He did not even dare to show his killing intent. After handing over the divine stones, Yi Qinghan stepped into the teleportation portal and left. He found out that Supreme Island was completely sealed. The only way to leave was through the teleportation portal. There were only 10 teleportation portals on the plaza. Obviously, one was for the Nepha's Abyss while the others were for the 9 Guardians Island. As expected, a white light flashed. Yi Qinghan teleported to one of the islands. Yi Qinghan looked at the island, which was as lively as Supreme Island. He felt a sense of mockery. It seemed like the martial artists of the divine world were indeed forgetful. Back then, when the demons descended, the tens of thousands of islands in the Star Sea were killed and demonized. The entire divine world hated Supreme Island. When the Star Monarch became the most powerful person in the divine world and unified the divine world, they all came to his side. I wonder how Flame Dragon City and Soul Eater City are doing now. Lei Zhen and the Arch you didn't leave back then. I'll go take a look. If they're not dead, I'll bring them along. Yi Qinghan wanted to sneak out of the Star Sea and go to the sky above Seoul the Arch Island. He wanted to fly to the reincarnation mystic realm through a weak spot in the void. However, when he thought that no one in the divine world would notice him as long as he did not make a move, he wanted to go to Ethereal City. Lei Zhen the Arch you must not die. Oh right. And Supremacy Li Quan, Ling Er's mother Yu Duanfei. When Yi Qinghan thought of these people, he immediately felt anxious. He teleported away from the island, startling the people around him. Who would have thought that this black-faced burly man was actually a venerable? However, there were too many supremacies on Supreme Island. No one noticed this face that had never appeared before. On the Star Sea, a burly figure teleported continuously at an extremely fast speed. However, it was obvious that Yi Qinghan did not want to expose his identity as a rank 9. He did not teleport as he pleased. Instead, he did not dare to teleport too far away like normal supremacies, avoiding the cracks in space. Looking at the familiar Starry Sea, Yi Qinghan thought of the past when he brought Wind Emperor Wushan and the others and was chased by the 10 billion starry army here. Then, he thought of how he fought in the entire Starry Sea alone. Looking at the surrounding scenery, he couldn't help but sigh. Deep down, he was extremely anxious. He even had the urge to turn around and go to Seoul the Arch Island. He was afraid that when he went to Soul Eater City and Flame Dragon City, he would see 2 ruins and hear how Lei Zhen and the others were killed. He was afraid that in a fit of anger, he would want to kill people crazily and alert Shin to Xiong. In the end, he chose to teleport towards the ethereal land. He would not be at ease if he did not take a look. He could only tell himself that he should not be impulsive. However, his teleportation speed was much faster. Lei Zhen sat in a daze on the top floor of the Flame Dragon City Lord residence. Through the shield of the window, he looked at the empty square below and the occasional sparse figure on the street. His heart was filled with sadness. In the past month, the number of martial artists in Flame Dragon City had left very quickly. Originally, there were more than 20,000 Yi family soldiers in the city. In addition to some loyal citizens of Yi Qinghan, there were more than 30,000 people in total. However, in this month, at least half of the 30,000 people had left. The huge Flame Dragon City, a super city that could accommodate millions of people, now only had a little more than 10,000 people. Wasn't this ironic? Hehe. I guess there are less than 20,000 people in Soul Eater City? The Thunder Emperor laughed bitterly. Originally, he and Emperor Yu had stayed behind because they wanted to be buried together with the loyal citizens of the city. After all, Lord Devour and Yi Qinghan did not manage the city at that time. In a sense, he and Emperor Yu were the real city lords of the 2 cities. However, now that everyone in the city had left, what was the point of him staying behind to guard an empty city? Shinto Wuji is here. Looks like Star Sovereign is going to make his move soon. Lei Zhen swung his unruly purple hair. His heart was getting heavier. The reason why half of the martial artists in Flame Dragon City and Soul Eater City had left was because the Ethereal Sovereign had been replaced. One of the 3 deputy pavilion masters, one of the 3 most talented martial artists in the past 10,000 years, Shinto Wuji, had become the new Ethereal Sovereign a month ago. Grade 9. The experts of the Ethereal Continent had easily detected Shinto Wuji's strength. The Ethereal Sovereign had been replaced, and a Grade 9 at that. This meant that Star Sovereign had the intention to completely control the Ethereal Continent. It also meant that he was going to make his move against Flame Dragon City and Soul Eater City. Sigh! Lei Zhen pondered for a long time and finally made a difficult decision. He flew out of the city lord's residence and activated his divine power. He shouted, All ye family soldiers and citizens of the city, gather at the square. Show. Countless figures soared into the sky without a trace of hesitation. The martial artists that were still in the city at this moment were all absolutely loyal. Although they were very confused as to why City Lord Lei Jun had summoned them, they still flew towards the plaza as fast as they could. The 12,000 Yi family soldiers lined up neatly in midair. Although there were fewer people, the formation was still neat. The thousands of citizens stood in midair silently, looking at Lei Jun, whose purple hair danced in the air like a demon. Lei Jun's eyes flashed with a trace of pain. Then, he became extremely determined and shouted, "As the city lord of Flame Dragon City, I order that from today onwards, Flame Dragon City shall be disbanded. The Yi family soldiers shall be disbanded. Everyone shall leave Flame Dragon City and find their own cities to settle down in." There were still over 10,000 people. 10,000 most loyal martial artists. Lei Jun did not want their futures and lives to be ruined just like that. He would defend Flame Dragon City alone until the end. However, even the echoes of Lei Jun's loud shout had disappeared. However, not a single person spoke and not a single person moved. All of them stood straight and silently looked at Lei Jun, as if they had become statues. "What are you all standing here for? Get lost. If you don't get lost, I will throw you out one by one." Lei Jun roared furiously. However, seeing the determined gazes, Lei Jun's tiger eyes shed a few drops of hot tears. Then, he roared again. "What's wrong? You little bastards. You don't even listen to me anymore?" There was another deathly silence. After a while, a weak voice sounded, "City Lord, Han Yi-jun, he will come back. We believe in him." After the voice, there was another deathly silence. However, the eyes of the 10,000 people in the sky became even more determined. Lei Jun was speechless. He had told them before that Han Yi would come back, but he didn't think that everyone would believe him so much. Or, did they believe in Yi Qinghan that much? Of course he believed that Yi Qinghan would come back, but not now. It had only been a few thousand years. No matter how powerful Yi Qinghan was, could he become a 9th grade supreme martial artist? Wang. At this moment, in the plaza below, a teleportation array suddenly lit up, confusing Lei Jun and everyone else. This teleportation array had not lit up for a few thousand years. A tall and sturdy figure appeared in the teleportation array. He wore a war god's robe and wore a conical bamboo hat. He held a large sword in his hand and stood in the teleportation array in a daze. He slowly turned his head and looked at the scenery around him. A few drops of tears actually fell from his eyes. Flame Dragon City is still here. Chapter 1149. Who is this? Lei Jun looked suspiciously at the tall and sturdy man standing on the plaza. He had a bad feeling. Was Shinto Wuji going to make a move? That's not right. Why did he only send one person? Furthermore, Lei Jun felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity from this person. But when he focused his eyes, he didn't recognize him at all, until a voice transmission sounded, "Uncle Lei Jun. Long time no see." At this moment, it was as if Lei Jun had heard a sudden clap of thunder. His body almost fell to the ground. In the entire God realm, there was only one person who called him Uncle Lei Jun. Furthermore, this voice was extremely familiar. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity when he saw the figure. It was Yi Qinghan. Lei Jun was also an ambitious person. After a moment of excitement, he calmed himself down. He slowly flew down and tried to suppress the trembling in his heart. He said solemnly, "Why did you come to Yen Dragon City?" "Under the orders of my city lord, I have come to discuss some matters with City Lord Lei." Yi Qinghan was careful and said lightly, "Yi family army, listen up. Everyone return and wait for my next order." Lei Jun nodded and turned to order the Yi family army. Then, he turned to Yi Qinghan and said, "Sir, please." The two slowly flew towards the City Lord Mansion. Although there weren't many people in Yen Dragon City, there might be spies from the Star Sovereign. If they found out that Yi Qinghan had returned, the Star Sovereign would rush over immediately. After entering the City Lord Mansion, Lei Jun immediately opened the barrier. Then, he turned to look at Yi Qinghan and said, "You?" Yi Qinghan smiled. He knew that his appearance and soul aura had changed into another person. Lei Jun would definitely be hesitant. He didn't explain and walked towards the teleportation array in the corner of the hall. He activated the teleportation array and sent a voice transmission. "Uncle Lei Jun, let's talk in Sealed God Valley." Lei Jun completely believed him this time. Because this teleportation array wasn't on his side, he didn't know how to activate it. However, Yi Qinghan casually walked in and disappeared from the hall. The moment he entered the Sealed God Valley, Yi Qinghan looked at the familiar scenery and the palaces. Once again, he had the urge to cry. Seeing Lei Jun come in, he quickly controlled his emotions. His body slowly transformed and returned to his original appearance. He strode over and hugged Lei Jun. He laughed loudly. "Uncle Lei Jun, it's great that you're alive." Lei Jun hugged Yi Qinghan tightly, and even heavily hammered Yi Qinghan's back a few times. Only then did he carefully examine Yi Qinghan. He laughed loudly and said, "Ha, little Han. It really is you. It really is you. I knew it. I knew you would come back. Phew. I almost died this time." Yi Qinghan sighed. He had never imagined that he would be able to return to the God world, and couldn't believe it. There wasn't much time left, so Yi Qinghan didn't waste any time. He brought Lei Jun to the main hall and asked him about the situation in the immortal realm. Then, he quickly told Lei Jun about what had happened in the past few years. "You were attacked by demons, and you fell into a black hole, went to a distant plane, finally came back through the plane battlefield?" Lei Jun acted as if he had heard a fantasy story. He was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. If it wasn't Yi Qinghan who said it, he definitely wouldn't believe it. There was someone who was demonized by a demon monarch and didn't die? Didn't die after falling into a black hole? Even sneaking into someone else's plane? In the end, he would be able to pass through the planar battlefield and silently return? Lei Jun wasn't sure how powerful a demon monarch was, but he had heard a bit about the black hole. As for the plane battlefield, it was beyond his imagination. He had heard of the plane battlefield, but he had never heard of anyone who could enter and leave the plane battlefield so easily. Lei Jun sighed. This brat's strange experiences could be written into a book. Wrong. He had always been a legend. A miracle. Buzz! Yi Qinghan waved his hand, and the slaughter god's saber appeared in his hand. Following that, a black shadow rushed out from the slaughter god's saber and condensed into the shape of a soul-devouring beast. Xiao He looked at the familiar palace and was excited. Finally, he looked at Lei Jun and smiled. "Lei Jun, long time no see. You have become more handsome." "Hee. Lord Xiao He, you are still as mischievous as ever." Lei Jun smiled. He was truly happy for Xiao He. He didn't die after using the soul-devouring transformation. If that old man Li Quan heard about this, he would definitely go crazy with joy. "Pandora, come and greet my uncle Lei Jun." Yi Qinghan teleported Pandora out. Pandora shyly bowed to Lei Jun and obediently called out, "Uncle Lei Jun." "Haha, you brat, your flirtatious nature hasn't changed. You actually managed to kidnap a beauty from another realm. If Alluring Fireworks sees this, she will definitely punish you." Lei Jun secretly transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan and teased him. Then, he affectionately nodded to Pandora and said, "Hello, Pandora. Welcome to the immortal realm. You can treat this place as your home." Then, Lei Jun suddenly thought of something. He slapped his forehead and shouted, "Duanfei, stop your seclusion and come out. What are you doing? Why are you so excited?" A figure with a mature charm suddenly appeared in the hall. She looked at Lei Jun with a face full of charm. Then, she suddenly turned her head and looked at Yi Qinghan beside her. Her pupils rapidly narrowed as she shouted, You? It's you? Little Han. Why are you back?" "Greetings, mother-in-law." "Hee, mother-in-law is still as elegant as ever. It seems that you and my father-in-law have been living well these past few years." Yi Qinghan was in a good mood when he saw Duanfei and joked. On the other hand, Little Black was winking at the two of them. Pandora, however, did not understand the subtlety of it and only smiled reservedly. "How dare you tease me, brat? Where's Ling? Why didn't Ling come back with you?" Duanfei grabbed Yi Qinghan's ear and vented all the anger and worry she had for Ling on Yi Qinghan's ear. "Haha! Stop fooling around. Duanfei, let's talk business first." Lei Jun was in a good mood. Today was the happiest day he had in a few thousand years. Yi Qinghan also thought about the urgency of the matter. It would be troublesome if the guardian of the Nifa's abyss was discovered. He said seriously, "Uncle Lei Jun, let's discuss how to get Emperor Yu and Honorable Li Quan to come here secretly and gather together. Then, I'll bring you to the secret realm of reincarnation." Lei Jun had just told Yi Qinghan that Honorable Li Quan and Duanfei had secretly scattered their clansmen to different places and into the secret realm. They didn't leave because they were worried about their clansmen, while Lei Jun and Emperor Yu were worried about the people in the two cities. Now that Yi Qinghan had returned, they naturally had to leave together. After all, no one really wanted to seek death. Lei Jun pondered for a moment and stopped Duanfei's questioning with his eyes. After a while he said, "That's easy. Send a message to get them to teleport together. We'll put our subordinates into the spatial divine tool, and you'll bring us into your spatial divine tool. Then we'll teleport all the way. The fastest speed in the Blood Night Sea is teleportation. We can reach a city near Soul Emperor Island in half a day. Then we'll enter the spatial turbulence from there. Even the Star Monarch won't be able to react so quickly." Yi Qinghan and Lei Jun quickly discussed again and finally came to a decision. Yi Qinghan had the War Imperial Palace, Lei Jun and Duanfei. Honorable Li Quan and Emperor Yu had been bestowed a spatial divine tool by Lord Devour. They could easily bring over 100,000 people. Finally, Yi Qinghan made the final decision and said, "Uncle Lei Jun, send a message to them. There's no time to lose. Let's leave immediately. We're going to the reincarnation secret realm." Lei Jun nodded and took out the communication jade talisman to send a message to Honorable Li Quan and Emperor Yu. The reply came very quickly, but it was only from one person. Lei Jun's expression changed when he saw it, and he said anxiously, "Oh no, Shintawuji has brought people to Soul Eater City. Honorable Li Quan is preparing to go there. Little Han, what do we do?" "Shintawuji?" A cold light flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. He suddenly stood up and said loudly, "Ask Honorable Li Quan to bring people here and wait for me. Settle everyone down. I'll make a trip to Soul Eater City." As he spoke, Yi Qinghan picked up the Slaughter God Saber and stored Pandora into the War Imperial Palace. Then, he rushed out and shouted at the dazed Xiaohei, "Xiaohei, let's go. Follow me to kill people." Chapter 1150. Soul Devourer City. The waves of the wandering sea kept crashing against the foundation of Soul Devourer City. Through the transformation of the restrictions, the city was still reverberating with faint celestial music. Thin white mist shrouded the city, creating a beautiful scene like a fairyland. However, it was a pity that this huge city, which was famous throughout the entire God realm, had become extremely deserted. Only 10,000 warriors were gathered in front of the city lord's mansion. Their expressions were serious, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. It was a stark contrast to the beautiful scenery of the city. In front of the city lord's mansion, the handsome Emperor Yu stood proudly in the sky, calmly looking at the people flying over from the plaza. At the front was a tall man. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face was solemn. His tiger-like eyes flashed with light. There was no divine power around him, but he had a terrifying aura. On the left was an old friend, the former Misty Monarch Li Tao. Behind him were also old friends, Piaoxiang, Yu, and Mietian. Only 5 people had come, but the faint murderous intent on them quietly permeated the city. The Spirit Devourer army, which had more than 10,000 soldiers, felt as though they were facing 10 billion star soldiers. The pressure was so heavy that they couldn't breathe. Emperor Yu felt the communication jade talisman at his waist vibrate, and he smiled bitterly. Lei Jun wanted him to bring people to Flame Dragon City. If this message had been sent earlier, he might have been able to, but now, he knew that he could not leave. because he saw the killing intent in Wuji's eyes. Since Wuji had chosen to come to Soul Devourer City instead of summoning him, it meant that he did not want them to be an eyesore. Shanshan, are you living well in a foreign land? You must live happily. Please forget a useless man like you. If possible, I will marry you in the next life. Of course, I will become stronger, and I will not let you wander the world. Emperor Yu silently thought of Senior Elder Jiao Shanshan, who had left with Lord Devour. His heart ached, but his body exploded with a monstrous fighting intent. With a wave of his hand, a giant black axe appeared in his hand. He lifted his head and laughed. Soul Devourer Army, get into formation and follow me to welcome our guests. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More than 10,000 soul-devouring city soldiers immediately lined up behind Emperor Yu in a special formation, forming a pentagram. Emperor Yu still stood on one of the corners of the pentagram, proudly looking forward with a wanton smile on his face. Emperor Yu, you can be considered a genius. Submit to me, and I will spare your life. The 5 people in front stood a few thousand meters away from Emperor Yu. The other 4 looked at Emperor Yu mockingly. Wuji, who was at the very front, spoke indifferently. Even though he was standing on the same level, he felt as if he was looking down on everyone else. Ha ha! Emperor Yu raised his head and laughed. His heroic appearance made even Wuji, who was his enemy, feel some admiration. Otherwise, he would have attacked long ago. Emperor Yu's arrogant gaze swept across the city. Finally, it fixed on Wuji. I, the Arch-Yu, used to be from the Star Sea as well. I was also the leader of a small god bandit army. Although I was not very talented, I was unrestrained and unrestrained. I never submitted to anyone, but after I met the Soul Emperor and my big sister, I was truly convinced. The Soul Emperor was extremely talented and refined the Soul Emperor Pavilion. His name shook the divine realm. My big sister treats me like her own sister and treats enemies like frost. Be it in terms of intelligence or methods, she is unparalleled in the world. If not for that devil monarch descending, Xiong would have waited another 1,000,000 years to come out of seclusion. Who knows what the divine realm would be like now? I am convinced by the Soul Emperor and my big sister. May I ask, Wuji, what qualifications do you have to convince me? What qualifications do you have to make me submit to you? His arrogant voice resounded throughout the entire soul-devouring city. The morale of the soul-devouring army of more than 10,000 was greatly boosted by Emperor Yu. On the other hand, apart from Wuji, everyone's expression changed. Heaven Destroyer supremacy was suppressed by Emperor Yu's aura. When he thought of the sagely heaven supremacy, he felt somewhat ashamed. However, they had chosen this path today, so they could only continue walking it. Impudent! Emperor Yu, you are still so arrogant even before death? My lord reached rank 9 in 3,000 years. With such talent, who in the divine realm can compare to you? You cultivated for 1,000,000 years to reach the supremacy level. With such talent, if not for the monarch's benevolence, the city would have been destroyed long ago. I gave you face, but you don't want it. The devilish purple-haired supremacy Piao Xiong saw that Wuji didn't speak and immediately stepped forward to shout angrily. Wuji's surname was Shentu, and he had the strength of rank 9. It was obvious that he would have the power to rule over the divine realm in the future. How could supremacy Piao Xiong not curry favor with him? Emperor Yu snorted coldly and looked at supremacy Piao Xiong mockingly. Shut up. I am talking to your master. When did a dog like you have the right to bark here? Moreover, back then, Frigid Night Sovereign broke through to rank 9 in 100 years. What does 3,000 years count as? Supremacy Piao Xiong, it is not that I, Emperor Yu, am looking down on you. Although you have been a supremacy for hundreds of thousands of years, if you dare to come over, I will make sure your blood splatters 5 feet high. You? Supremacy Piao Xiong's face turned green from anger. She looked at Wuji and revealed a trace of playfulness in her eyes. However, she had no intention of speaking. She gritted her teeth and bowed. Monarch, Piao Xiong requests to fight. The corners of Wuji's mouth curled into a faint smile. he had been bitterly cultivating in the Eternal Palace since he was young. Not long ago he had finally come out. Now that there was something fun to do, he had to have some fun. Hence, he gently nodded his head. Supremacy Piaoxiang revealed a cruel smile. She did not believe that a person who had just become a supremacy a few days ago would be her match. Origin energy revolved around her body, and a huge cyan iron rod appeared in her hand. Her eyes were filled with hatred and coldness as she slowly pressed forward. Emperor Yu did not move. He only looked at Piaoxiang with a solemn expression. The 10,000+ Yi family soldiers behind him did not move either. Instead, they strangely closed their eyes. Stubborn bastard. Die. Supremacy Piaoxiang's speed gradually increased, and her aura rapidly rose. When her speed reached its limit, her aura also rose to its peak. At this moment, the distance between her and Emperor Yu was only 100 meters. When she saw that Emperor Yu still did not move, her face was filled with a sinister smile. The iron rod in her hand suddenly became longer and thicker. Origin energy and divine power revolved around the iron rod. It turned into a series of afterimages as it smashed down towards Emperor Yu's head. You can escape a natural disaster, but you can't escape a self-inflicted disaster. Emperor Yu faintly smiled. At this moment, his aura violently exploded. The black giant axe also rapidly grew. The 10,000+ soul devourer soldiers behind him released a monstrous aura as their bodies lit up. If one looked from above, they would see a shining 5-pointed star. Lines that were invisible to the naked eye flowed through the 5-pointed star before finally converging on Emperor Yu's body. Wrath of the Butterfly Dance. Slash. The black giant axe released a horrifying aura. Origin energy revolved around it as it cleaved down at the iron rod that was smashing down at Emperor Yu's head. The speed seemed very slow, but at this moment, Li Tao's expression instantly changed. Moon Chaser and Heaven Destroyer's expressions also sank. Shinta Wuji's eyes flashed with a strange look, but he did not stop it. Bang! The seemingly horrifying iron rod collided with the slowly cleaving black giant axe. What shocked Supremacy Piaoxiang was that the iron rod transmitted a huge force. This force was actually comparable to Paragon Elysium's strongest attack. He felt a pain in his arm as the iron rod flew out. He looked at the slowly flying giant axe and wanted to dodge, but he discovered that his body could not move at this moment. How is this possible? Monarch Wuji, save me. Supremacy Piaoxiang stared helplessly as the black giant axe cleaved down on his head. In the next second, he felt an intense pain on his forehead. Then, he fell into the darkness of eternal night. Supremacy Piaoxiang. Dead. Chapter 1151. The huge black axe looked slow, but it was actually as fast as lightning. In a second, it had sent the metal pole flying and shattered Venerable Fragrance. After that, it continued flying towards the people in front. Its target was Shinta Wuji, who was at the very front. Monarch! Li Tao and Venerable Moon-Chasing Sky Destroyer were shocked. They hurriedly shouted and were about to block Shinta Wuji. If Venerable Fragrance died, then so be it. It did not matter. Instead, they were stirring up trouble. If Shinta Wuji died, then they would all die. Shinta Wuji revealed a mocking smile. He leisurely extended a hand and waved, stopping them. His eyes were filled with interest towards the giant axe that was whistling towards him. Wrong. He was very interested in this kind of joint attack formation. With his strength, he could obviously see why this giant axe could so easily kill Venerable Fragrance. It was not because Emperor Yu's strength had reached grade 9 under the joint attack of over 10,000 people. It was because this joint attack formation possessed a soul attack that could suck away one's soul, causing Venerable Fragrance to be unable to move. He had a transcendent grade artifact, but if he could obtain this transcendent grade artifact as well as the joint attack formation, his strength would increase once again. Therefore, he leisurely made his move. He extended a slender hand and waved it left and right. As his hand moved, the spatial power in the air of Soul Devourer City began to gather towards him. Then he made a very mighty gesture. With one hand on his waist and the other supporting the sky, light circulated around his hand as he fearlessly grabbed at the terrifying butterfly's wrath. Haha, die. Seeing Shintawuji's arrogance, Emperor Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. With a roar, the light within his body shook once again. The white light and his black face formed a sharp contrast, making him look even more mighty and handsome. Bang! A light sound rang out. What made everyone's eyes fall to the ground was that Shintawuji's body only sank slightly. His hand, which was surrounded by origin energy, really grabbed the blade of the giant black axe. Then he faintly smiled. His aura suddenly burst forth. With a forceful flip of his hand, he threw the giant black axe into the square below. It sank 5 feet deep, swaying in the cool breeze. Puff! More than 10,000 members of the soul-devouring army vomited blood at the same time as they slowly fell to the ground. Clearly, they were heavily injured. Only Emperor Yu's face was pale. He stubbornly stood in the air, but his body was trembling. They had released the strongest joint attack formation, their minds connected with the dancing butterfly dance. They were using the magical technique that Lord Devour had created to gather all of their energy into the dancing butterfly dance. At this moment, Butterfly Dance's Fury's connection with Shintawuji had been forcefully severed. Her soul had been severely injured, and she was clearly unable to continue fighting. Shintawuji lightly clapped his hands, seemingly unharmed. He looked at Emperor Yu indifferently and said sternly, "Emperor Yu, I will give you 2 choices. First, everyone dies. Soul-devouring city had been reduced to ashes. Second, you don't have to die. I'll let you go as long as you hand over the joint attack technique." He. Emperor Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and faintly smiled. He slowly looked around at the beautiful soul-devouring city and closed his eyes. To be able to be with soul-devouring city forever is my greatest dream. Children of the soul-devouring army, tell me, do you want to stay here forever and listen to the Chow-in of the wandering ocean? Over 10,000 people, although their faces were pale and filled with pain, they staggered to their feet at the same time. They straightened their spines and shouted, "We are willing to follow Emperor Yu and stay in soul-devouring city forever." Haha! Emperor Yu raised his head to the sky and laughed again. Being able to kill Venerable Fragrance today was already a pleasant surprise. He no longer cared about Shintawuji and the others. He only smiled and looked into the sky. It was as if he could see through the sky and see the endless void. He could see Jiao Shanshan's beautiful face in the distant reincarnation mystic realm. What a pity! Shintawuji sighed slightly. It was unknown if he was sighing because of the fall of such a heroic figure, or because he couldn't obtain the dancing butterfly dance's joint attack formation. He waved his hand and let Li Tao and life-chasing annihilating heaven take action. Wang! At this moment, a teleportation formation suddenly lit up. Li Tao and the others, who had already taken a few steps forward, suddenly stopped. Their pupils constricted, and the coldness on their faces became even thicker. Flame Dragon City's teleportation formation? Lei Jin came to die again? Later on, would Dripping Spring and Duanfei also come to die? Li Tao thought to himself that it was perfect. Previously, he forced him not to make a move. Now, he could end it all at once. What made everyone incomparably shocked was that when the teleportation formation's light faded, a tall and sturdy man walked out. Under the bamboo hat, his face was covered with a full beard, making him look incomparably rough. He gripped the hilt of an enormous sword at his waist with one hand. His black hair fluttered, making people feel a wild aura. "Who are you? Quickly retreat, or else you will be killed without mercy." Life-chasing heaven bellowed, somewhat surprised. There was actually someone who dared to teleport to soul-devouring city, and it was from Flame Dragon City? The tall and sturdy man grinned as if he could not see the murderous atmosphere in the city. He said leisurely, "Hee, I'm called Daddy Xiong Tushin. I entered the wrong teleportation formation. Sorry, you guys continue." Daddy Xiong Tushin? There's such a strange surname and name? A trace of doubt flashed across life-chasing heaven's eyes as he muttered. But seeing that the tall and sturdy man wanted to leave, he did not care about him and only muttered this strange name. Courting death. At the side, Shintawuji's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. Just now, when Emperor Yu rejected him several times, he did not show such anger. Then, Li Tao also reacted, and life-chasing heaven also reacted after muttering a few times. The trio's expression changed drastically. More than 10,000 soul-devouring army soldiers looked at the tall and sturdy figure in the teleportation formation with some bafflement. Emperor Yu, however, seemed to be deep in thought. After a moment, Emperor Yu laughed loudly. Daddy Xiong Tu Shun. Wasn't it Shin Tu Xiong's father? Who was Shin Tu Xiong? The soul-devouring army below did not know, but Emperor Yu knew. He was the current uncrowned king of the divine world. It was rumored that Shinto Wuji and the other two were Shinto Xiong's sons. That person actually said that he was Shinto Xiong's father? Wasn't that Shinto Wuji's grandfather? Who was this person? He actually knew the name of the Star Sovereign and still dared to call himself Shinto Xiong's father? Was he going to defy the heavens? At this moment, Shinto Wuji did not want to know who this person was. He only wanted to tear this person apart. Therefore, he suddenly flew towards the tall and sturdy man. Although Li Tao and the others wanted to know who this person was, they did not have the time to think about it. The trio flew towards Emperor Yu with lightning speed. The situation today was very strange. They did not want any more accidents to happen. In his rage, Shinto Wuji did not hold back. Powerful spatial energy transformed into a giant palm that slammed towards Yi Qinghan. The mighty man was naturally Yi Qinghan. When he saw Shinto Wuji's giant palm, he heaved a sigh of relief. Shinto Wuji had indeed refined the pseudo-primal chaos divine crystal. His strength was only slightly weaker than before. If it was the Yi Qinghan of the past, it might have been very difficult to kill him. But now it was very easy. He grinned and laughed again without a care in the world. He said, "Actually, for a bastard without a teacher like Shinto Xiong, who has no morals and has no righteousness, if he were my son, I would stab him to death. Shinto Wuji, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame your father's sins." Chapter 1152. Young Master. When Emperor Yu heard this familiar form of address and heard the familiar frivolous tone, an indescribable feeling surged in his mind as he looked at the burly man's actions. This person seemed to have seen him somewhere before, but moments later, Emperor Yu did not have the time to think about these questions. Even Li Tao and the other two who were flying in midair paused as they looked at the scene behind them in disbelief. The 10,000 soldiers of the Soul Devourer army were even more dumbfounded. An incomparably terrifying aura was suddenly released from the burly man's body. Then, 10 spears suddenly emerged from the void. They were like the claws of a giant beast that had suddenly extended in the dark night. Before they were fully revealed, it already made one's heart palpitate. Grade 9. Shinto Wuji's expression suddenly changed, but at this moment, he could only grit his teeth and face it head-on. However, the spears easily pierced through his palm and whistled towards him. He was scared out of his wits. He released all his origin energy to protect his body as he desperately resisted. Bang! The spears pierced through the sky and violently struck his body. A huge force came crashing over, nearly shattering his organs. However, due to the protection of his origin energy, he did not suffer any serious injuries. The divine crystal immediately started to repair his body, and his god power also started to vibrate. At the same time, he barely controlled his spatial power to block the 9 spears behind him. He did not hope to block them, but only hoped that the speed and power would not be so terrifying. Bang! 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 The spears continuously pierced through the sky. Shinto Wuji's body was pushed back step by step. Fresh blood spurted out and filled the sky. His origin energy had also weakened significantly. 8 spears, 9 spears. The last one. Shinto Wuji's bones and organs were all shattered. Fortunately, the divine crystal did not shatter. He gritted his teeth and held on. He silently thought that as long as he could withstand the last Godslayer's spear, he would immediately teleport and send a message to Shinto Xiong. As long as he could escape, this person would definitely die. The last Godslayer's spear leisurely arrived. Its speed and aura were not as domineering as the previous ones. However, Shinta was incomparably horrified to discover that this God-Slayer spear was different from the previous ones. This was because it emitted a faint origin energy. Bang! Blood sprayed wildly in the air, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. A divine crystal that shone with a rainbow-colored radiance and a spatial ring floated in the air. They were abnormally beautiful and captivating. Silence. The entire square was dead silent. Everyone looked at the blood rain and minced meat falling from the sky, their faces filled with disbelief. Shinta was dead? It hadn't even been a month since he became the Misty Monarch, and the rumored son of Shinta had died? Who was this giant man? They actually dared to kill Shinta son? Even Lord Icy Snow and Lord Qingshan wouldn't have the guts to kill him. Emperor Yu was filled with doubt. In the next second, his body suddenly trembled, and he was overjoyed. His dark face glowed like a young girl in love who had just seen her lover. He actually became a little charming. Xiao He, devour them. A black long blade appeared in Yi Qinghan's hand. Then, a specter whizzed out and swept towards Li Tao, chasing life, destroying heaven. Yi Qinghan didn't recognize Li Tao, but he had seen Zhue Ming a few times in the past. However, since Zhue Ming had sided with Shinta, he was an enemy. Since he was an enemy, then he would kill without mercy. No! Frigid Night Sovereign. Once the slaughter god blade appeared, even a pig would know that it was Yi Qinghan. If it wasn't Yi Qinghan, he wouldn't have the guts to kill Shinta. Zhue Ming shouted and wanted to express something, but he was swept in by a gust of wind. In an instant, he turned into dust and disappeared. Haha. Emperor Yu, your face is still as black as charcoal. Bastards below, why aren't you bowing when you see this Lord Xiao He? Xiao He's image condensed in the sky. Looking at Emperor Yu's red and black face, he laughed happily. Greetings, Frigid Night Sovereign. Greetings, young master Xiao He. Emperor Yu laughed while wiping away his tears. He knelt down on one knee in midair. The 10,000 soul-devouring army soldiers also crawled up with tears in their eyes. They knelt down on one knee and shouted happily, Greetings, Frigid Night Sovereign. Greetings, young master Xiao He. I'll explain in the future. Emperor Yu, store everyone into your spatial divine item. I'll take care of those that can't be stored. We'll leave immediately. Yi Qinghan nodded but didn't say anything. He had to leave the divine world and go to the endless void before Shinta found out. Emperor Yu also knew that the situation was serious. He quickly waved his hand and stored half of the soul-devouring army. Yi Qinghan stored the rest of the soul-devouring army. Then, the two of them rushed towards the teleportation formation and directly teleported to Flame Dragon City. In Flame Dragon City, Lei Zhen, Paragon Li Quan, and Yu Duanfei were anxiously waiting in the plaza. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and Yi Qinghan and Emperor Yu's figures appeared in the teleportation formation. The three of them were overjoyed. All of you, enter my spatial divine item. We'll talk in the future. Yi Qinghan smiled at Paragon Li Quan and stored them into the aerial battle Imperial Palace. He immediately activated the teleportation formation and teleported to Longyang City. Then, he teleported to the southernmost city of Longyang Prefecture. Bang! The Eternal Palace in the air above Supreme Island shook. The entire Supreme Island was shocked. Then, a figure suddenly appeared outside of the Eternal Palace. He had a head full of golden hair, cold eyes, and a face full of anger. He was like a demon god descending. He shouted, Shinta Wuxia, Shinta Wuya, come out now. Wuji is dead. Immediately send a message to investigate the cause of death. Send a message to all war gods and 9th grade monarchs. Search for suspicious people. Hua! The entire Supreme Island was in an uproar. Shinta Wuji was dead? Was the divine world going to change again? However, no one dared to say anything. Countless figures teleported in the sky and started sending messages with solemn faces. In just a moment, the entire divine world was in an uproar. The war god pavilion was in every city in the divine world. There were tens of billions of war gods everywhere. All the monarchs were alarmed. Shinta Wuji was killed. Shinta was furious. The entire divine world was in an uproar. In just a short 2 hours, countless messages came. With the high efficiency of the War God Pavilion, they actually found the suspect. Shinto Wuji went to Soul Eater City in the end. During this time, a suspicious man teleported back and forth between Fiery Dragon City and Soul Eater City. All the teleportation information in Ethereal City was clearly recorded. How dare you? What gall, he actually dared to return. How dare you kill my son? I'm going to tear you apart. When he heard that Paragon Li Quan went to Fiery Dragon City, and that you Monarch, Thunder Monarch, and Supremacy Li Quan all disappeared, Shinto Xiong guessed the truth immediately. He roared furiously on the Supreme Island. His voice was so loud that even the experts on the Nine Guardians Island could vaguely hear him. Send a message to Blood Knight Monarch. Stop him. If you can't stop him, I'm going to tear him apart. Get all the monarchs to gather in the void above Soul Emperor Island. Star Monarch roared furiously at the person below. The latest news had come. That person was currently teleporting towards the west of the Blood Knight continent. He immediately determined where that person was going. His body was like a dragon as he teleported towards the southern sky. Quick! 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 Yi Qinghan's speed was like a flickering light. He used his fastest speed to teleport continuously. In just an hour, he had crossed the entire Blood Knight Sea. His body changed again and he teleported to a small city by the sea. Before the martial artists beside the teleportation formation could react, he shot a few black formation stones into his hands. The teleportation light shone brightly. After teleporting a few times to the main city in the west of Blood Knight continent, he felt a strong sense of unease. He decisively did not choose and teleported to the next teleportation formation. He no longer cared about the direction of Soul Emperor Island. His body was like a dragon as he soared into the sky. Thief! You still want to escape after killing someone? As expected, just as he flew into the sky, a furious roar sounded from afar. A huge man covered in fiery red battle armor rushed towards him from afar. Blood Knight Monarch was here. Chapter 1153. Swish swish. As the sovereign of Bloody Night roared, countless figures shot out from the city within 10,000 miles. Although they weren't as fast as the sovereign of Bloody Night, they were clearly powerful cultivators. Most of them wore the War God robe and had clearly received the message from Supreme Island. Thief, how dare you kill King Wuji? You will die today. Stop right now. You have nowhere to go today. The Chief Pavilion Master is already here. You can't escape. Thief, come down and fight me. The Green Fox War God. For 300 rounds. Countless angry shouts rang out from all directions. All the nearby cities were alarmed. Countless martial artists flew into the air and stared at the sky in astonishment. Their faces were filled with shock. King Wuji. Could it be Shinto Wuji who had just taken office on the ethereal continent? The legendary Star Sovereign's favorite son? Who was this person? Someone who could kill Shinto Wuji must be a rank 9? However, the immortal world's rank 9s were all known to the world now. While everyone was shocked, they were guessing who this daring lunatic was. However, thinking of the people in the War God Pavilion saying that the Star Sovereign would be here soon, they stopped guessing and watched the show excitedly. Since this person had been discovered by the Blood Knight Sovereign and the Star Sovereign was here, where could he run to? Blood Knight, tell Shinto Xiong that this is just collecting some interest. When I, Yi Qinghan, return, it will be the day of his death. In the sky, Yi Qinghan sneered at the Blood Knight Sovereign who was chasing after him. He did not panic at all. He channeled his divine power and shouted. His voice was amplified by the divine power and spread for millions of miles. Then he waved his hands, deciding to strike first. If he let the Blood Knight Sovereign's attack get close, the strong tremors in the space would shake the people in the War Emperor Palace out. The Blood Knight Sovereign was only a lower rank 9. If they fought, Yi Futian believed that he could definitely kill him. Moreover, he did not intend to fight him to the death. He just wanted to push him back. That was even easier. The Soul Exterminator was the first to be activated. Following that, countless soul-poisoned jade sabers rained down from the sky. The The last 10 sabers released a terrifying aura and turned into 10 silver dragons that roared downwards. The strength of Yi Qinghan's current spirit was something that even the upper rank 9 dis had fallen prey to, let alone the Blood Knight Monarch. Of course, Blood Knight Monarch reacted quickly enough. He immediately intercepted the golden soul threads behind him and used his soul to clean them up. It only took an instant for him to clean them up. However, the soul-poisoned jade sabers came from behind, and he could not dodge them. The Blood Knight Monarch blocked a few of them head-on and discovered 10 spears made of spatial energy stabbing towards him with destructive power. He was frightened out of his wits and immediately used his source energy to protect himself as he fled in terror. Boom! 10 God-Slayer's spears whizzed over and blasted the Bloody Knight Monarch's body. Terrifying energy exploded and pressed down on the warriors who were chasing him and the warriors in the sky above the city. The Bloody Knight Monarch was blasted into the ground, creating a bottomless pit. Monarch! Sovereign! Once the terrifying pressure was gone, countless powerhouses immediately flew into the pit and hurriedly dug out the Blood Knight Monarch who was on his last breath. Seeing that the Blood Knight Monarch's source energy was almost gone, and that all his bones, blood vessels, and internal organs were shattered, they could not help but look at each other in shock. Yi Qinghan, frigid Knight Monarch. He had returned. He had returned for revenge. He had returned to kill. Everyone looked at the figure in the sky, which became smaller and smaller until it completely disappeared. They could not help but have incomparably complicated expressions. The name Yi Qinghan had once shaken the entire divine world. The number 1 young master of the Misty Continent, the number 1 freak of the divine world, the number 1 genius of the divine world, the person who unlocked the seal of Sealed God Valley, the person who entered the 8th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, comprehended the eternal profound mystery of space that no one had ever comprehended before, and broke through to the 9th grade in 100 years. Yi Qinghan had too many halos on his head and too many legendary stories. The women by his side were too enviable. Although thousands of years had passed, the people of the divine world still found it difficult to forget him. But now he had suddenly returned. It was fine that he had returned, but he had actually killed Shintu Xiong's son? Moreover, he had severely injured the Blood Knight Monarch in one move. How many years had it been? His strength had actually shot up again. In the end, when everyone thought of Yi Qinghan's peerless talent, it was normal for him to have such a huge improvement. They could only sigh. The next time Yi Qinghan, return, it will be the day of his death. Yi Qinghan's cold shout seemed to reverberate in everyone's ears. No one felt that he was making empty promises. Instead, countless people had an inexplicable confidence in him. The sky of the divine world might be surnamed Shintu or Yi in the future. Swish! Yi Qinghan, I will tear you apart. Just as everyone was sighing, an imposing figure suddenly appeared in the sky. His golden hair danced in the wind, and his anger and killing intent soared to the sky. Even the people in the city below felt their hearts palpitate. Qingshan, Bingxue, hurry up and come over here. Follow me to the endless void and tear this bastard apart. Star Sovereign roared angrily again, which made the eardrums of the people in the city hurt. Then they saw the figure of Star Sovereign become smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared in the sky. Not long after, the teleportation array in the city lit up, and a demonic godlike man and a breathtakingly beautiful woman that could freeze one's blood appeared in the teleportation array. Before the light of the teleportation formation faded, the two shot up into the sky. Finally, they became a bright dot again and disappeared from everyone's sight. The endless void. Countless martial artists felt the same, and their hearts were racing. The endless void was a place that even a level 9 expert did not dare to enter. For pinnacle powerhouses were actually going to start a life and death chase in the endless void. How exciting would that be? In fact, the few people involved did not have too much of their blood boiling. After Yi Qinghan exited the endless void from the weak point of the divine world, he used the rough memories in his mind, surrounded by the origin energy, and flew towards the left. Not long after, a figure appeared at the place where Yi Qinghan came out from. Similarly, the origin energy surrounded him, and the power of space spread out. His eyes lit up, and his god power increased as he shouted, "Yi Qinghan, you will definitely die today." Yi Qinghan was shocked. He didn't expect Star Sovereign to arrive so quickly. After calculating the distance between them, he calmed down slightly. His god power shook, and his speed increased as he started to escape with all his might. Wang. Not long after, Qing Shan and Ice Queen's figures appeared in the void. They could no longer detect Yi Qinghan's figure, and could only detect Star Sovereign's back. The two of them gritted their teeth, and their speed increased as they followed. The fact that Yi Qinghan could return and kill Wuxia secretly shocked the two of them. But it was just a slight shock. If Yi Qinghan had reached level 9 Supreme Martial Artist, they might have helped to kill Xiong. But at this moment, the two of them were forced to chase after Yi Qinghan. Xiong was so furious that if they didn't attack, Xiong would attack them. "You dare to chase me in the endless void? I will trick you to death." Yi Qinghan's speed reached the limit. He felt that Star Sovereign was closing the distance between them. Although he could only close the distance bit by bit, he would catch up with him sooner or later. But Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid at all. If he was in the divine world, he would definitely die. But in the endless void Chapter 1154. The divine world was bustling with activity. Countless messages were flying in the air. The news of Yi Qinghan's return spread across the entire divine world in just a few moments. Wuxia was killed, Li Tao was killed, the three supremacies of Ethereal City were killed, and the Blood Knight Sovereign was severely injured in one move. The uncrowned king of the divine world, Star Sovereign, was enraged. Ice Queen and Lord Qingshan chased him out of the endless void. Any one of these events could shake the divine world. In the Blood Sea City in the west of the Blood Knight continent, the sovereigns gathered again, waiting for the return of the three. The Blood Knight Sovereign's injuries were mostly healed, but his face looked worse than if his father had died. The South Mountain Sovereign's eyes were filled with coldness. He looked up to the sky from time to time, waiting for the Star Sovereign to bring back Yi Qinghan's head. The Apocalypse Sovereign Mo Shanghuang, the Divine Grace Sovereign Lady Yen Ran, and the Hidden Sovereign revealed a bitter smile. Yi Qinghan's strength had soared so much in a few thousand years, and he even injured the Blood Knight Sovereign in one move. His future would be limitless, and he might even be able to kill his way back to the divine world and kill Xiong. However, even if Yi Qinghan became the master of the divine world in the future, he might not kill them, but he definitely wouldn't like them. The sovereigns all had complicated expressions, each with their own thoughts. The atmosphere in the sky above the Blood Sea City was extremely heavy. Countless experts were flocking over, either to watch the show or to show their loyalty. Today was the busiest day in the history of the Blood Sea City. Wang. The teleportation formation below lit up again, and four figures appeared. 3 men and 1 woman. The leader was a man with the strength of a supremacy. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and he had a burly body. His every movement gave off an intimidating aura. Of the 2 men next to him, one had a large sword on his back, the other had a sinister look in his eyes, and the other was a woman who was leaning against the black-haired man. Her charming appearance caused the hearts of the people nearby to palpitate. Oh, why are there so many people in the Blood Sea City? There are so many experts in the sky and such terrifying aura. Could they be grade 9 sovereigns? The black-haired man's expression became serious as he led the 3 of them out of the teleportation portal. They went to a restaurant in the corner of the square, where they handed a few godstones to the waiter and sent a voice transmission to ask about the situation. "Brother Yi, what happened?" The woman next to her saw the black-haired man's expression constantly changing. After the waiter left, she hastily released her god domain and asked in a low voice. The 2 men next to her also looked at her in confusion. "Go!" The black-haired man didn't say anything. He tossed out a divine stone, and then led the 3 confused people into the teleportation formation. They were teleported to a small city nearby, where they booked the most luxurious room. After having the 3 of them wait inside, the black-haired man left. A few hours later, the man came back again. He opened the room's shield and released his god domain. Only then did he say in a low voice, "I'm afraid we can't go to Flame Dragon City anymore." Knight Emperor, why are you doing this?" The man with the giant sword on his back asked in surprise. The man with cold eyes said, "Could it be that the clansmen guarding the island lied to us? That there is no such person as Yi Qinghan? Like I said, how could someone achieve rank 9 within 100 years? And it just so happens that he's a descendant of our fire dragon continent." "Don't say anything. Let Brother Yi finish first." The charming woman said, "Yi Qinghan does exist, and he is indeed my descendant. And he is indeed a rank 9, the number 1 genius in the divinity, the one and only." The eyes of the black-haired man called Knight Emperor flashed with pride as he said with absolute certainty. Then, his eyes dimmed, and he said in a low voice, "We have been in the beast deity arcane land for thousands of years, and the divinity has undergone earth-shaking changes. I just went out to find out everything. Do you know why there were so many sovereigns in the sky above Bloodsea City?" The three of them heard the certainty in the Knight Emperor's tone, and they were shocked. The charming woman hurriedly asked, "Why?" "Because today Yi Qinghan killed the son of the Star Sovereign, Sovereign Shinto, and severely injured the Blood Knight Sovereign. Now, he is being chased by the strongest Star Sovereign and 2 other powerful sovereigns in the divinity into the endless void." "Ah!" The expressions of the 3 of them changed drastically, and their eyes widened in disbelief. To them, a venerable was a figure that they could look up to. At this moment, one of their juniors not only became a rank 9, but also killed a rank 9, and was being chased by the strongest of the 3 rank 9. This feeling was like a story from the Arabian Nights. Then, the Knight Emperor quickly told the 3 of the things that had happened over the years. The 3 of them felt like they were listening to a book from the heavens, and they were so shocked that they could not speak. After a long time, the charming woman came back to her senses. She frowned and asked, "Brother Knight, what should we do now?" "Wait." The Knight Emperor was silent for a moment, and then said, "Let's wait for the Star Sovereign to return first. If the Star Sovereign cannot kill Yi Qinghan this time, we will immediately enter the Beast Deity Arcane Land and find a way to meet the Beast Deity of this generation. I think he will definitely come out after hearing about Yi Qinghan. After all, Yi Qinghan is also his descendant." The 3 of them nodded, and the light in their eyes became brighter and brighter. In the boundless void, 4 figures, 1 in front and 1 behind, shone with the power of the source, like 4 meteors, piercing through the sky. "Yi Qinghan, you can't escape." Shinto Xiong's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his aura was monstrous. His golden hair danced in the wind, and he was insufferably arrogant. "Ha! Shinto old dog, if you are not afraid of death, follow me." Yi Qinghan turned around and laughed mischievously. He shouted loudly and activated his demonic voice, causing his voice to appear somewhat bewitching. At the same time, his eyes flashed with a demonic light as he activated his soul extermination. Looking at Yi Qinghan's confident smile, Shinto Xiong's heart trembled. Yi Qinghan flew alone in the void, and was not immediately picked up by the Soul Emperor Pavilion. This made Shinto Xiong a little hesitant. At this moment, he did not see the Soul Emperor Pavilion, which made him even more vigilant. Could it be an ambush? Just when he was under the influence of Yi Qinghan's demonic voice, and couldn't help but think that it was a trap, suddenly, billions of golden threads crazily surged towards his soul ocean. Shinto Xiong was shocked, and thought that he was ambushed. He quickly waved his hands, and a huge and terrifying golden sword appeared beside him, ready to kill any enemy that appeared. However, the enemy did not appear, but Shinto Xiong realized that some golden soul threads had penetrated into his soul ocean. He was shocked, and activated his soul power to defend against the golden soul threads that crazily attacked him. When he completely cleared the golden soul threads in his mind, he realized that the distance between him and Yi Qinghan was pulled further apart. He knew that he was tricked, and he was furious. He quickly chased after Yi Qinghan again. The Ice Queen and Qing Shan, who were at the back, had also gotten closer to the Star Monarch in these 2 seconds. When they saw that even a 9th grade sovereign, Shinto Xiong, was ambushed by Yi Qinghan. They felt a chill down their spines. This kid was only 3,000 years old, and he was already so sick. What would happen if he was a few 100,000 years old, or a few million years old? The two of them subconsciously slowed down their flying speed, but Shinta Xiong suddenly turned around and looked at them coldly. The two of them laughed bitterly, and were forced to increase their speed again to chase after him.